The paint bucket slipped out of my hand at 2 in the morning, and I caught it with my knee against the third Hokage's stone eyelid. 60 meters of cliff under my heels. 4 dead men's faces carved into it, each one bigger than a house. And me, balanced on the old man's cheekbone in the dark with a brush between my teeth, adding a second eyelash to the most powerful person in the country. I want to be clear about something. I was not up there because I'm brave. I was up there because a boy named Hoshino Kaito had been up there 4 hours earlier, and he'd done a sloppy job. He'd painted a star on the first Hokage. He'd smeared lipstick on the second. Good work, real commitment, terrible technique. Half his lines were already dripping. So I did what any responsible citizen would do. I put on his face, climbed up, and made it worse. Not a little worse, artistically worse. I gave the third Hokage teardrops under his eyes like a sad clown. I gave the fourth a mustache that started at his ear. I stood back on a ledge the width of my foot, and I judged my own composition. And honestly, it was the best work on that rock. Then 2 Anbu came over the rooftops 3 streets down, and I flattened myself into the shadow of a stone nostril and stopped breathing for 11 seconds. They kept going. I dropped off the cliff in 3 bounces, landed in an alley behind a noodle stand, and let the transformation drop. Blonde hair, bangs over my right eye. 12 years old, 4'9", nobody suspect. And in the dark behind my closed eyelid, a little cartoon cauldron finally filled up. I have to explain the cauldron, because otherwise none of the rest of this makes sense. When I woke up in this world 4 months ago, 12 years old, wrong body, wrong century, a flower shop instead of an apartment I'd nearly finished paying off, there was a pale gold panel sitting behind my right eye. Not a voice, not a helpful little assistant, just a panel, and in the middle of it, a black pot. The pot fills when somebody else takes the blame for something I did. That's it. That's the entire mechanism. Not defeat enemies, not gain experience. Cause trouble, make sure a different person eats it, and never, ever get caught. The pot fills, the pot spits out a bead of golden light, and I drop that bead into whichever part of me is currently the most embarrassing. Do you understand how hard that is? Any idiot can cause trouble. Any idiot can find a scapegoat. Doing both while a village full of professional spies watches you is a different sport. 4 months. 8 attempts. 6 clean, 2 disasters. The first disaster, I got spotted by Anbu and survived by being 12 and adorable, which is a technique I did not choose and do not enjoy. The second, I broke a man's window and got caught, and survived because my father runs the intelligence division and because it was, in the end, a window. But Hoshino Kaito was a gift. That boy would take the blame for the sunrise if you asked him nicely. He'd take it and then he'd wave at the crowd. I stood in that alley with paint under my nails and watched the bead of light rise out of the pot, and I dropped it straight into the word that had been sitting at 6 for 4 months. Ninjutsu. 6 to 7. Something opened in the back of my skull. Not power, everyone gets that wrong. Understanding. It was like I'd spent my whole life listening to a language through a wall, and somebody took the wall down. Every hand seal I'd ever been taught rearranged itself into something that made sense. Techniques I'd only read about suddenly had a shape I could hold. 7 in this world is where the elite jonin live, the ones who go on the missions nobody comes back from. I was 12, and I couldn't do a single one of their techniques yet, but I could suddenly see how. I went home. I climbed in through my own window like a criminal. I washed the paint off in cold water and slept for 4 hours and got up for school, because that is what a good student does. Ninja Academy runs 5 subjects: theory, practice, insight, history, and application. That's the entire curriculum, and if that sounds light, understand that theory is where they've buried every scrap of math, chemistry, physics, and geography that exists in this world, stuffed into one class and taught to 12-year-olds by a man with a scar across his nose who cares far too much. We had an exam that morning. 10 questions. 3 of them were, by any honest measure, tune-in material, which was insulting given that not one of us was even a genin yet. I handed my paper in and put on my face. You have to understand my position. I was a saleswoman. I sold apartments, then renovation packages, then furniture. My entire professional skill set was reading a room in under 6 seconds and giving it exactly what it wanted. And what a classroom of 12-year-olds wants is for you to be as doomed as they are. So I sat down and let my shoulders drop and stared at the desk like I'd just been told my dog died. May, did you not do well either? One of my friends whispered. It's just indescribable, I said. My voice cracked a little on the last word. I'm not proud of the crack. I'm very proud of the crack. I made mistakes everywhere. My brain's blank. It's just a mock exam. One mistake is nothing. 3 of them took my hands. 3 of them held my hands and made soothing noises while I could see in their faces that they were already composing the sentence they'd use later. Poor May. Not everyone can be smart. Then, Ryuichi-sensei finished marking and read the scores off the top of the pile. May. 95, first place. The hand-holding stopped very suddenly. I watched 4 faces do the same thing at the same time, which is the closest thing to art I saw all week. They had the sympathy loaded. They had the pity in the chamber, safety off, and now they had to swallow it. You play in class and you play at home, girls. I play in class and I study at home. These are not the same activity. I don't say that out loud, obviously. Out loud, I say, really? And look surprised, and then I look down at my desk and let a little smile happen, because a smart girl who apologizes for being smart is loved, and a smart girl who doesn't is alone, and I had exactly one plan for surviving this world, and it required not being alone. Everything I was doing was for that. The studying, the acting, the pretending. Not ambition, insurance. I had woken up in a village where the mailman can punch through a tree, and the only currency I trusted was not being the weakest person in the room. So I'd read everything, every textbook, every scroll in that library, useful or not. I even found the 3rd Hokage's handwritten Will of Fire, the thing every reincarnated soul in every story I ever read makes fun of, and read all of it, twice. No secret techniques in there, just a very old man being sincere for 400 pages. Ryuichi started going over the answers. Question 9. Diethyl ether containing an aromatic hydrocarbon is mixed with dilute hydrochloric acid, then sodium hydroxide solution, and stirred until it separates into layers. What's in the final ether layer? Nobody answered. He didn't wait for anybody to answer. He turned around and started writing. This is a problem a ninja encounters constantly on missions, he said, chalk flying. We lack necessary information. We must make reasonable assumptions and test them. He filled the entire board. He listed 4 possible scenarios and worked each one to a conclusion, and it was, genuinely, beautiful teaching. His analysis was clean. His tone was warm. He looked up at the end of it with the face of a man who had just given a gift. Nobody was listening. Nobody. In an entire room, one girl in the front was taking notes, and I was doing that thing where you write with your chin propped on your hand so it doesn't look like effort. Bang! He slammed his palm on the board. You are the worst class I have ever taught. What are you all daydreaming about? Write this down. This might be on the exam. Write it all down. Yeah. Hi. Knew that. 27 pencils scratched the surface of 27 papers at approximately the pressure of a moth landing. Ryuichi-sensei was 22 years old, patient, meticulous, and dying inside at a rate you could measure with a clock. I wrote down about a third of it, lazily, at the speed of a girl who is definitely going to fail. Behind me, 2 boys were not even performing. The thin one was asleep on the desk. The wide one was eating. I need you to appreciate the eating. This was not snacking. This was industrial. The sound of potato chips being destroyed had been continuous for 11 minutes, and every single person in that room, including the teacher, had accepted it as weather. I turned around and stared at him. Flat. No expression at all. Tanaka Kenji froze for 2 seconds. Then he gave me the gentlest smile I have ever received from a human being and held out the bag. And then, before I could reach in, he held up 1 finger. 1 chip. That was the offer. 1. Fine. I put my left hand over my right, thumbs crossed, and made a seal that isn't one of the 12. Perception. The world came in, breathing, all 28 sets. Ryuichi's eyes flicking to the window, a note being passed 4 rows back, someone drawing, someone picking their nose. All of it, all at once, every scrap of information my brain normally has the decency to throw away. I'd been good at reading people before I died. Sales does that to you. You learn to hear a no 3 sentences before it arrives. Then 2 souls got welded together in this body, and that talent stopped being a talent and became an organ. I used the accumulated sensory power of 2 lifetimes to identify the largest potato chip in the bag. Then I took it, slowly, and put it in my mouth and chewed it with my eyes on his. Huh? That's you. Kenji's whole face collapsed. Not angry, wounded, a man of his word, betrayed by the letter of his own contract. For the record, it wasn't much bigger. Most people couldn't have told, but Kenji is a professional, and to a professional, the difference is a canyon. You two are so childish, said the thin one behind him, without opening his eyes. Like little kids. You're 1 day older than me, Grandpa. That's Sato Ren, IQ north of 200, energy output somewhere south of a houseplant. And Kenji, and me. Yamanaka, Nara, Akamichi. Pig, deer, butterfly. 3 families that have been fighting as one unit for 200 years, longer than the village itself has existed, and, barring something unusual, the 3 of us were going to be the 16th generation of it. Which is why I'd spent 4 months making these 2 like me. Not scheming, just sales. You don't sell a house on the first visit. You sell on the 4th, after 3 conversations that weren't about houses. Teamwork saves your life at the worst possible moment. Better to start building it before the moment. Also, and this is the part that made it easy, the 3 families can't intermarry. If one of us absorbed another through marriage, the whole alliance stops meaning anything, and the elders will not allow it, and everybody knows the elders will not allow it. Which means I could get close to 2 boys with 0 risk of anybody reading anything into it. Do you know how rare that is at 12? It's a cheat code all by itself. Barbecue after school, I said. Yakiniku Q's got 10% off. Kenji's eyes went nuclear. He slammed both hands on the desk. Really? You're buying? And that is the exact moment I remembered I was broke. The girl who lived in this body before me had spent her entire allowance on clothes and shoes. I had inherited her face, her memories, her enemies, and her financial situation, and the last one was the scariest. Meanwhile, Kenji can eat 20 plates of grilled meat without changing posture, but I'd said it out loud, in front of witnesses. Ha, ha, my treat, I said, my treat. And while Kenji stared into the middle distance, dreaming of pork belly, I leaned across and whispered to Ren, Hey, I might be a little short today. Cover me? Ren's eye slid sideways to his best friend. That guy, he said, ate all my allowance. We looked at each other. We both sighed at exactly the same time. That's the thing nobody tells you about having a fat best friend. Everything else about it is perfect. We can't take missions yet, Ren said, suddenly a lot more awake. Money does that to him. Allowance is fixed. You know any way to make money? And I, a woman who 3 months earlier had been living out of a suitcase between rentals, said the only sentence my old life ever taught me. Rent out the empty house? I said it as a joke. Ren went quiet. Do you have an empty house? Do you? We looked at each other again, and this time it was a completely different look. We don't own houses. Our families own houses. And our families own many of them because this village has been through 3 world wars, and every single one of those wars came home with a list. Nara died, Akamichi died, Yamanaka died, and their houses stayed standing with nobody in them for years in a village where merchants and blacksmiths and monks all need somewhere to live. That's a market. That's a huge, obvious, unexploited market sitting under the noses of the smartest strategists in the country, invisible because ninja don't do commerce. Ninja do missions. They get paid a wage set by a lord in a capital they've never visited. They get hurt. They buy medicine from the Nara. And when they die, their families come to my family's shop to buy flowers. That is the whole economy. That's it. That's the loop. It'd cause problems, Ren said slowly. Rich and poor. In the village. He couldn't articulate why yet. He was 12. He just felt the shape of it. A wrongness he'd need another year to name. He was right, of course. He's always right. It just takes him a while. I dropped it. For now. Up front, Ryuichi had already moved on. The man teaches like he's being chased. Ignoring air resistance, using uniform horizontal motion and uniform acceleration, Ninja A stands in a tree 7 meters up and throws a shuriken at Ninja B on the ground. Calculate the initial velocity. He worked it live, on the board, in front of everyone. The weather was mild, and he was sweating through his vest, because he could have copied the answer out of the book like a sane man, but this idiot wanted to derive it. 45.22 meters per second? He looked at the board. He looked at the textbook in his hand. He looked at the board again. The number in the book was different. The room went silent for the first time all year. Even Kenji stopped chewing. He looked around, alarmed, and his eyes landed on me and then on Ren, asking what had happened. What did I miss? Is somebody dead? 10 full seconds of a young man staring at his own arithmetic in front of 27 children. And then the door banged open, and Kuroda Masao-sensei ran in and whispered something in his ear. Ryuichi went to the window. Every neck in the room followed. I did too. Spectator mode. Just a girl, looking at a rock. And what a rock it was. The third Hokage now had 2 enormous, cartoonish teardrops hanging under his eyes, and I'd love to tell you I felt something, but what I actually felt was a small stab of professional dissatisfaction, because the left teardrop had too much paint in it, and the edge had run. Next time, thinner coat. The other 3 were a mess. A star on one cheek, lipstick on another, genuinely ugly. Kaito's work, all of it, I'd only added the good parts. Ryuichi started shaking. Naruto, this is the first time you've… How many times have I told you not to scribble on the Hokage Rock? Ha 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 ha, idiot. Come and catch me if you can. Orange jacket, goggles, blonde hair. Standing on a roof across from the school, arms out, absolutely radiant. He had no idea. That's the beautiful part. He had no idea that somebody had been in the shadows watching him work the night before, waiting for him to finish so she could put on his face and go back up. Ryuichi came off the podium like something fired from a tube. Kaito didn't even think. He turned sideways, hit the door at a dead sprint, legs going like a windmill, and left the building. Study on your own, Ryuichi shouted, and vanished after him. The room detonated. Cheering. Actual cheering. Top students, bottom students, everybody. 2 boys shouted thank yous out the window at his shrinking back. Yamamoto Haruto leapt onto the windowsill like a monkey, cupped his hands, and howled, Naruto! Well done! His dog barked twice in agreement, and 100 meters away, running for his life from a Chunin, Hoshino Kaito heard the entire class cheering his name and broke into the most joyful smile I have ever seen on a human face. He thought he'd finally been accepted. He waved back at us as he ran, both arms. Don't mention it, the wave said. This is what I'm here for. How boring, Ren said, and went back to sleep. Kenji opened a second bag, and I sat there with a golden bead already spent, watching a boy sprint through the streets glowing because a room full of people liked him for something I did. I should probably say I felt bad. What I actually thought was, he's the best scapegoat I will ever find, and he is going to run out. Because I knew the shape of this story. I knew that it wouldn't be long before Ryuichi properly recognized him, and once that happened, the graffiti would stop, and my most reliable resource would evaporate. I needed a replacement lined up before that, preferably several. I made a short list in my head during the second half of class, and I'm not going to pretend it was a nice list. The next period was physical education, boys and girls separated. The boys went off with Kuroda Masao-sensei to run around the field like a herd of donkeys. The girls followed a bespectacled woman named Aoki Midori-sensei to learn, and this is the exact wording, skills that only women use. Flower arranging, tea ceremony, cooking, sweeping, window cleaning. Pure, proper, and beautiful. Girls, come with me. 20 minutes of flower arranging, 20 of cooking, 20 of cleaning. May, don't you like Aoki Midori-sensei? Ami Yui asked, very quietly, during a break from wiping glass. Oh, we're doing this. Let's do this. A class is 60 minutes, I said. I pointed around the garden. The first 20, we weed. It's learning flower arrangement, said Yui, in a voice you could have measured in mosquitoes. We spend 20 minutes cooking for the staff. It's learning to cook. I pointed at the glass in front of us. There was a teacher's handprint on it. And then 20 minutes cleaning up so the faculty can eat lunch. Look how nicely they've arranged all this for us. I was aware my voice was climbing. I let it climb. This class shouldn't exist. We're being trained to kill people. What does wiping a window develop? Water release? A deep cleaning technique? Yui put her 2 index fingers together and looked at the floor. That was the tell. That was the whole girl, right there in one gesture, 2 fingers touching, eyes down, waiting for the moment to pass. Because here's the thing about Aoki Midori-sensei. She wasn't cruel. She wasn't even lying in her own mind. She genuinely believed women were born to enjoy housework and be protected by men, and she taught it with real warmth. And the horrifying part is that half the girls in that garden were listening with their whole hearts. She was explaining what you should watch out for once you're married, and they were nodding. Yui, the eldest daughter of the single most terrifying clan in this village, was nodding. I am not built for a lot of things in this world. I am not going to outpunch anyone. but I have never once considered being a housewife, and I have no intention of dying as one either. All I wanted was to get strong enough to survive to the end of the story. That was it. That was my whole ambition, and I thought it was modest. Ino Pig, what are you doing standing at the window? The voice came from behind me, and Yui evaporated like water on a stove. You two chat. I'll go clean over there. Bye, May. Gone, bucket and all, faster than she'd moved all day. Traitor. I turned around. Pink hair, green shorts, a forehead you could project a film onto. Suzuki Ami, who at this point in her life had exactly one personality trait, and his name was Kuroki Taiga. Now, when two souls merge, you don't just get the memories, you get the relationships, welded on, whether you want them or not. And the relationship I'd inherited with this girl was the single most tangled thing in my head. The girl who used to live here had found Ami getting bullied over that forehead and defended her and given her a red ribbon and told her she'd bloom into something beautiful. And Ami had believed it. And they had been, for a couple of years, the real thing. And then a boy showed up with a nice face, and Ami declared them rivals and burned the whole friendship down in an afternoon. Here's what makes it stupid. Even after the burning, in every layer of memory I inherited, that girl still thought of Ami as her friend. What Ami thought, I couldn't tell you. So I did what I've been doing for 4 months, which was maintain the character. I snorted. I looked her up and down like a customer who's wasting my time. Widebrow, you're annoying. I told you not to show your face around me. Go find your precious Taiga. What are you looking at? Are you looking at Taiga, you sneaky? I'm looking at a window. You got 95 on the test? I'm so angry. You're doing it to get his attention. I've figured you out. That's the part I could never fix. I had zero interest in the cold-faced Uchiha boy. None. I'd have traded him for a functional water heater. And Ami had decided my indifference was a strategy, that I was playing hard to get, at 12, in a village, for a boy. The frustrating thing is that I couldn't explain, because how do you explain? Actually, I stopped liking him when I stopped being the person you knew. Personality doesn't change that fast for free. In this village, a personality changing that fast is a security question. My father runs the department that asks that security question. So I said nothing and turned my head away. You have to swear you'll give up on Taiga forever. Say it, say it. A little cross-shaped vein popped up on my forehead. Because here's the thing. I wasn't standing at that window for fun. I was standing at that window because I was waiting for a specific person to walk past on a specific path, and Ami Haruno was ruining a 4-day operation with her mouth. If you're going to be ruthless with me, don't complain about what happens next. I gasped and pointed out the window, eyes wide, absolute panic. Oh no, look! Sasuke's hurt! Where? Where? She threw herself at the glass. I kicked her right in the seat of her pants. Tch, I said, walking away, flat as a board, front and back. Then I went up to the roof, collected Ren and Kenji, who had not gone to the field, because of course they hadn't, and we skipped the rest of the day and went for barbecue. Barbecue? Now? Kenji jumped 8 meters straight up. I had to grab his collar to stop him going off the roof entirely. The fall wouldn't have killed him. The enthusiasm was still excessive. When you're cutting class, you're supposed to be quiet about it. Ren, come on, together. Ugh, what a pain, said Ren, gazing at the clouds like a retired official, and came anyway because he'd correctly identified that I was recruiting him as a wallet. Not every teacher in that school is Ryuichi. Midori watched 3 students walk off campus in broad daylight and looked directly through us. Masao, on the other side of the yard, did the same. Nobody stops the Mei Shikacho airs. Skipping class? Is that a thing? Is that something that happens to people? Behind us, in the bushes outside the classroom, Suzuki Ami was climbing back out with murder in her heart. Ino Pig got first place. I have to work harder. If I get first back, Taiga will definitely notice. I'm so angry. And she said I have no chest, or she had some. She felt she definitely had some. And then, thinking about Taiga, she went straight back to being in love, because that girl's brain has 3 channels and she cannot control which one is playing. Exam, Taiga, May. Exam, Taiga, May. Huh? What's this? She was, unfortunately for her, observant. Under a patch of loose soil in the grass, half buried, there was a scroll. Old, frayed at the edges, slightly water-stained in a way that takes real effort to fake. She opened it and gasped, and immediately clapped both hands over her mouth and looked around like a thief. Nobody was watching her. Well, nobody she could see. The handwriting inside was vigorous, confident, and very slightly old-fashioned. There was a hand-drawn map, and at the bottom, a signature. Want my treasure? It's all yours if you want it. Go and find it. I've left everything there. Hino Kazuki, the first Hokage, the founder of the village, the god of shinobi, the man whose immense stone head she had been looking at every single day of her entire life. She rolled it up with shaking hands and pushed it to the very bottom of her bag. She'd study it properly at home, she decided. Later. Tonight. Because right now she had something more important to do, which was study and beat me on the next exam, because that was directly related to whether Taiga would love her. Treasure is important, but love is more valuable. 12 years old, God help me. I was 3 streets away by then, walking to a barbecue restaurant I could not afford, with 2 boys and a growing problem. The problem got bigger at the school gate, where we ran into Yamamoto Haruto. He looked at 3 people walking out of school at 11 in the morning in a way that made it clear he understood the situation and had no moral objection to it. Where are you going? Barbecue, said Ren. Wanna come? Why wouldn't I? Let's go. Haruto has never in his life turned down a free meal, and his dog, 3 years old and fully aware of what the word barbecue means, barked twice with genuine happiness. I looked at Ren. I put everything into that look. You know we don't have money. You know that. And you invited more people. Are we washing dishes tonight? Is that the plan? Ren shrugged with his whole spine. What was I supposed to do? The shrug said. Say let's go home and study? 1 more mouth. Plus the dog. 2 more mouths. I was scratching my head so hard I nearly took skin off. Do I call Kaito? I have a vague memory that Kaito is somehow rich. There's 4 of us, and you're the only girl, Ren said, and tipped his chin to the right. Invite someone to keep you company. I followed his chin. Yui. Carrying a bucket of water, going back in to clean. We're calling Yui? Good heavens, we are absolutely not calling Yui. We will be executed. But I could see the exact machinery turning behind Ren's eyes, and it was flawless machinery, built on completely incorrect data. Look at her, the machinery said. The Hyuga may be having a bad century, but they're still one of the top clans in this village. She's the heir. She has real pocket money. She's gentle. She's quiet. She spends nothing. She is, Ren had concluded, a rich woman. And I couldn't correct him. What was I going to say? Ren, that girl looks like a wet rabbit and eats like a construction crew. Nobody would believe me. I barely believed me. What? Ren said instantly, because a 200 IQ notices a hesitation the way a shark notices a scratch. Is there information here I don't have? He turned and studied Yui very carefully. There was nothing to say. I let it go. Please, I thought, please let her be a rich woman. I crossed the yard at a speed I have not achieved before or since, and grabbed the legitimate heir of the Hyuga clan by the shoulders. Yui, barbecue! Oh, but we still have Aoki Midori-sensei's class. They're all boys. Keep me company. Come on, come on. We've been classmates for years and never eaten together once. Today's perfect. I remember your birthday's in December, right? Ha! You're 3 months younger than me. I pulled and dragged that poor girl right off the campus. She never said yes. She was removed. 2 girls, 3 boys, and a dog. Nothing unusual about that lineup. Except, as I walked, I was doing arithmetic. There are 12 of us in this year group, the ones people were already calling the Konoha 12. 3 graduated last year, Hiroki, Rin, and the green one, so they're out of reach. Taiga wouldn't come to a group barbecue if the sun rose in the west. The man's declared career is Avenger. He does not do sides. Kaito is currently up a cliff with a bucket and a sponge cleaning off my artwork. Ami is in a bush. 12 minus 6 is 6. We had 5. So who? Are you looking for me? I turned around. A boy in a beige hooded jacket and sunglasses was standing about 4 meters behind my left shoulder. Most of his face was covered. There was no possible way he had just arrived. We were outside the school. We had walked most of a block. Itsuki, have you been following us the whole time? I came with him, said Mori Itsuki, pointing at Haruto. Consider what that means. A perfectly healthy human being, making no effort whatsoever to hide, walked with a group of 5 people for over 100 meters, and none of us noticed him. Not the boy with a nose that can track blood across a district. Not the genius. Not me, with 2 lifetimes of reading rooms and a sensory technique. If that boy hadn't been born a ninja, it would have been a loss for the entire profession. Want to come to barbecue? Good. Crisp. Concise, as always. So there we were. Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame. 6 clans, 6 kids, 1 dog, and not a single commoner among us, which nobody had planned and nobody noticed, and which is exactly how that kind of thing always happens. The owner of Yakiniku Q saw us come in, saw Kenji come in, with the expression of a woman greeting a returning relative. How many? 6, ma'am. Okay. Ninja keep terrible hours. It was 10:30 in the morning, and half the tables were full. I spotted one of my father's subordinates and went over to say hello, because that is what you do, and because a girl who greets her father's colleagues by name at 12 is a girl those colleagues remember at 18. Senior Akio. Ah, Miss Yamanaka, out with your classmates? Wonderful. Enjoy yourselves. Yes. Ren did the same thing 4 tables over with a Nara elder. We're 12. We were already networking. That's not precocious in this village. That's the minimum. Then the plates started coming. Here is what happened at that table, and I need you to track the numbers because the numbers are the story. Ren, Itsuki, and I finished early because we use ninjutsu and our bodies are small. Haruto and Kenji kept going because they punch things for a living. And Yui sat with perfect posture and ate a normal amount and folded her hands and was clearly still hungry. Then, when she thought nobody was looking, she leaned down and licked the plate. Not continuously. That's the detail that killed me. She'd lick once, straighten up, glance around the table with total innocence, confirm she was unobserved, and then lick again as if nothing had happened. This is the heiress of the Hyuga. I was, at this point, still planning to make her pay the bill, so I could not let her live on plate residue. Ma'am, 2 more plates. Yui, look how thin you are. Eat some meat. It's on me today. Don't be shy. She ate them. I patted her stomach. Wow, incredible. Where does it all go? Your digestion is amazing. Still hungry? It's fine. 2 more. Ma'am, 2 more plates. She ate those. Come on, don't be shy. I've got money. Ma'am. 3 more. And this is the part I want on record. She refused every single time. I'm already full. Thank you, but I can't eat any more. I really can't. Please stop ordering. In a voice like a mosquito with a head cold. And then she would eat the entire plate. I knew going in that Ami Yui was the undisputed champion eater of this village. I knew that on paper. Knowing it on paper and watching it happen are 2 different experiences. It isn't that she can eat a lot. Lots of people eat a lot. It's the ratio. It's watching something the size of a coat rack process the output of a small farm. Somewhere around plate 19, I stopped feeling clever and started feeling like a man who has bet on the wrong horse and is now watching the horse eat the racetrack. I tried to lighten the mood. Yui, your shuriken throw is really good. Teach me sometime? She went bright red. I think she'd realized she'd eaten too much to be ladylike and nodded very fast without thinking about it at all. The bill came. 6 people and 1 dog had consumed 8,500 ryo of grilled meat. For reference, that is approximately what a full ninja squad gets paid for a D-rank mission. 4 professionals, a day's work. We ate it in 90 minutes. Kenji did 40% of that alone. Yui, who had said she couldn't eat anymore 11 separate times, did 25 plates and was, by my estimate, half full. I said, standing up very slowly. You all sit here. I'll go pay. I was broadcasting distress on every frequency I had. Ren, look at me, Ren. And then a small hand appeared under the table and pressed a wallet into mine. I'm so sorry, Yui whispered, going scarlet. You ate so little. Please, use mine. I looked at her. Girls, I thought. Girls are better. Look at those 4 idiots, either pretending to be stupid or stupid, and I honestly can't tell which. That was the first time she paid for something of mine. I'd like to say I noted it as a moment. At the time, I mostly noted that I'd survived. Afterwards, we all stood on a bridge for a while and watched Hoshino Kaito scrub my paint off a 60-meter cliff, and then we strolled back to school for the afternoon. The afternoon was practical class, and Yui kept her word without being reminded, which nobody in that year group did. Now, I could already throw a shuriken. Clan kids start early. We'd done tree walking and water walking years before the commoners even hear the words. 30 meters, standardized target. I hit it every time. That's the bottom rung. That's the beginner level. The top of this ladder is a boy from the Uchiha clan who can jump, rotate 3.5 times in the air, and hit 8 separate targets in 8 directions on the way down. Most jonin cannot do that. It is not a normal skill. I was not going to be that. I know what I am. In our formation, the Yamanaka is support. You see, you sense, you tell the others where to hit. My strength stat was 2. 2. That's low. Although, and Yui will hate that I mention this, hers was also 2. Kunoichi don't get arm strength for free, and honestly 2 is plenty for a shuriken. Mei, straighten your arm. Like this? No, it doesn't mean it has to line up with your eyes. So, like this? And don't rush the release. She'd tilt her head and frown when she was thinking. She'd forget to be scared while she was correcting someone. It was, and I am choosing my words, funny to watch a girl who cannot ask for water become a drill instructor about wrist angle. Then we sparred. And I discovered something important, which is that all my past life experience was worth precisely nothing. I had ideas. I had strategy. I had 2 decades of adult brain. And Yui put me on the ground in a way that felt less like fighting and more like walking into a door in the dark, 3 times in a row. Her taijutsu was probably a 5. Mine was a 3. That gap doesn't sound like much until it's standing on your ribs. Okay, I said from the floor with dignity. Will you practice with me again next time? My taijutsu is genuinely bad. She smiled politely, which I chose to interpret as a contract. It was, by the way, an accurate assessment. My taijutsu was bad. Hold on to that, it comes up. Class ended at sunset. I said goodbye to everyone individually, watched Ami sneak off home alone with a bag that had a very interesting scroll at the bottom of it, and went home. The Yamanaka don't live in a compound. None of the 3 families do, not anymore. They gave that up generations ago. Clans that live together in one walled block make the village leadership nervous, and a clan that makes the village leadership nervous does not have a long future here. So we're scattered through the district as individual households, and my household runs a flower shop. To the neighbors, a refined husband, a gentle wife, a slightly mischievous daughter. Nobody on that street had any idea that the refined husband ran every piece of intelligence that came into or out of this village. I'm back. Bag down, shoes off, inside. My adoptive father was on the floor cushion with a book, frowning at it like it was a mission report. The book was called How to Communicate with Your Daughter. The instant I stepped into the room, the top intelligence officer of this village performed the single fastest technique I had ever seen him do. The book went under the cushion. The newspaper came off the table. By the time I was fully through the doorway, he was reading about crop prices with the calm of a man who had been reading about crop prices for an hour. My adoptive mother, Miyamoto Ayumi, was making dinner. I changed and went to help. We ate in silence because there's an old rule in this house about not speaking during meals, and because, and this is the part that book was not going to fix, my father and I had nothing to say to each other. That wasn't me. That wasn't the butterfly effect of a stranger wearing his daughter's face. Those 2 had been bad at this before I ever arrived. He'd open his mouth. He'd want to ask about her day, and then he wouldn't know how, and he'd close it. The Nara have the same disease. Renzo is the most celebrated strategist in the country, and he communicates with his own son almost exclusively through a board game. At least they have the board game. Normally, this is where I'd say, I'm going to study, or I'm going to work on my chakra, and go to my room, and he'd say something encouraging to the door, and that would be the day. Tonight I stayed, because tonight I had a 7 in ninjutsu, and a 7 in ninjutsu is a jonin's understanding, and it was burning a hole in my head. I said. He looked up so fast he nearly took his own neck off. Then, with immense discipline, he arranged his face into something mild and encouraging. I scratched my head. So, I sparred with Yui today, the Hyuga heir. Her taijutsu is incredible. It's a family thing, right? Do we have something like that? The Yamanaka do not have a martial tradition. Let me be clear about this. If you asked my father, a man who irons things, to shout the name of a spinning kick, the entire world would fall apart. But we have a technique. Every child of that clan knows we have a technique, and every child of that clan knows you don't get it until you're older. I wanted it now. 4 exchanges with Yui had shown me exactly what my problem was. High numbers, no skills. A card with nothing on it. And in the timeline I remembered, the girl who wore this body before me had waited. She'd started this later than she should have, and by the Chunin exams she was fighting Suzuki Ami to an exhausted draw, and Ami at that point could not do anything. My father was quiet for a second. He was surprised. I could see him being surprised. He knew this daughter was talented, and he knew this daughter was allergic to effort. You can smack a boy or starve him for a day when he slacks off, but that's not convenient with a girl, and he'd been quietly worried about it for years. And now she'd asked, on her own, for the first time in her life. I watched him decide he understood. Girls compete with each other. The Hyuga girl's learning her family's art, so mine won't be outdone. Completely normal. He is the head of intelligence for an entire nation. He knows Yui's exact skill level. He wasn't worried about that at all. Our family isn't known for taijutsu, he said carefully. We specialize in secret techniques, hidden ninjutsu. Beating the Hyuga girl won't be difficult for you, but it will take time, and it will hurt. Can you endure? Then he did something that made me want to put my head through the table. Your willingness to learn shows you've really grown up, and Dad is very pleased. But I have to remind you, no, warn you? No, that's not right either. Well, let me make one thing clear beforehand. The difficulty and the danger of our family technique are much higher than ordinary taijutsu or ninjutsu. Do you hear that? Do you hear a man promising his 12-year-old daughter pain and death as an opening pitch? The Nara and the Akimichi have secret techniques too, he added, but theirs are relatively simple and not as effective as ours. He wasn't insulting his oldest friends. Pig, deer, butterfly, the Yamanaka have held the top slot in that alliance for a very long time, and he saw no reason to pretend otherwise. The Akimichi charge, the Nara trap, and the Yamanaka finish. That's the formation that dominated the ninja world. The family technique requires enormous willpower and patience and a persistent heart. You may need 3 to 5 years. May, are you ready? My mother cleared the dishes without a word and did not participate, and I sat there thinking, you cheap old man, could you not lie? Could you not make one single empty promise? Do you understand that this exact speech is why the girl who lived here before me never started? Children don't know what's important. Fine, but you're the adult. You knew. You just indulged her. 3 to 5 years to master a family technique? I asked. He nodded. He didn't speak. He just nodded, which sounded insane because I knew what the mind-body switch was. It's rated C rank. C rank is a mid-level ninjutsu. 3 to 5 years for a C rank? If I spent 5 years on that, I'd be finished. I had, and I did this arithmetic in about a second and a half, with my face perfectly still, roughly 5 years before things in this world got very bad. 5 years. And he wanted all of them for one technique that, in the version of events I knew, was mostly used to stun somebody for 2 seconds. Then I ran his sentence back twice and realized I'd misheard him. He's a man of very few words, and he does not construct them well. He hadn't said the mind-body switch. He'd said the family technique. All of it. The whole ladder. I want to learn. His head came up. I nodded hard, and then, to sell it, muttered at the floor, I have to beat Yui. My mother pushed open the door and left, quickly, and the two of us sat down cross-legged on the floor of that room. Our family technique is called the mind-body switch, he said. The village rates it C rank, a genuine Chunin-level ninjutsu. But, he paused, they don't know that assessment is wrong. The mind-body switch is the beginning of every secret technique the Yamanaka have. Its difficulty can't be covered by a C. I nodded, and privately I suspected the truth was simpler than that. I suspect one of my ancestors walked into the village registry, wrote down the name of the technique, wrote C next to it, and went home. There are derivative techniques I won't discuss today. I'll talk about the main line. It starts at the mind-body switch, and it has 4 stages. He stopped. My talent and my capacity are insufficient. I am dull-witted and weak-willed. I reached the 2nd stage. He said it flatly, the way you'd read a weather report. He was 38 years old, and he had spent his life on this and reached step 2 of 4, and he told his daughter that in the tone of a man listing an ingredient. Use your senses on me, he said. Let me see the strength of your mind. I closed my eyes and made the seal, and reached. Perception, he grunted. 2 souls had fused in this head. Whatever that did, it did it to the part that matters here, and I felt it hit him like a wave hitting a wall. Not enough. More. Push harder. You can't hurt me yet. Harder. Is that all? You'll never beat the Hyuga girl like that. More! And I wanted on record that I had used Yui as a lie to get this conversation started, and now poor Yui was being dragged out and hit with a stick every 8 seconds to motivate me. So I gritted my teeth, and I stopped imagining Yui, and I imagined something considerably worse, and I pulled everything I had out of the bottom of myself and threw it at my father's mind like a tide. He said nothing. Inside, he was reeling, because mental strength is the one attribute in this world that you basically cannot train. There is no method, there's no drill. You're born with what you're born with, and his daughter had just come at him with more raw volume than he had. Quality? No, not close. Control? None whatsoever. It was loose, shallow, and unshaped, a flood with no riverbed. But volume. Miyamoto Akira clenched his fist under the table and was, for about 4 seconds, the happiest man in the land of fire. Because you have to understand where the Yamanaka sat in that alliance. Pig, deer, butterfly, in that order, and that order is not the order of power. The Akamichi look like honest fat men and are not. Their 4th-generation head was a student of the 2nd Hokage, a war hero, and if he hadn't died in the Nine Tails attack, he'd be sitting on the village council right now. And the deer are stronger still. Nara Renzo is the head of the Jonin Corps, advisor to the Hokage, and when this village chose its 4th and then put its 3rd back in the chair, Renzo's vote counted the same as the elders, and the pig had been coasting for a very long time. Said my father in a tone of profound boredom. Not bad. It just barely meets the prerequisites. We'll start today. Barely. He'd taught Genin before. He knew better than to let a student get high on herself at the door. I sat up straight with my hands on my knees. He held up one finger. The mind-body switch is a secret ninjutsu that uses the caster's mind to seize and occupy the target's body. If it lands, the fight is over immediately. It has advantages. It also has 3 problems. 1. It requires a hand seal that is not one of the standard 12. 2. While you are in that body, if that body is damaged, you are damaged. 3. The range is extremely short. Then, worried he'd scared me off, he changed gears without shame. Of course, that's only the first stage. Once you reach the 3rd, none of those problems exist. He coughed. Let's begin with focus. He'd been ready for this for years. He unsealed a scroll he carried on his person and took out 5 cards. The cards were covered in lines. That's all. Irregular lines, no pattern, nothing written on them that I could see. And I glanced at the first one, and something in my chest tried to climb out through my throat. There was nothing supernatural about them. They were lines. I knew they were lines. My body just didn't agree. The Mei Shikacho Alliance is 200 years old, my father said, and there was open pride in it now. But the Yamanaka go back to the age of Ninshu, before the Warring States. Konoha is impressive. This village is 60 years old. The Senju were great. The Uchiha were great. They aren't here. We're here. Only the ones who survive to the end get the last word. He laid the 5 cards out in order, and I saw the problem immediately. The first one bothered me the least. The last one bothered me the most. Without training, a ninja's mind is loose and weak. To break an enemy's mental defenses, yours needs penetration. Look at these in order. If you can clearly see the image and the character at the center of each card, you pass. Then he handed me a bowl of cold ointment. Temples. Then remember what I tell you. I put it on. 2 seconds later, something in my skull went quiet. Most of the noise in my head simply stopped, like a room emptying. And he spoke a mantra, softly, and it sounded like nothing. It sounded like a man reciting a shopping list in an old dialect. But with the ointment, and with my head that empty, it felt like something that had never been physical was gathering behind my eyes. I didn't understand a word of it. He never explained it, and I still got something out of it, and I couldn't tell you what. I picked up the first card. Countless lines, intricate and simple at the same time, converged. At first glance, they seemed to be rotating. They weren't. That was my eyes giving up. But my head was clean. No blame shifting, no smashed windows, no accounting, just the center of the card. It's the character for enlightenment. He nodded. Next. The first 4 were manageable. The 5th nearly ended me. I squinted at it and wished, sincerely, for a pair of Byakugan. I stared into the center, and the harder I focused, the blurrier it got, and I could feel my mind burning off like fuel. 30 seconds in, my temples started to ache. That's what it feels like when you overdraw. That's your brain filing a complaint. Don't fix on one point, he said quietly. When the image turns, don't resist. Let it move. 5 minutes. 5 minutes of chanting that mantra in my head to keep the boiling down. My vision was going gray at the edges. The medicine was wearing off. My mind was scraping the bottom of the tank, and my body was about half a second from switching itself off. I see it, I said. It's God. I wiped the sweat off my forehead, and my hand came away wet to the wrist. My father laughed out loud. He was, at that moment, satisfied, and I only found out later why. When he did this test, it took him a month and a half. He failed 3 times, and each failure cost him 10 days flat on his back recovering. On the 4th attempt, he cut 7 or 8 wounds into his own arms to stay conscious, and he passed by luck. And he'd watched me struggle just now and known, because he is a specialist and this is his actual profession, that the boiling and the exhaustion were my brain protecting itself. I hadn't hit my limit. I'd hit the safety rail. I sat there breathing and thinking, I had this wrong. I'd assumed the Yamanaka technique was ninjutsu, so I'd put my point into ninjutsu, but the first gate of it has nothing to do with ninjutsu or with any of the 8 ninja attributes. It's a test of mind and soul. The longer I sat with it, the stranger it got. Every other clan in this village practices martial arts. Mine practices something that feels a lot more like ascension. 10 minutes rest, then step 2. Okay, sweat down my neck. Didn't bother wiping it. Sat cross-legged and meditated to get my head back. And I thought I knew what was coming. Obviously, step 2 was going to exploit my depleted state for some brutal high-intensity conditioning. Standard. Every training arc does this. 10 minutes later, my father came back into the room carrying a stack of books over a meter high and put them down in front of me. I flipped one open. The contents were dense, archaic, and in places used characters I did not recognize. What is this? Read them, he said. Read quietly. Concentrate. Don't sleep tonight. Finish these. I looked at the stack and then at him, and the answer arrived. The books don't matter. Nothing in those books matters. The point is that I sit still. Fine. I have an adult's mind and an adult's self-control. Reading through the night is a Tuesday. I sat down at the desk, took the top book, and started at page 1. And my father sat down 1 meter behind me and watched. Then my mother came in and poured water for both of us and tugged his sleeve, let her read in peace, and he shook his head gently. No. Resisting distraction is part of it. So instead of leaving, he pulled his wife down next to him, and the two of them sat behind their daughter's chair and watched her read. There's a story that the great Uchiha Madara couldn't relieve himself if somebody was standing behind him. I sympathize with Madara. 2 grown adults, sitting in complete silence a meter behind my back, radiating parental attention like a stove. The medicine had fully worn off. My head hurt. My eyes hurt. And I kept reading, and after a while the discomfort stopped being something happening to me and became furniture. The only sound in that room, all night, was a girl turning pages. He'd have sat there till dawn. He was, I found out later, hoping she would. The next morning, Miyamoto Akira went to the weekly Jonin meeting without having slept, glowing like a lamp. The 3rd Hokage was doing the part of the meeting where he summarizes the week, which is the part where he lists his personal opinions. I know you're all busy, so I'll only say a few words. Every Jonin in that room recognized the opening. I hope the Jonin Corps will strengthen the management of outsiders within the village, earnestly fulfill their responsibilities, enhance the supervision and screening of key groups, and achieve tangible results highlighting our crucial position within the Land of Fire. The old man is 69. He is called the strongest Hokage, which is debatable, and the oldest Hokage, which is not. He knew nobody wanted to hear this. He said it anyway, every week, because that's the job, and because while he said it, he watched their faces. Power Genzo was sitting bolt upright with his eyes completely vacant. Kenjiro was reading a novel. Takeshi, the old man's own son, was holding hands with Yumi under the table. And then the 3rd Hokage's eye caught Miyamoto Akira, and he lost his place. The intelligence chief, the quietest, most refined man in the room. Beaming. What's he so happy about? Has he found some profound truth about life in my speech? Young man, you're perceptive. Good. The old man was in such a good mood that his usual 30-minute talk ran 45, and Kenjiro had to take a second novel out of his pouch. Nara Renzo noticed too. 200 IQ, head of the Jonin Corps, sitting there scrutinizing his oldest friend and thinking, did he get something out of that? Was there information buried in the platitudes? Really? Why can't I hear it? Afterwards, he asked directly, why are you so happy? And my father had no intention of hiding anything. Holding it in was physically painful. Also, he and Renzo have been competing since they were 7. They competed as students. They competed for Chunin. They competed in the war, at their weddings, and at the births of their children, and those children were born 1 day apart, specifically so it could be argued about while drinking. So my father said, with visible distress, I started teaching May the family technique yesterday. Heavy sigh. This kid is really, so restless. No willpower. You know our mind-body switch, right? I know. I remember it being hard to get into. Ours takes 3 gates to master. May's talent is a bit lacking. It took her all night just to pass the first 2. He shook his head at the floor. I'm afraid of what I'll say to the Yamanaka ancestors when I meet them. What am I supposed to tell them? Conditions have never been better, and my daughter just doesn't know how to work hard. It's worrying me to death. Renzo stood there. You came to me with this first thing in the morning, he thought. This is who you are, Miyamoto Akira. 2 gates in 1 night is low qualification? When you learned the mind-body switch, it took you 2 or 3 months. I remember your father hanging you from the rafters and whipping you about it. The 3 families know each other inside out. They don't know each other's medicines or mantras or steps. Those never leave the house. But they all know exactly how hard everyone else's technique is. The Akimichi's is the easiest. Spend money, eat well, convert fat and chakra, expand. Low barrier. The Nara's has a real threshold. Intelligence, comprehension, persistence, all required. And the Yamanaka's is the hardest, and it is dangerous from the first lesson. During a mind-body switch, a slight mistake leaves you a vegetable, and that's the good outcome. So, Nara Renzo, chief strategist of Konoha, stood in a hallway and got hit by a wave of urgency. He is not the kind of man who says one thing and does another. I was planning to let Ren enjoy himself a bit longer, he said. Since Mei's working so hard, it seems I need to push my kid too. You're busy. I'll go and check on things at the school. And the strategist walked straight out of the Hokage building and headed for the Ninja Academy. My father stood in that hallway, feeling comfort radiate from him in every direction. Beautiful. 1 down. There was still a 3rd old friend. He waited in front of the building. Tanaka Kenzo came out, 1 meter 80, 120 kilos, and Akira chatted about nothing for a minute and then repeated, word for word, the bit about his low-achieving daughter with no willpower. Kenzo is not Renzo. Kenzo's face is mostly cheeks, and his eyes are mostly slits. It took 2 full rounds of the humble brag before he understood. Then he congratulated my father warmly, smiled, and left the building, heading, it should be noted, in the direction of the Ninja Academy. And my father stayed exactly where he was, watching the jonin filter out one by one. Kenjiro? Destined to be single, doesn't understand the bond between a parent and a child. Nothing to say to him. Let it go. Power? Genzo? A muscle with a haircut. That man probably doesn't know what a woman is. Move on. Takashi and Yumi? No. 2 in love. They can't understand the anxiety of a parent. Let them be. And then the head of the Hyuga clan walked out. My father went straight over. It's you. Within half a day, the story of Mei and Yui sparring at school, and Mei going home afterward, chastened to train, had gone through the entire Jonin Corps. The story had everything: time, place, people, cause, process, result, multiple eyewitnesses. Nobody could find a hole in it, and a great many Jonin approved. Hard work is a valuable quality in any profession, and this one is no exception. These are men and women who have been married for years and established for years, and comparing children is their favorite indoor sport. They used my name as a springboard and started reminiscing about how hard they'd worked at that age, and how today's kids don't know how good they have it. And the conversation got so loud that it reached the Hokage. The 3rd Hokage heard the whole story, wrote the words, "Avoid arrogance" in his own hand, and had an Anbiyu deliver it to Yui. I want you to sit with that. A child sparred with a friend, and the leader of the country sent her a note. Meanwhile, for reasons nobody could explain, Kato Haruki wrote, "Strive to catch up on the spot," and had a root operative deliver it to me. Which is very funny because, and this is a thing my clan does not advertise, the Yamanaka are Haruki's faction. Our clan has a Jonin who is his right hand. My father's intelligence division has more quiet connections to Root than anyone outside this house knows about. We were on the same side the whole time. That's why, in the story I remembered, when Haruki eventually died, most of Root walked over to the Yamanaka and kept working. So now I had calligraphy from both of them. I was asleep at the time. Renzo got to the school first. Mei hadn't come in that day. Miyamoto Ayumi had phoned in a special training day ahead of the graduation exams, which is a sentence that will become funny in about 90 seconds. He found his son on the roof, with Kenji, who was always there. Kenji was eating. Ren was lying on his back with his hands behind his head, watching clouds. Renzo coughed. He also has a communication problem with his son. Both of them are too intelligent, and neither of them can start a sentence. So after a moment's thought, he said, "Since you're skipping class anyway, come home and learn the family technique." It was not phrased as an option. Ren glanced sideways. I thought we agreed that was after graduation. That was the plan, but the Yamanaka girl has started hers. Akira says she's moving fast. You're a smart kid, you can guess what I'm thinking. Ren was quiet for several seconds, staring at the horizon. Women, he said, are such a pain. I just wanted to enjoy the last 6 months of my life. Why is that difficult? Ugh. But he got up, because he'd already done the whole calculation. He knew perfectly well that the three families fight as one and compete as three, and that if he faltered here, it would set off consequences he could not fully predict. Alliances support each other. They also push each other. Akira's little performance that morning had been, among other things, a notification. "Let's go, Dad," hands in pockets. Then, quietly, to Kenji, "If nothing unexpected happens, I won't be in tomorrow. Your good days," he almost smiled, "are over. See you in a few. Women are such a pain." "Oh, bye," said Kenji, holding his snack bag. And then Kenji was alone on the roof. He is not stupid. He looks slow, and he is enormously slow to speak, but he understood roughly why both of his friends had just been removed, and he understood that he was not going to be allowed to stay out of it. He finished his snacks. He walked home by himself, and he ran into his father at the school gate. Kenji didn't have Ren's brain, and he was 12, and there were plenty of things he only had a vague shape of, so he asked directly, "Is the village going to war again? Why is Ren forcing himself to do something he doesn't like?" Kenzo put a hand the size of a dinner plate on his son's head. "No," he said gently. "It's not your turn for a battlefield yet, son. But remember this, you are a ninja, so you must make some sacrifices. Mei and Ren have made their choices. You'll follow. That is what you were born into." Then he walked his son back into the school, invented a reason for the absence, and took him home to train. By evening, the Hyuga clan head had summoned his daughter back from school. "Stop fooling around at school and come home and train. Haven't you heard? The Yamanaka girl went home to train because you discouraged her. She's itching to beat you. Don't you know your own level?" "Huh?" said Yui. The poor child had now received the story after it had passed through 7 or 8 jonin, each of whom had improved it. "I did spar with Mei a few times," she thought. "It was friendly. She even touched me a couple of times while she was at it. It wasn't like that, was it? She's going home to train hard over that? That Mei girl, 3 months older than me, is so petty." "Several clan children have been recalled by their elders because of this," her father said sternly. "The Hokage and the village advisors have taken notice. You are the source of the entire mess. The details don't matter. Listen carefully. I have exactly one requirement. Keep training. Train until you can suppress all of them. I'm recalling Hiroki to train with you." Yui nodded like a quail and did not resist. For the record, Ami Daisuke was in an excellent mood. In his private assessment, I was useless. His daughter could handle me not because she was strong, but because I was weak. What martial tradition do the Yamanaka have? A collection of oddities. May Shikacho outrank the Hyuga? Please. I simply haven't found the opportunity yet. When I do, I'll slap them into the ground. And Miyamoto Akira thinks he's impressive for training all night with his daughter. I don't intend to sleep for 3 days. He recalled Hiroki, who was already a genin, put the two of them in the courtyard, and coached from the side. 3 days first, he decided, then we'll see. After the Hyuga, the Inuzuka recalled Haruto. After the Inuzuka, the Aburame, the quietest clan in the village, the ones nobody remembers exist, recalled Itsuki. All 6 clan children were pulled out of school. Ryuichi-sensei counted his classroom the next morning and found 6 seats empty out of 27. Nearly a quarter of his class, gone overnight, and he could not question a single one of them. He is a chunin. He is an orphan. He does not have the standing to confront 6 ninja clans. He accepted it. What else was he going to do? The situation kept escalating, and eventually even the 3rd Hokage couldn't sit still. His son is grown, but he has a grandson. He immediately ordered the boy's tutor to push Taro into serious foundation work, and that same night, under cover of dark, Haruki quietly handed a C-rank Genjutsu scroll and 2 B-rank wind release scrolls to a chunin who guards the village gate, the gate guard. An entire village's power structure had begun sprinting because one man bragged about his daughter in a hallway. And I was in my room, reading, with absolutely no idea any of it was happening, because the purpose of the reading is not to learn. The purpose is to make the inside of your head go quiet. I have enough self-discipline and a functional way of thinking, and in this one specific respect, a 200 IQ 12-year-old cannot compete with me. A child is a child. A high IQ child is still a child. Playful, lazy, weak-willed, that's the norm, and it's not a flaw. The willpower of somebody who used to sit in traffic doesn't match a ninja who is killed on a battlefield, but it comfortably beats a kid raised in peacetime. After a night and a day of reading, my mental strength had barely moved. The noise, though, the noise was gone. There was almost nothing left in me that fidgeted. To go lower than that, I think I'd have had to enter a monastery. For the Yamanaka technique, that was enough. My father actually thought I was moving too fast and wished I'd steady down. I finished the stack the following afternoon, and while 6 ninja clans tore into each other across the village, I sat in my room quietly circulating chakra through my meridians, trying to get the extraction speed up, because the wider your channels, the faster you draw, and in a fight between 2 ninja of equal skill, half a second decides everything. Huh? What? I stopped mid-circulation. The pot on my panel was filling. Fast. In under a minute, it had condensed a bead. I sat there, baffled. Where is this coming from? Ami? Did something happen on the Ami side? That can't be it. That's a small operation. It can't have escalated. It wasn't until dinner that I learned what had happened in the village that day. Ren dragged home by his father. Kenji dragged home by his. Every clan child in my year pulled out and put on a training floor. I thought about their faces and sighed. Poor Yui. Most of this is going to land on her. Maybe I should buy her a nice meal. Meanwhile, my father had 2 glasses of wine and gave my mother a detailed animated reenactment of his entire day, with special attention to the expression on Renzo's face. My mother smiled and said very little. I listened from the next room for about 2 minutes and had to press my lips together. If this continues, I thought, my daughter isn't very talented, is going to enter the canon of great humblebrags in this village, right alongside Kaito's I'm not good at talking, Ren's I just want to marry an ordinary-looking wife, and the 4th Hokage's I'm not good at sage mode. The man had discovered a drug. And the horrible truth is that I was going to keep him supplied, because there is no version of this where I'm ever going to give that man a real father-daughter relationship. I can't. I'm not his daughter. What I can do is make sure he never stops being proud. No question. Add points. I went to drop the bead into ninjutsu again, and the panel stopped me. 1 bead moves a 7 to an 8? No. 2 beads. 8 to 9. 3 beads. It didn't show me 9 to 10, but I could do the pattern, and I could also feel that there'd be conditions attached. That's a problem. Because up to that point, my strategy had been beautifully simple. Dump everything into one attribute, take it to 10, move to the next. Spreading points evenly is the classic beginner's grave. Now the curve had teeth, and I had to think again. I held the bead, 2 days off school, reading and resting. And then, late on the second night, when the village had gone quiet and everyone was asleep except the patrols, my father took me into the backyard. Because the Yamanaka don't train during the day, we train at night. I had no objection. Evening it is. He explained the seal sequence for the mind-body switch in detail, and then he dragged a large rock into the middle of the yard. Sense this rock, then form the seal. The old Mei would have complained bitterly about what there is to sense in a broken rock. I closed my eyes and found it. Then I made the seal, and it is genuinely strange, that seal. Arms out, thumbs touching, index and middle fingers overlapped, ring and little fingers raised into a heart shape. I mixed spiritual and physical energy at 9 to 1 and pushed it into the rock. And the rock was empty. Not solid, empty. There was nothing in there for me to occupy, nothing to hold my chakra, and it circled around inside the stone and came back, guided by instinct alone. I opened my eyes after the sickness passed. What did you see? I thought about it seriously. Energy, I said. Energy that's everywhere in nature. Which surprised me on 2 levels. First, that I could see it. Second, that the Yamanaka have apparently known about natural energy this whole time, quietly, without telling anybody. And second, the stuff was wrong. I'd expected something serene, something you'd meditate into. What I felt out there was manic, frantic, roiling. If I had to guess, I'd say this world has been killing itself for so long that the energy has soured, and anything that absorbed it raw would go insane inside a minute. How do you feel about them? My father asked. Mixed. And do dangerous? He nodded. Nature is full of energies, and all of them are dangerous. When you switch, pay attention to distance. Sense them in advance. Avoid them. I took that to heart because I was practicing the mind-body switch, not sage mode, and a 12-year-old wading into natural energy is a child playing in a chemical plant. For the first half of that night, I wrestled with a rock. The Yamanaka technique has one word running through it from beginning to end, and the word is danger. Entering the realm of the mind is dangerous. Projecting outward is dangerous. Coming back is dangerous. The saving grace is that after the entrance, the rest of it is chakra, and chakra is the most forgiving substance in this world. My ninjutsu was at 7, a jonin's understanding, and every difficult part of that technique had been explained in detail by people who had already broken themselves on it. Second half of the night, the last step. Ninpo, mind-body switch. I aimed at a deer my father had brought over from the Nara. Deer, the most intelligent, most gentle animal available. They are also, by the way, the animal my best friend's family raises for medicine, which is a detail I choose not to dwell on. My mind went into that deer's inner world through the technique, and my vision turned red, and my brain started boiling again. There was a moment of pure panic, and then it passed, because I'd read the notes of everyone who came before me, and I knew that boiling was normal. The secret technique is an awl. It punches straight into the inner world of the target. And in an instant, I took the deer's place. I moved. Slightly. Just a shift of weight from my body into an animal's body. Two things hit me immediately. The body was stiff, not the deer's fault, mine, the way a rented car is stiff. And it was burning chakra every single second just to keep my personality inside it. If I couldn't get back in time, the chakra would run out. And then my consciousness would begin to wear away and be absorbed by the deer. That's the part they don't put in the C-rank description. I held it for 30 seconds. When the chakra was nearly gone, I released, and instinct pulled me home. Drink this, quickly. My mother was already there with a bowl of medicine so dark it looked like it had opinions. First use of the family technique. I didn't need to be told twice. I pinched my nose and got it down. 2 minutes later, the sickness cleared and I stood up. And I understood why nobody has ever stolen this from us. The medicine, the mantras, the notes of 100 dead ancestors, plus a living relative who's already done it. If I were captured tomorrow and gave up the hand seals under interrogation, it would do the enemy no good at all. There are a lot of people in this world who remember what the Sharingan and Byakugan look like. Almost nobody remembers the Yamanaka. From the warring states to now, the Senju are gone and the Uchiha are gone, and the small clans, the Yamanaka, the Nara, are still here. There's a whole philosophy of survival in that, and it isn't a flattering one. Dad, I think I've got the hang of it? Yes, your speed is faster than I expected. When can I start the second stage? He was, briefly, speechless. Because I did not want to be a girl who can seize a man's body for 2 seconds. 2 seconds is impressive sounding and changes nothing in a real fight. I wanted the whole ladder. He recovered. By the current classification, the second stage is a B-rank secret technique, the mind-body disturbance. The core of it is to reduce the mental investment, retain your own mobility, and manipulate, influence, and disrupt the enemy's mind to achieve limited control. 2 days of teaching had loosened him up considerably. Talking to me had stopped being an ordeal and started being a subject, and my father is good at subjects. The switch is the foundation, and it needs external support. The disturbance is the advanced form. You can work on that yourself now. Dad, I could not hold it in. What exactly is the third stage? He'd been keeping me in suspense on purpose for 2 days, and I was not going to sleep. He considered his words carefully, and then, because I'd finished the switch, and that made me the undisputed heir, he told me. The switch takes the enemy's body, which puts you in enormous danger. The disturbance uses your mind to influence the enemy and control parts of them, while you keep your own mobility, much safer. Then his voice changed. I failed the third stage. So did many of my predecessors, across several centuries. The family calls it the mind disturbance. God? I said, because that's the character that was in it. He nodded slightly. That's right. It's similar to the second stage, but instead of a body, you use your mind to work on the spirit of a god. You make that god your friend, a true friend, a close friend. He said the word friend 3 times, and each time it got worse. The body disturbance lasts moments. The mind disturbance lasts a very, very long time. And then comes the fourth stage. He paused, and I swear he savored it. Using our technique, we destroy that friend and replace them. We abandon our original body, and we become the god. I sat there. Cultivate a good friend. Invest everything in them. Then kill them with your own hands. Do you know what that sounds like? That sounds exactly like the Uchiha. That is, more or less precisely, the shape of how an Uchiha awakens the higher form of their eyes. Intense emotional destruction converted into raw spiritual power. Two different clans, same horrible nath. Is there not a gentler option, anywhere, at all? And on top of that, the second stage controls a person for seconds. The third permanently rewrites a god. That's not a step, that's a canyon. There should be 4 more stages in between. Also, what god? Does this world have gods? I could name a death god, a lord of the underworld, and something described only as the evil god, and I'd assumed all 3 were folklore. My father seemed to guess some of it. The first head of our clan built the foundation of the switch, he said. The third head reached the 3rd stage. He controlled a god. He intended to replace that god and use its power to lead our clan out of this world of war. He looked at the floor of his own yard. Something unexpected happened, and now there are no gods left in the world to see. The sun came up while we were talking. I went back to my room and I did not sleep, because there were stories in that conversation that were not in any version of events I knew, and I wanted the books. The clan histories mostly agreed with him. The third head of the Yamanaka lived in the worst part of the warring states, and was genuinely, specifically frightened for his wife, for his children, and built the 4th stage out of that fear. And then I turned a page and said a word I will not repeat. Because the first head of the Yamanaka clan was from ninjutsu. Ninjutsu didn't have that name yet. The first head of my family was a mountain bandit. He went down the mountain to rob a traveler, and the traveler was the sage of 6 paths, and my ancestor was so moved by the conversation that he became a follower. And later, the third head led our clan in the succession war between Arav and Deva, openly, on Deva's side. I sat on my bed at dawn holding a family record and had to physically stop and breathe. I had assumed the Yamanaka were a minor clan, a support family, flower shop with a side business in interrogation. The first head built a bridge with the sage of 6 paths. The third head dug a well with Deva. In terms of the previous world, that's climbing snow mountains and crossing the grasslands. That's the founding myth. That's the room where it happened. And the basic knowledge of the mind-body switch was taught by the sage himself to my ancestor for the purpose of improving communication between human beings. It isn't ninjutsu at all. It never was. No wonder, I said out loud, to nobody. I had spent 4 months feeling like our family technique didn't fit into this world's ninjutsu, and now I knew why. It predates it. I read faster after that. I went through the warring states the way you go through the last third of a book. 5-year-olds on battlefields, 3 of the first Hokage's 4 younger brothers dead, all 4 of Madara's brothers dead, and that was the end of that era, when everyone was too exhausted to keep fighting. The early part was worse, and the notes of my own ancestors were full of killing and hatred all the way down. Kazuki and Madara wanted to end the world's chaos. My third ancestor, living a generation before them, just wanted out. So he took his people and a strange living thing the records call the flower goddess and hid in a valley, and he began the ritual for the 4th stage. And before it was finished, the flower goddess, who was weak, the records are very clear about this, she was weak, was killed by an enemy. And the Yamanaka clan collapsed immediately. What a weak god, I muttered, and closed the book. The Yamanaka history is enormous, and I did not have 3 to 5 years to read it, so I skimmed. My father, delighted to have a subject, started volunteering anecdotes. And in order to maintain the persona of a 12-year-old girl who had not been replaced by an adult, I asked him questions like, how many girlfriends did the Sage of 6 Paths have? And, did the third head marry the flower goddess? And watched him develop a headache in real time. Read during the day, when yang energy is strong. Practice the switch at night, when yin is strongest. After about 10 more attempts on that extremely patient borrowed deer, I had it, and a change appeared on the pentagon on the right side of my panel. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, arranged around a ring split black and white. And the character for yin, which had been sitting under a haze since the day I arrived, had gone solid. I had acquired yin release, which meant something, because yin release is not one of the 5 basic natures. It's a step above them. It's the substrate that genjutsu is made of, and that the Nara's shadows are made of, and that the Yamanaka's entire art is made of. And more importantly, it's the thing that Sharingan is made of. This matters later, so bear with the detail. The Sharingan, and every terrible thing that grows out of it, is at bottom the ultimate expression of yin release. In essence, there is no difference between an Uchiha's eye and my clan's technique. Both are spiritual energy made from nothing. The difference is that the Uchiha carry the blood of something that came from outside this world, and we do not. Our ancestor was a bandit. He was a local. So no matter how far I push yin release, no matter how monstrous my mind gets, I will never grow those eyes. It isn't in the genes. I tested my nature with chakra paper and came back water. Fine, water it is. Having the affinity doesn't mean you can use it, by the way. Ryuichi sensei has fire and earth, and cannot produce either because he's never done the transformation training. Kaito's affinity is wind, and he will have to break himself in half to get anything out of it. So I made a decision that everybody around me thought was wrong. I decided to develop water on my own, by hand, with practice, and to spend my precious beads on yin release instead. The reasoning is simple. There is a mountain of accumulated knowledge on the 5 basic natures. Any clan can teach you. But there is almost nothing written about yin and yang, and what exists is locked inside the great families. I can't learn the Nara technique. There's no point in me chasing genjutsu. Yin release is the one place where a bead is irreplaceable. I dropped it in. The black and white character on my panel changed. It went 3-dimensional. The color turned silver, and if you looked closely, it shimmered. I made a face. Is this a ranking system? Silver, gold, platinum? But the effect landed the same second. My presence went cold. I could feel it change, the way a room changes when the heating dies. My sensory range doubled, and my mind went from a flood to a blade. My father watched me pick up the second stage at a speed he described later, and I'm quoting, as incredible. He had estimated 3 to 5 years for the first 2 stages. He revised it to about 3 months. He sat in his study that night and got quietly dizzy. A month later, I walked back into a school I hadn't seen in weeks. I could have kept training at home. The problem was resources. There were too many things I needed, and not enough of them in one house. So I had to go out and cause trouble. "Meipu, I heard you were sick?" Ami, in the doorway, in a tone I could not read at all. I took out the thermos my mother had backed, poured a cup of medicine thick enough to stand a spoon in, and drank it without looking at it. A month of yin release level 2, plus a mountain of expensive herbs, had pushed my spirit stat from 5 to 6. Half of that was the release. Half was the medicine. I'm told the medicine cost a lot of money. Everything I burped for 4 weeks tasted like a pharmacy. "I'm sick," I said. "Stay away from me." Ami examined me carefully, mostly my height. I'd been 2 centimeters taller than her before. I appeared to have gained more. And there was something else, and she couldn't name it, and it bothered her. I'd come back cold. There was a permanent low-grade sense of threat coming off me now, and she could feel it and didn't have a word for it. Taiga's face darkened somewhere in her imagination. Does he like the cold aloof type? Is that the strategy? Have I cracked her plan? "Meipu, I got first place last week, and Taiga-kun looked over at me several times," she announced, hands behind her back, chin up. Yes, you're very capable. Anything else? No? Then please leave quickly." She frowned. She looked like she wanted to say something. I shooed her off because I was busy. I knew everything they were teaching. Ren and Kenji weren't back yet, so I sat at my desk, ignored the room, easy a scroll. Not the family scrolls, obviously. Those don't leave the house. Water. I was reading my own elders on water nature transformation and thinking about a problem. Because the 3rd stage, the God one, has a requirement. I'd asked my father how strong my mind would need to be before I could go looking for a God to befriend. 10 times what you have now, he said, at minimum, and if the God is strong, more. 10 times, and there is no method in this world for raising your mind. That's the whole problem. The only Yamanaka answer is drinking a rotating menu of family medicines, and drug tolerance puts a ceiling on that. My panel is the only reason it's even conceivable. Every level of yin release hands me a slab of mind for free. Apart from that, the only known technique for a fast, enormous spiritual gain is the one both my clan and the Uchiha wrote down, in different centuries, in different words. Find someone. Invest everything real that you have in them. And when the feeling is at its peak, kill them with your own hands. Whatever I am, I'm not doing that. So I decided to keep adding beads until I ran out of things to add them to, and to go looking for another road later. Meanwhile, the practical problem. I needed a shape for my chakra as well as a nature. Nature change is refining iron ore into iron, and better ore into steel. Shape change is turning that iron into a rod, and a good rod into a knife. Which matters more? Both. Obviously both. There's a man in the mist who turns water into bubbles that explode. There's a gate guard here whose water comes out more like glue. Same nature, completely different craft. I needed to build my own water from the ground up because an innate affinity you've never developed is a blank page, and a blank page has never killed anybody. What I actually wanted was the shadow clone. Every experience, insight, and understanding a clone accumulates comes back to the original when it disperses. Every clone doubles your training day. It is, on paper, the single most broken technique available to a normal person, and it is a B rank, and it is sitting in my own family's vault. Because, and this is worth understanding about the Yamanaka, our job for generations has been to reach into an enemy's head and take what's in it. And while you're in there doing legitimate work, you might notice their ninjutsu, and their taijutsu, and their genjutsu. And afterwards you might write those down. That's reasonable. That's just being thorough. Konoha has no professional code of conduct about this and no confidentiality agreement. You can hand a copy of anything you find to the village and keep a copy for yourself, and nobody has ever objected. Over enough generations, the Yamanaka collection of ninjutsu is not describable. It is vast, and a lot of it belongs to the mist and the stone and the cloud. Nothing at the very top, but everything below it. We had the shadow clone. We had the multiple shadow clone. My father simply didn't want a 12-year-old splitting her chakra, and my spirit was only 6, so I let it go. For now. Word got out that I'd finished the family technique and come back, and within days Ren and Kenji reappeared. Everyone's story was identical. We mastered our clan technique. Whether that was true, nobody was going to check. Ren had gotten noticeably tanned. Kenji had lost weight. Haruto collapsed onto his desk the instant he entered the room like a dropped coat, and Itsuki's presence had somehow become even lower, which I had not thought possible. Mei, you should do your best too. Let's all work hard together. Yui appeared at my elbow, said that in one breath at approximately the volume of a moth, and immediately ran away. I sat there lost. What? What I did not know was that Ami Daisuke had spent 12 years thinking his eldest daughter was useless, and had just discovered that the Yamanaka heir was using her as a benchmark. He was, privately, delighted. His attitude toward his daughter had improved for the first time in years, and Yui is not stupid. She had used my name as a lever to increase her own training intensity, drop some of the more decorative etiquette requirements, and, critically, eat several more bowls of rice per meal. She was starving. She had been starving for years. As heir of the main house, every word and gesture was regulated, and the Hyuga specialty is a martial art that burns energy like a furnace. You want to tell me you can eat 18 bowls at one sitting? What kind of lady behaves like that? So Yui had come to say thank you, and to hope, quietly, that I would keep working hard so she could keep eating. I had no idea about any of this. All I saw was a girl fleeing. Don't run! Stop! And she stopped, which was interesting because I hadn't done anything. That's what a strong mind does, apparently. You don't need the technique. Your words just land a little heavier than they should on people who were already inclined to agree with you. She turned around, and I waved her over. What is it? I dropped my voice. I heard the third Hokage came to your house? What did he say to you? Oh, is that so? She looked relieved. As long as it isn't a duel, it's fine. That Mei girl really is so petty. My grandfathers told me not to be arrogant, she recited, to be humble, that everyone in the village is one family and we should live in harmony. She rambled. I listened very carefully and not to the content. Because what the old man said doesn't matter. What matters is that he went out of his way, personally, to talk to a 12-year-old. Do you think the Hokage of a nation chats with everyone? He doesn't have the time. He selects. There's a circle, and the way into it is to be either known or useful, and the way to stay is to be both. Yui had just been moved into known, and I had been moved into it too, from a different direction. She started to bow her way out. She'd decided my eyes were aggressive, like hooks, and that whatever I was planning was probably not good. She was correct. But I looked at her and thought, she took the blame for all of this, for all of it. That entire village-wide arms race landed on a girl who did nothing except spar with me one afternoon, and I got a bead out of it, and she got 3 extra days of drills. Look how thin she is. When did that child last eat meat? Is it rice balls at home? It's rice balls, isn't it? Japanese food, and I say this with love, is beautiful and it is small. I have first-hand experience. My mother's cooking is a work of art you have to eat with a straight back. Even I'm hungry and I meditate for a living. Yui gets up at 3 in the morning, and my father's success had put a great deal of pocket money in my hands. Don't go. Don't go. Dinner tonight? Amaguriyama. Yokan. My mom has a membership card. We get 10% off. Huh? This. That. Yokan. She clapped both hands over her mouth. And before she could even answer, a round face appeared at my left shoulder like a flying thunder god technique. Kenji, staring, lips pursed, eyes enormous. I scratched my head. So you're coming too. Fair warning, Amaguriyama doesn't do barbecue. Okay. He didn't care. He was not a picky man. Then Kenji fetched Ren. Then Haruto attached himself. And just before class started, I noticed Itsuki standing next to me. How long, nobody knows, and invited him, and he accepted happily. 6 of us again. The same 6, drawn back into the same circle without anyone deciding it. And on the other side of the room, watching all 6 of us take leave to go home and train, and then come back one by one and now make dinner plans, the only surviving son of the Uchiha clan was uncomfortable. I should describe what he was looking at from where he sat. 6 children with families. 6 children being personally taught by clan elders, with clan resources in clan houses. And him going home alone to a compound with nobody in it, to throw shuriken at a post. The Uchiha dominated this world for a long time and accumulated no small amount of wealth and knowledge. After the clan was wiped out, everything except what his parents personally owned was absorbed by the village under a series of extremely reasonable pretexts. He's not stupid. He knew safekeeping meant taken, and he knew it wasn't coming back. So he sat there, with envy and jealousy and hatred moving around behind a very flat face, and he did what he always does with a feeling, which is convert it into a target. He had to prove himself, which meant he had to beat somebody. He looked at Yui first. I was holding the hood of her jacket at the time. He dismissed her instantly. Not on strength, on bearing. What would beating that prove? Then, Mei Shikacho. Mei, a girl, ignore. Ren, lazy, ignore. Kenji, fat, looks stupid, ignore. Then Haruto, whose dog was currently lying on the desk drinking medicine because the arms race had destroyed him. The Inuzuka technique requires the dog. Taiga declined on the grounds that beating a man whose partner is sick would be shameful. Say what you like about that boy, he has rules. Then his eyes went over Itsuki and stopped and went back, and he frowned. Who is that? Is he in this class? None of the 6 were suitable. So he swept the room again, came back to the 3 of us, and arrived at his solution. He walked over. Fight me, said Kuroki Taiga. All 3 of you at once. Ren. Question mark, me. Question mark. Kenji continued eating with his head down. Ren and I looked at each other and answered simultaneously. Not interested. I concede. Kenji kept chewing. Taiga's fists closed. And then the situation became genuinely awkward because he had said the line and struck the pose and nobody had picked it up. He stood there in the middle of a classroom with nowhere to put it. Mori Itsuki, to his immense credit, stepped forward to volunteer. Nobody noticed. Not Taiga, not me, not even Yui, who was watching with visible anxiety. And then a voice went off inside my skull. Mei, fight this kid. Practicing ninjutsu isn't enough. You need real combat experience. My father. That's a derivative of the mind-body switch, by the way. Direct transmission into a target's mind with no equipment at all. I'd learned it existed a week earlier. I made the seal and swept the area. 7, 8 dense chakra signatures around the school. My father, Ren's father, Kenji's father, and several I didn't recognize. These are all Jonin. You people, all of you. Why are you at a primary school instead of at work? And that settled it, because I could not get out of this. Not with that many of them watching. A 12-year-old who declines a duel in front of the entire senior leadership of her village does not get offered good things later. Ninja need patience. They also need visible nerve. I was already known. Now I needed to be useful. And there is exactly one way to demonstrate useful. You beat somebody in public. I looked at Taiga. He had a white arm guard on his elbow, and it was, for reasons that had nothing to do with the fight, annoying to look at, because the girl who used to live in this body had a matching pair in her closet, saved for after graduation, so everybody would know that she and Taiga were a set. That, at least, was not going to happen. I stepped forward and pointed my thumb at my own chest. All 3 of us? That's a bit much. I smiled at him. How about this? I'll fight you. You think you can take me? He looked down his nose when he said it. Genuinely down his nose, at a girl the same height as him. That takes practice. I wasn't talking to Taiga. I have mastered one B-rank family secret technique and one C-rank family secret technique, I announced, at a volume calibrated for the tree line. I have developed both the nature and shape transformation of water release, and I have mastered one C-rank water technique and one D-rank water technique. Silence. Out in the trees. May learned water release too? Renzo murmured, somewhere I couldn't see. How long did that take? Understand what he was reacting to. A ninja's first nature is the easy one. The second is hard. After that, because the natures suppress each other, it gets exponentially worse. None of the three families bother. It costs too much time. During the war, there wasn't a spare hour. And after the war, there were wives and children and paperwork, and everybody would rather deepen their clan technique. In Renzo's view, I had put the cart in front of the horse. My father had, in fact, raised this with me. And then he'd noticed the speed I was moving at and stopped raising it. Ninja is a killing profession. Whether you kill with the 5 natures or with your family art, anything that kills is good ninjutsu. The Yamanaka technique is nearly worthless without teammates. Learning some control-heavy elemental work is not a mistake. Then he sighed and started again, in front of everyone. This child is too stubborn. She won't listen to a word. Nature transformation, shape transformation, water ninjutsu. Do you think those are easy? Half a month. I wasted half a month. If I'd had that time for the family technique, she's so disobedient, her aptitude is so poor, and her mind is so complicated. She just does whatever occurs to her. It's driving me insane. The jonin in the trees said nothing at all. Somewhere in there, Kenjiro felt several people glance at him for no reason he wanted to examine. Inside the classroom, Taiga sneered. Idiot. Ninjutsu is tested in real combat. Knowing more of them doesn't make you stronger. Even if you knew 1,000, it would take me half a minute. Ryuichi arrived at a run, saw a duel about to happen, dimly registered that the entire village leadership was hiding in the shrubbery, correctly concluded that he could not stop this, and did the only useful thing available to him, which was move it to the training field where there was space. No strikes to the eyes or the heart. If one side concedes, the other stops immediately. Understood? Understood. Wordy. 5 meters apart. School rules, right index and middle fingers up, thumb pinning the ring and little fingers. The confrontation seal. It means I acknowledge you as an opponent. Taiga made it without complaint. He's rude, not disrespectful. There's a difference, and he observes it. Begin. He flicked his wrist, and 3 shuriken went out in a triangle, left, center, right, before Ryuichi's mouth had closed. The boy deserves his due here, because I spent a lot of that fight being furious with him, and it would be dishonest to pretend he wasn't good. Taiga and Kaito are both extremely intelligent fighters. One does it with his head, and one does it with his spine, and the process doesn't matter, only the result. And Taiga had identified my weakness in about 1.5 seconds and gone straight at it. I have exceptional perception. I don't have the Sharingan, and I don't have the Byakugan, but I saw all 3 flight paths clearly. I also knew the format was rigged against me. 2 people standing 5 meters apart is not a fight I win. I didn't say anything. I just took it one move at a time. I gripped a kunai backwards, ignored the 2 going wide, and knocked the one going at my face out of the air. You lose. He crossed his arms and hooked his fingers, and the 2 I'd ignored came back. Steel wire. He'd threaded steel wire through the rings before he threw them, and now the pair I dismissed were curving in behind me from both sides. I twisted. I got one. The other one went into my back. Ah, Ino! Ami shrieked from the edge of the field. Then there was a soft thump, and a section of log fell over where I'd been standing, with a shuriken buried in it. Let's see how much chakra you've got left, Taiga said coolly. My voice came from a tree 8 meters to his right. That's it? If that's your output, I can do this all day. That was, honestly, about 70% bluff. We collided in midair a second later, both holding kunai, and the 70% became 90. He was stronger than me. I could not hold the center. I shifted my weight back and gave ground, and kept giving ground, trying to buy distance, and he did not let me have any. He came forward the entire time. Not aggressively, relentlessly. There's a difference. Aggression has gaps. That little, my father's voice out in the trees, tight. The Yamanaka are not built for close range. Our role is support and tactics. And this boy had a male 12-year-old strength advantage and had decided to use every gram of it. Don't worry, said Renzo, who is a good friend. May's calm. This kid has a plan. He was, in fact, wondering whether his own son could survive alone if you removed him from the formation. He believed Ren's brain would eventually turn it around. He suspected the intervening period would be ugly. My father knew perfectly well that his worry was contaminating his judgment, so he shut it off and watched. 10 more exchanges, and I had used the substitution technique twice more. Is dodging all you know? Where's the ninjutsu? And here's the thing I noticed at the time and have thought about since. He was enjoying himself. Most of his anger had drained out over the previous minute. If I had raised my hand at that moment, he would have stopped immediately and gone home satisfied. I kept my face still and kept watching the ground. Because we had fought all the way out of the school grounds by then, down the slope, and I had been herding this entire fight in one direction since the second exchange. Taiga, I said, today I'm going to teach you a lesson called the importance of terrain. Water release is the easiest nature to develop and the easiest to practice, and it has one glaring flaw. If there is no water in your battlefield, you have to make it out of chakra, and making it is expensive. I do not have the second Hokage's reserves. I cannot conjure an ocean. What I had was a small river that runs past the school, in a spot that features constantly in the memories of every child in that year group, and which I had picked out 4 days earlier. Chakra hit the water. My hands moved through the sequence. Water release. Hidden mist. The river came up into the air as a thin white fog and spread out over 100-meter radius, and I disappeared. The Jonin in the trees and the third Hokage, who had just arrived, reacted with total indifference. Everybody there knew the Yamanaka sit on a warehouse of stolen ninjutsu from the mist and the stone, and the hidden mist technique is a D rank that any genin in that country can do. The children reacted very differently. Because in this era, ninja do not write everything they know onto scrolls and carry those scrolls into combat so that enemies can loot the bodies and learn from them. Information does not move. Most civilian ninja graduate knowing 3 techniques: transformation, substitution, clone. That's it. That's the standard package. If you're talented, ANBU recruits you and you get 3 more. Beyond that, your options are the medical corps or code breaking or interrogation. And if you don't get into one of those, that is your career, permanently. Half the children watching had never heard the words hidden mist in their lives. Taiga certainly hadn't. He'd never seen it. He looked around, brows down, into a wall of white, and he had no idea where I was. Kaito, hands behind his head, asked Ami what was happening. Ami, who was scanning the fog trying to help Taiga by force of will, punched him and told him to shut up. Taiga has, at this point in his life, a large volume of female fans, and every single one of them was straining to spot me so they could shout a direction. In their internal narration, I had been promoted that afternoon to Demon King. Several of the clan kids were quietly working the problem. Haruto was murmuring to his dog, asking whether he could scent me through it. Itsuki was consulting the colony inside his own body. Both of them had a solution. Neither of them was in the fight. Yui activated her Byakugan and found me in about a second and a half and said nothing, and I love her for it. Taiga calmed down faster than I expected. He'd been braced for an immediate attack, and it hadn't come. And he'd correctly deduced that the technique blinds both sides. He couldn't see me, so presumably I couldn't see him. So he began moving, very lightly, one step at a time, toward the edge of the fog. Reasoning, if you can't escape it, at least don't stand still and be a target. Heh, said my father, out in the trees, delighted. This Uchiha boy is actually quite good. He's calm, and his approach is sound. Renzo, who knows his friend, immediately took the straight man role. Mei's good too. She's using terrain and ninjutsu well. With her sensing and the Yamanaka technique, victory's a foregone conclusion. My father waved both hands frantically. No, she's nowhere near it. This child's aptitude and willpower are both lacking. It worries me so much. And while the two of them performed that in the bushes, I was watching Taiga sneak toward the edge of my fog like a burglar. Because here is the flaw in Hidden Mist, and it's a real one. It blinds both sides. That's a genuine problem, not a stylish drawback. Even if you spot the enemy in there, ninja attacks are mostly weak. You can't land a killing blow through fog. And shouting a direction to your teammates tells the enemy exactly where you are. But a month earlier, sitting with a scroll, I'd noticed something. Hidden Mist and the Yamanaka pair perfectly. The fog blinds, sensing locates, telepathy tells your allies where to hit, and then they engage. I had no allies out there. I did, however, have the ability to deliver a killing blow personally. I leaned back against a tree, shifted my weight, raised my arms into that strange heart-shaped seal, and pointed myself at him. Ninja art. Mind-body switch. My body slumped against the bark like it had gone to sleep, and my will went out across that clearing like an arrow with no sound. Taiga felt something coming a half-second early. Good instincts. He shifted slightly, expecting a shuriken. If it had been the basic version, it would have missed. But my yin release was at level 2, and the technique had gotten flexible, and it turned in the air and hit him from the side. Bang. He described it later, once, and I'm going to use his words. His mind went blank, and then a powerful consciousness came into his head like a burglar, shoved him aside, and took control of his body. Is this the Yamanaka technique? He was 12. He prided himself on composure, and he lost it, and I don't blame him for that at all. Nothing prepares you for losing your own arms. He tried to fight back. He had no method to fight back with. He kept trying to calm himself, and there was nothing to be calm about. Get out. Get out of me. Ugly woman, get out. He was roaring at me from inside his own skull, and I was completely ignoring him because I was busy. I was looking at the Uchiha bloodline from the inside. I'd separated his mind off. He could only reach his physical energy at that point. But the yin release in that body was still everywhere, thick as syrup, and it was very well aged. I was looking for something specific, and I'll be honest about why. Because if I was ever going to make friends with a death god, I needed a reference sample for how much spiritual energy a non-human bloodline carries. What are you doing? Get out! He was starting genuinely to panic. Relax. Relax. I'm just curious whether your spiritual energy is really that strong. I did not mention the Sharingan because I was fairly sure that if I said the word, he would detonate on the spot. I searched for a long time and I couldn't find what I was looking for. There was potential in there. There was nothing usable. Stop shouting, I said. I'll give it back in a minute. You've got great potential and no idea how to use it. I'll come and check on you again when you're stronger. I made his body take 2 steps. The lag was terrible. My switch was still too low level and everything I did with his limbs came a beat late. Then I raised his right hand toward Ryuichi because the sensible thing to do was have Taiga publicly surrender, close the fight, and go home with the win. And the instant the hand went up, the fog thinned out completely, and 7 or 8 girls came across that field at a dead sprint. Ami got there first. Wow, Sasuke, you're amazing. You beat Meipu so badly. You're so cool. Taiga, that move was incredible. Taiga, I like you so much. Several of them got a grip on me. One took my arm, one took my hand. At peak load, that body had 5 fingers on one hand and 3 separate girls attached to them. Picture the specific horror of this. I was wearing a boy. I had a girl on my elbow. Another one was going for my other side. And Ami had entered a state I can only describe as protective livestock and was shoving the rest of them off with both arms. Ryuichi came over to end the duel because he'd been on a battlefield and something about the way Taiga was standing felt wrong to him. And Ami kicked Ryuichi away. Kaito stood with his hands on his head, mouth open, looking from his teacher lying in the dirt to Taiga being mobbed by half the class, and his face was doing something complicated. Ren, who knows exactly what my clan does, put both hands over his face and adopted the posture of a man who has never met me. And me, after the first wave of horror, I calmed down. What was I afraid of? What exactly was I afraid of here? Even if I did something outrageous, who takes the blame? And the moment I had that thought, the pot lit up. Something in that body woke up too. Taiga's chakra had been marinating in spiritual energy his whole life, and standing in it was making me, the only word is spirited. What are you going to do? He demanded, feeling the shift. You said you'd give it back. You win this round, I'll win the next. Release it. Don't worry, I said. You find these girls annoying too, right? I'll help you get rid of them, once and for all. You're welcome. Huh? This? For the record, Taiga's actual position on women is not hostile. It's closer to, women only slow down my sword draw. It isn't dislike, it's that he believes he doesn't need any. I decided this counted as consent. I pulled Ami in front of me. She'd been on my arm. She stopped mid-shove and looked up, confused about why Taiga had suddenly become proactive. I let my eyes flash, and I said, in the exact tone of a domineering corporate air, "Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Look up at me." Huh? I just... Steam came off her. Inside his own head, Kuroki Taiga was losing his mind. What are you doing? Is this what you call helping me? Ugh, you're going to drive me insane. Relax, relax. Didn't you hear those idiots calling me names? I'm helping. I had enough yin release to hold his resistance flat, so I did. Then I looked into Ami's face with my eyes practically sparkling and said, "The Uchiha clan only marries the smartest girl. Let's play a riddle. Guess correctly, and I'll allow you to take the Uchiha name." The steam intensified. Ami's brain, which is genuinely one of the sharpest in that year, went offline. Change my surname? Would my parents object? Isn't this a bit fast? She took 2 shy steps forward, and Taiga put his index and middle fingers together and gently tapped her on the forehead. Taiga Ni laughed with enormous confidence. "I've had my eye on you for a while, wide brow." Her shyness curdled slightly on the last 2 words. I also realized I might have overplayed it, and I did what I do. Inside his head, I turned to him with an expression of pure academic surprise. How strange. Why would I do that? Is that an instinctive reaction of your body? Or have you secretly recovered some control? Taiga was not going to explain the forehead poke to me. He was not going to explain who used to do that to him. Something heavy settled in his chest. Does my body still have instincts of its own? His thoughts sprinted around for a moment and came back with a cold snort. "You don't need to know." "Good job, young man," I nodded at him gravely. "You handled that very well." Outside, Taiga Ni reached out and gently touched Ami's long pink hair. The noise that came out of the rest of the fan club I can only compare to 300 ducks. They started fighting, actual fighting, hair pulling, face scratching, a full-scale brawl on the riverbank, while the entire senior leadership of the ninja village watched from the trees. I was laughing so hard inside that skull I nearly choked, and I did not bother hiding it on the outside either, because I was not the one who was going to be embarrassed. They went at it for a while. Ami was about to win a 4-way when I raised my voice. "Enough, all of you. With those skills, you think you can marry into the Uchiha?" They went quiet like quails. I swept my gaze across them. "Good. You are all spirited and excellent girls. Every one of you is fully qualified. However, for the sake of the Uchiha bloodline, I must test you. As I said, a riddle. Everyone gets a chance, but I only want the most outstanding. Listen carefully. This is directly related to whether you may marry into the Uchiha clan." I cleared his throat, every eye on that field. "The riddle is this: as white as snow, as hard as iron, washed 3 times a day, and hidden in the cupboard at night. What is it?" Ami stared at me. Then she remembered something and turned an extraordinary color. Every other girl on that field did the same thing at the same time. Ren's eyes flickered. He had an answer. He was not confident enough in the answer to say it. Taiga Ni looked at Ami expectantly. She covered her face. She tried to be brave. The words caught in her throat. "I guessed it. It's... Oh, Taiga-kun, you're so mean." I did not understand her expression, and I did not want to. "It's a bowl," I said. The silence had texture. Several girls looked at me with enormous resentment, as if they had been tricked, which they had. I glanced at the panel, and the pot was filling, steadily, visibly, because the jonin knew I was in there. The jonin knew exactly what this was, but the girls did not. The students did not. The villagers arriving to see what the noise was did not. The mind-body switch is the single greatest blame transfer engine ever devised, and I had been sitting on it for 1 month. Taiga closed his eyes and looked pained. "You still couldn't answer. The Uchiha must continue, and I cannot bear children alone. What am I to do?" Sigh. "Don't say I never gave you a chance. Here is another." Okay. Sasuke, I'll definitely be your wife. I promise I'll answer." I considered it seriously. "It wears green clothes. Its belly is full of water. It gives birth to many children, each with a black face. What is it?" The girls exchanged looks. A message passed between them. "It's not that again, is it?" "Probably not. But it sounds like it's about a girl. Something about being watery." "I know." Ami went crimson. "It's Taiga's bride." "How sneaky." "I guessed it too. You were talking about me." "It's obviously me. Only I can give Taiga-kun lots and lots of children." They started arguing. I waited half a minute, and out of the corner of my eye, I caught Ren mouthing a word. I glared at him. He immediately covered his head with both hands and started whistling at the horizon. "Wrong. Completely wrong. What are you all thinking about? Idiots." The answer is watermelon. Out in the trees, several jonin arrived at the answer at the same moment and nodded. Power Genzo took out a notebook and with an expression of absolute reverence wrote down both the riddle and the solution at incredible speed, intending to take them back and teach them to his students. Even the 3rd Hokage nodded slightly. Quite a good riddle, engaging for children of that age. He thought he might change a few words and put it in the next volume of the Will of Fire series. A reference, obviously, not plagiarism. Another one. Ears like fans, a body like a small mountain, a long, long nose, and it helps people with their work. What is it? A shovel? The girls said, uncertainly. Wrong. It's an elephant. And that is how a formal martial arts duel between two clan heirs, observed by the Hokage, became a riddle contest. Word travels. We were the top year. There were 5 year groups below us. The crowd on that riverbank kept growing. Then the villagers started arriving, because human beings cannot walk past a spectacle. I needed more people. The pot scales with how big the incident is and how important the people involved are, so I let anybody play. The third Hokage decided this was an excellent educational initiative. The teachers, therefore, did not dare stop it. The crowd doubled. It has a face, but no mouth. It has feet, but no hands. It has 4 legs and cannot walk. What is it? Nunchucks, bellowed Power Genzo from the woods. 2 of them, Kenjiro, me, 2 of them. 2 of them, sir. The answer is a table. Girls, you know too little, I said. Don't waste your lives. Learn more. Here's another. And I did, at several points in there, slip in genuine advice. I knew it wouldn't work. If even one girl in that crowd walked away and went back to a normal life, it wasn't wasted. The whole thing ran about half an hour. I still had riddles. I was running out of chakra. The switch burns constantly, so I started wrapping up. And that is when it happened. Just as I was preparing to release the technique, something moved in the deepest part of Taiga's soul. A ripple of spiritual energy, faint, absolutely distinct from his own. Was that Arab's chakra? Had I been in this body long enough to trigger some kind of defensive response? And because I am, at my core, a person who cannot leave a thing alone, I looked. 2 spiritual energies made contact. There was a sound in my consciousness, like a thunderclap directly against my skull, and I saw, for a fraction of a second, so take this loosely, a massive purple figure, armored, holding a greatsword above its head, bringing it down on me. It was like riding a bicycle into a train. Taiga had no idea what had happened. From the inside, all he heard was me make a sound, and all he felt was my grip on his body go soft. He did not hesitate. He seized back what control he could and drove a kunai into his own shoulder, which is the standard counter to genjutsu, and which was, in this context, an extremely reasonable guess. Relations! I abandoned a chunk of chakra, dropped the technique, and got out. I came back into my own body against that tree and immediately went down onto one knee. Damn it, I said out loud. What the hell was that? What did you use? I wiped my mouth and my hand came away red and it ran down my chin and half the crowd saw it. The moment I had my own tongue back, I used it. It was you, Sasuke! You hurt me! Let me explain what I'd met. I estimate that purple giant was chakra carrying Arav's will. As a quantity of spiritual energy, it is negligible, a smear. As a quality, it is off the scale. Put it in numbers. If my spiritual intensity is 1, my father's is about 1.5. That thing was 7 or 8. And Arav has reincarnated an unknown number of times and spent almost everything. At full strength, he must have been considerably worse. At the Sage of Six Paths' bedside, Arav swore he'd destroy Ninshu and come back through reincarnation to keep destroying it, to prove he was stronger than the brother who was chosen over him. Deva swore he'd stop his brother, and that even if his body died, his soul would come back to keep stopping him. The 2 of them described reincarnation like it was going downstairs for cigarettes. It isn't. Even with the blood of the sage in them, even born with more spiritual energy than most gods, that cycle costs. They have been paying for it for 1,000 years. What I bumped into was not Arav. There was no personality in it, no will, nothing I could talk to. It was a program. Find Deva's reincarnation, then deal with him. That's all that's left. And it is tenacious, and its attack output is enormous, and it very nearly caught me, and I got out by cutting off my own tail like a lizard. Out in the trees, my father had gone the color of paper, and had, without noticing, drawn a kunai. Renzo grabbed his arm. Old friend, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. So you tricked me. I pointed at Taiga, spitting blood, and put on the performance of my life. You took advantage of my carelessness. You let me lower my guard, and the second my chakra was nearly spent, you triggered some kind of counter technique. I admire you, Kuroki Taiga. I underestimated you. Taiga stood there. He could not explain. He did not know what had kicked me out of his body. Did he do it? Obviously not. If he had that ability, why would he have stabbed himself? But he had absolutely no way to prove it, and the alternative explanation was, a stranger helped me remotely, from inside my own soul, and I don't know who, which nobody alive would believe. So he stopped explaining. He decided people could think whatever they wanted. Do you understand how he was set up? I dropped a lie in front of 200 witnesses, and he could not contradict it without sounding insane. The Jonin were already speculating. Some guessed one thing, some another. Then the third Hokage considered it and delivered his verdict. It should be a contingency Uchiha Itachi left in place. He was worried his younger brother might be ambushed, so he sealed something to resist the erosion of the spirit. And every Jonin in that tree line nodded. Of course, the Hokage is correct. It was Uchiha Itachi. I want you to appreciate the beauty of this. I didn't even have to aim. Huh? What's going on? How is Meipu standing up again? You're hurt? Oh, Taiga, you're hurt too. Ami had lost the thread entirely. She'd watched me nearly collapse, turned around, and found half of Taiga covered in blood, and the last thing she remembered clearly was Taiga winning and leading everyone in riddles. She could not construct a sequence of events. There wasn't one available to her. Our duel isn't finished, Taiga said. He pulled the kunai out of his shoulder and let it bleed, and looked at me with no expression. Are you conceding? Humph, I straightened up. I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. I thought this was a game. It seems I was naive. I am not conceding. Come on, let's continue. Who's playing games with you? I'm not like you idiots playing house at the academy. And he came at me. Round 2 was worse. I raised my arms to deflect his kick, and it went through my guard like the guard wasn't there. The Arav thing had damaged my mind, and releasing the switch that fast had cost me across the board. Strength, speed, everything sagged. I was already behind him in taijutsu. Now the gap was a canyon. That kick sent me back 3 steps with my whole arm buzzing. I pulled a kunai left-handed, retreating, and threw it in an arc at his eyes. Humph, kunai throwing. Against an Uchiha, he really has been underestimated. He lunged in instead of back, bent his knees, leaned away from the blade, let it pass an inch from his nose, planted his left hand in the mud, and kicked out with both legs in sequence. I had to burn another substitution to get out of it. 5 meters of distance bought. I threw a smoke bomb at the ground, and a kunai with an exploding tag on it came in through the smoke from the side. He's using exploding tags in a school duel on a classmate. I pushed chakra into my eyes, tracked it, and got my hands moving. Water release, wild water wave. Chakra in the throat, breathe in, breathe out. A single arrow of water went up and pulled the river and the standing water with it into a curtain, which killed the exploding tag mid-flight, and then kept going and swept out toward him in a fan. I was already forming the next set of seals for another hidden mist when he did something I did not predict. He put both arms over his head and charged straight into the wave, not around it, into it. He came out the other side with his forehead and neck and arms and shoulders cut open by water pressure, looking like something you would not show a parent, and while my hands were still moving, he put a kunai at my throat. Madman! Hidden mist is not a lethal technique, and even if he had been about to kill me, I was not going to trade my life for it. The exchange rate is terrible. I dropped the seals, pulled steel, and fought him hand to hand. 30 exchanges, fast ones. He was wary of my ninjutsu. I was struggling badly with a fighting style that came at me like a wolf that had decided teeth were sufficient. Ami watched 2 classmates trying to kill each other and could not understand why. Your injuries are getting worse, I told him, breathing hard. You've lost a lot of blood. There's no need for this. Concede. He spat and stared at me. How much chakra do you have left? Can you even do one more technique? I could do 3 or 4. That was a complete lie, and we both knew it was probably a lie, and we hit each other again. He was suppressing me with strength and speed. I threw 3 senbon coated in anesthetic, and then, when that failed, an exploding tag of my own. Ninjutsu, tools, explosives. That fight escalated so far past its format that if you'd walked up without context, you would have assumed you were watching 2 Chunin. You think I can't use ninjutsu? He cornered me and started forming seals in my direction. 6 of them. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire release. Great fireball. The only fire technique he had. Mine needed 3 seals. Water release. Wild water wave. They landed at the same instant. Fireball and water curtain met in the air, and the entire riverbank vanished in white steam. Taiga looked, briefly, confused, because the water was winning. Idiot, I said. Let me teach you one more lesson. Water beats fire. Water beats fire, fire beats wind, wind beats lightning, lightning beats earth, earth beats water. Whether that's true of the physical world, I couldn't tell you. In the world of chakra, it is an iron law. The copy ninja's lightning goes through earth defenses like they aren't there. Uchiha Madara's greatest fire technique was once smothered by a dozen ordinary ninja pooling water. That is why. It isn't power. It's the wheel. I cut my chakra supply the moment I had the advantage and let both techniques die together, because I was down to a third, and I needed to end this. I looked at him, left hand over right, palms facing. Ninja art, mind-body disturbance. Taiga felt a buzz go through his skull, and his body stopped being entirely his. Not like before. Before, he'd lost everything. This time he kept most of it, and that turned out to be worse because he could feel exactly what he was losing. He tried to step left with his right hand raised in guard. His right foot stopped existing. This is ninjutsu, he snarled. This is some kind of evil magic. Everyone could see it. He was moving like a puppet with two strings cut. Sasuke, hang on! Hey, Sasuke, what's wrong? Hang on! Ino pig, did you do this? The girls were mostly denouncing me, and Ami was the loudest. The boys were much quieter. Only Kaito was shouting, and what Kaito was shouting was, "Go, Ino! Beat that arrogant Sasuke! Hit him hard!" Yui looked at Kaito, and then at me, and murmured, "Good luck, Mei." Taiga fought it. He fought it hard. His mind knew what to do, and his body could not keep up. And inside him, chakra was moving at a frenzied speed, and his spiritual energy was hammering again and again at the back of his own eyes. "Sasuke, behind you! Behind you!" He turned his head stiffly and saw me, white-faced and already 3 seals into something. Before the fight, I'd told him I knew 2 water techniques. I lied. I had 3. Every scrap of moisture in the air, and after a wild water wave, a fireball, and 100 meters of mist, that was a lot of moisture, gathered around him. Water release. Water prison. I put my hands into it, and as I fed chakra in, streams of water as thick as my wrist converged from every direction and closed into a sphere. I released the disturbance. I took 2 long breaths. I had won. The prison is airtight. There is very little air inside it. When the air runs out, the person inside stops. I stood there holding it and getting my breathing back. It costs almost nothing to maintain. I still had a quarter of my chakra, and I could have stood there for 10 minutes. How long could he? Taiga. Concede. He did not concede. He gritted his teeth and held. I did not push. I stood there and adjusted my breathing and let the clock do its work. The students couldn't see the flaw in what I was doing. The jonin could. "Senpai," said Kenjiro, who had suddenly stopped being casual. "Is that the water prison from the hidden mist?" "That's right," my father nodded. "I saw it in the last Great War, in a mist village. The technique is easy to learn. It's a C rank, and it has an obvious, enormous flaw. Attack the caster, and it collapses." "What if there are no companions around?" Kenjiro pressed. "One-on-one. How do you break it?" And that question stopped my father completely, because he is an intelligence chief. He does not go to the front. When he did go, he went with the Mei Shika Cho around him. In his mental model, the water prison had always been a fragile technique, because any of his teammates could break it with a kunai from 200 meters. He had never once considered being alone. "We saw it on the battlefield back then," he said slowly, "many times. We didn't pay much attention. It seemed to be," he looked at Renzo, and Renzo, who thinks in a different direction and further down, went quiet for a moment and then said, very calmly, "I remember the 3 of us were under Orochimaru's command at the time. Orochimaru commented on Lord Aoyama Ryota's defense against the mist. He said Konoha ninja should fight in formation, and that no squad should be smaller than 3. He paused. I didn't pay attention then. Thinking about it now, Orochimaru had already worked out what this technique is. He didn't consider it worth explaining to his subordinates. The 10th generation Mei Shika Cho once fought under Orochimaru, the same way the 16th would eventually be handed to Takashi. You want to tell me the 3rd Hokage had no ulterior motive in that? Nobody believes that. At the sound of Orochimaru's name, the old man picked up his pipe and took a very slow pull on it. Kenjiro did not care about the grudges of the previous generation. He was still on the technique. Earth release should break it from the inside. Several jonin nodded. Earth beats water. Everyone understood. Power Genzo stared directly at Kenjiro and said, I don't know Earth Release. Sir, is that your problem? Is Earth Release the missing piece for you? You don't know any teleportation techniques either. Kenjiro laughed twice and declined to reply. Ami Daisuke, with the air of a man contributing, said, the Byakugan can also break a cage made of flowing chakra from within. Not difficult. He had worked out my whole tactical shape by then, and he was pleased with it. Mei is weak in close range, so she uses control. She comes in, she locks the enemy down, and then she finishes with the family technique. Effective against ordinary Genin and Chunin, and completely useless against the Hyuga. Ha! The Byakugan will teach that girl a lesson. Neither the hidden mist nor the water prison can hide from those eyes. Both of my controls fail. There's no time for the secret technique, and in a straight fight, she loses. He could practically see Yui beating me, and Yui beats Mei, and Mei beat Kuroki Taiga, which means Yui can beat Kuroki Taiga, which means the Hyuga clan stands above the Uchiha. He was so pleased he decided to give his daughter 2 extra rice balls that night. The Jonin talked it around and reached a consensus. The best counter to that tactic is having teammates. The Byakugan and Earth Release are technically valid and practically irrelevant. This technique is nearly worthless in real ninja combat, because you are surrounded by allies and any one of them ends it with a thrown shuriken, and it is broken one-on-one. The third Hokage, who is called Professor for a reason, looked at a C-rank technique and generated 7 or 8 counters in about the time it takes to blink. But that was him. For an actual Genin or an actual Chunin, there really weren't any. I had proven what I came to prove, and I glanced at Taiga without saying anything. He was still putting on a brave face. Kaito had stopped cheering for me. He was sweating. He wanted Taiga to give up, and at the same time he felt very strongly that Taiga should not. And the girls were screaming at me, and Ami, her face undone, ran out onto the field as Taiga started to go under. Ino, please, please don't kill Sasuke. I did not say the sentence I was thinking, which was that this useless boy apparently needs a woman to survive, because I could feel something cold and unfamiliar gathering behind his eyes, and I was not confident he could take the shock. Because I'll be honest with you about the Sharingan, I had no answer for it, none. My entire plan for a Sharingan user was, throw hidden mist, run. That's it. That's the whole strategy. Kaito is strong. Kaito is strong. And every single time somebody puts a genjutsu on Kaito, he walks straight into it. Every time. I wasn't planning to kill him, I said. He just wouldn't concede. What do you want me to do? And I looked at his chakra with my senses, and the longer I looked, the stranger it got. The signature of it wasn't quite Taiga's. On close inspection, it was slightly mine, and also not mine. It was a contradiction. Earlier, that thing had forced me to abandon a chunk of my chakra on my way out. Had it absorbed it? I couldn't work it out. What I could not get wrong was that Taiga was, at that moment, close to dying. Ami was crying and begging. I sighed and let go with my left hand. The prison collapsed without chakra behind it. Taiga's face came apart as he got air. He landed in the mud on his hands and knees and tried to stand up 3 times and could not. Ami went to help him and he shoved her away, hard. He knew she meant well. He knew he had no right to be furious with her. He was furious with her. If he hadn't put it somewhere, he would have come apart on the spot. Because it was so close. 10 more seconds, maybe less. His spiritual energy had been climbing every time his body weakened, and it was almost at the peak, and at the peak the awakening would have been automatic. The Uchiha don't understand the higher forms of their eyes. The sample size is too small. They don't even know who to study. But the ordinary awakening? There are centuries of data on that. This one awoke in battle. That one awoke at home on hearing a relative had died. Over a very large sample, the clan worked out the mechanics of it. The rank and file are never told. The head's own line is told, to keep the main house on top. So the son of the clan head knew exactly what to watch for, exactly what would change, and exactly what to do about it, and had known since he was very small. And once the water prison closed, he'd realized. Every time his body failed, his mind surged. He had no deep hatred for me. He wanted to save his strength for the person he actually hates. Losing a school duel once would not have been unacceptable to him. He was genuinely risking his life to widen his own horizons. And Ami had made him retreat at the exact moment it mattered. His body recovered. His spiritual energy fell off a cliff. He couldn't stand up, let alone awaken. He couldn't blame her. She meant well. The disappointment was going to sit in him for a long time. I couldn't stand up either. I waved at Yui, who was some distance away. Me? She looked left. She looked right. There was nobody there. I waved again. You, don't look at anyone else. You. And she ran over. Ow! Hold me up. I can barely stand. I'm half a head taller than her. I put my arm across her shoulders and put most of my weight into it. May, are you all right? I gestured at the landscape. There were craters. There was standing water where there had been grass. There were shuriken, kunai, and senbon in every surface, and about a third of an acre had been on fire 10 minutes earlier. Does this look like all right to you? She lowered her head and stammered and had no answer, which was correct. My chakra was under a fifth. I pulled a little more out of my cells and pushed it into my eyes and had a very careful look at Taiga. And that was strange. The aura of chakra I'd sensed before and the chunk of mine that I'd abandoned were both gone. Not hiding. Gone. Had he absorbed it? Had something changed that he didn't know about? I put my mouth next to her ear. While you're checking my injuries, look at Taiga's chakra. See if there's anything unusual. I think his Sharingan has awakened. Huh? She looked at me blankly. We're all classmates. Is this secrecy really necessary? Just look at him. What's the problem? Hurry up. Oh. She turned to face me and made the seals ox, tiger, boar, hare, rat, dog, and the girl was visibly terrified of doing this in front of a crowd, and her hands were flawless. Not a single error. That's what 1,000 repetitions looks like. Chakra gathered fast. Her eyes went white. The veins came up at her temples. Byakugan. She examined my chakra network. Once. Twice. A third time. I moved my chin at her. Why are you looking at me? I'm showing you Taiga. Over there. Don't turn your head. Doesn't your family advertise 360 degrees? What are you feeling guilty about? Hurry up, just look. Under repeated pressure, Yui went red, hunched her shoulders like a thief, and peeked at Taiga sideways with a dojutsu that does not require you to face anything. May, how is it? It seems Taiga-kun's chakra is fine, but this Sharingan you mentioned, how does an awakening show up in the meridians? Is there a special characteristic? I stopped. How exactly would I know what a Sharingan awakening looks like in somebody's meridians? Are there any abnormal chakras? What kind of chakra is called an abnormal chakra? All right. Release it. Help me to that tree. She got me under a tree. Ren and Haruto came over to check on me, and Kenji offered me potato chips, which from him is a blood oath. Taiga did not receive this treatment. He sat in the mud with his head down and his face the color of paper, and one person stood next to him. You can't accept one loss, Kaido said, standing very straight, fists closed. I looked down on you, and Taiga came up off the ground. What did you say, loser? You want a match too? Fine, come on. He got up on legs that would not hold him, and he was absolutely going to fight Kaido right there, in that state, and Kaito knew exactly what he was doing and did it on purpose. At the crucial moment, Ami's intelligence unexpectedly engaged. She went and got Ryuichi. Ryuichi scolded Kaito first for encouraging his classmate, which was in fact enraging his classmate, and then looked over the battlefield and sighed with his entire chest. Both of them had fought like beginners. Their combat experience was limited and dogmatic, and they had made a great many mistakes. Their application of ninjutsu and taijutsu and tools had also, quietly, embarrassed a Chunin who has been on a real battlefield. He would not have been able to break that water prison. He knew it. He coughed. Mei used her ninjutsu well, and Taiga's responses were also excellent. Everyone should learn from them. Normally, this is where the two combatants form the reconciliation seal. He looked at Taiga, whose face was gray and whose hands and feet were twitching, and at me, sitting cross-legged under a tree and not moving. Seal? What seal? Class dismissed. Everyone disperse. Kaito, clean this up. Everyone else, back to school. Huh? Kaito pointed at himself, then at the burned and flooded landscape, bewildered. They had an enormous fight. Why is he cleaning it up? What does this have to do with him? Ryuichi mouthed the word ramen. Kaito began packing like a natural disaster in reverse. Neither of us had the energy for class. I had no external injuries, and I was the color of a bedsheet, and I needed to lie down for a week. Taiga was covered in blood and could barely walk in a line. Sending us back to sit an exam would have been murder, so Ryuichi didn't. He left Kaito with the cleanup, told Yui to take me home, and asked Taiga a question, and got the answer he expected from a boy that stubborn, and stood there watching him limp off down the path alone. In the classroom, Ami kept turning around to look at 2 empty seats. She felt sad. She felt wronged. And underneath both of those, she felt something much worse, which was that she was powerless. Mei, don't you like Taiga? Why were you so cruel? Taiga, don't you know Mei likes you? Why did you fight her that far? Does winning matter that much to either of you? She was 12, and she thought, and finally arrived at the only conclusion available. She did not understand either of us at all. Everything both of us had done that day was unfamiliar to her. And it was ridiculous in retrospect that she had ever believed she knew us. Now she was an outsider, a spare part. She put her head on her desk and cried through half the lesson, and for the first time in her school career, she handed in a blank paper. She went home like a sleepwalker, gave her parents 2 words, and took a scroll out of the bottom of her desk. She had been busy. She had taken first place twice while I was on leave. She hadn't looked at the thing since the day she found it. Now she was very confused, and she was hoping, in the way people hope, that the answers she needed were somewhere in there. She followed the map to a small cave in the hills behind the village, and dug with the kunai she carries everywhere, and turned up a second scroll about a foot down. Same style as the first, slightly different marking on the side. She opened it with her hands shaking. Hello, fellow residents of Konoha. I am the first Hokage, Hino Kazuki. On that day at the Valley of the End, I fought my final battle with XXXX. I succumbed to my wounds, but in fact, I did not die. I have been in a deep sleep ever since, and now I am about to awaken. There was a name that had been deliberately crossed out. Ami sat in a cave in the dark and got a jolt of pure electricity through her spine. The first Hokage isn't dead. She unrolled it further. Descendants of Konoha, my resurrection requires a sum of money. Deposit the amount into the account below, and upon my return, I will grant you a position corresponding to the size of your donation. The highest available is Hokage Advisor. The minimum is Chunin. Advisor to the resurrected first Hokage. Her eyes lit up, and I want you to hear what she thought, because it is the single most Ami sentence in this entire story. If I were an advisor, that would stop Mei and Taiga fighting each other pointlessly, wouldn't it? Then she calmed down, for an extremely simple reason. She had no money. There was more on the back. She turned it over fast. If you have no money, that is also fine. I am the first Hokage. Following the principle of exchange by rank, deposit 5,000 ryo into the account below, and I will teach you a training method of immense importance to any ninja, which will benefit you for the rest of your life. Below that, the text was sealed. Properly sealed, with a technique she couldn't read, let alone break. The scroll explained that if you deposit the money, you receive a letter the next day containing the solution to the seal. Ami hesitated for a long time. She didn't have much pocket money. Fortunately, her expenses were small, 5,000 ryo. She counted it 3 times. Her entire life savings were, as it happened, 5,000 ryo. She looked at that scroll from top to bottom and left to right. Can this thing read minds? How does it know I have exactly 5,000? She was worried it was a scam. She was also unwilling to walk away. The descriptions inside were so serious, extremely important, life-changing. She was overwhelmingly certain that if she gave this up, she would be the one who lost. She gritted her teeth and decided to go all in. For Taiga. Once I have this training method, I'll give it to Taiga. Taiga will learn it and give Meipu a proper beating next time. She went home, took out everything she had, and deposited it into a secret account. Then came the agonizing wait, and sure enough, the next day after school, there was a letter in her mailbox. Ami has never learned sealing techniques, and the person who wrote that letter had no intention of teaching her any. So this important, life-changing method was simply written out in plain text. Climbing trees, she said, to an empty room. What kind of training is that? She read it closely and found it unfamiliar. Control your chakra, gather it beneath your feet. Use the adhesion to hold yourself to the tree and climb upward, step by step. The letter also listed the benefits. There were 18 of them. Some were reasonable, increased chakra control, improved extraction speed. She could see the logic. Others were a little strange. Skin whitening, bust enhancement, improved posture. Is this training really that powerful? The letter closed by noting that if she deposited a further 10,000 ryo into the same account, the sender would provide a method of even greater importance. Ami had no money left. She was not going to be thinking about the more important method anytime soon. She'd focus on the trees first, she decided, and if it worked, she'd recommend it to Taiga. I spent the next 2 days in bed, being rich. May, don't just stay in the house all day. Come shopping with your mother. Shopping costs money. I had recently lost plenty of money in the form of exploding tags. My head still hurts. I want to rest another day. My mother held up one finger and smiled at me with a slightly childlike expression. 1,000 ryo to come shopping with Mom. My headache, which had been substantial, immediately improved by more than half. Remarkable. Medicine should study this. That's 2,000. 3,000. Deal. I'm changing right now. I did want to sit at home and do a proper post-mortem on that fight. It's just that my cheap mother had made an excellent offer. What I did not know, and would have paid 3,000 ryo to avoid, was what shopping meant. It meant strolling. It meant looking at things and asking about things and buying nothing. When I asked what she was here for, she wouldn't say. She drifted, and then her eyes lit up and she took hold of my arm with a grip you could have towed a cart with and pulled me toward a middle-aged woman across the street. Yoshino. Ayumi? What a coincidence. Oh, little May's here too. I had met this woman before. This is the troublesome woman who is responsible for the majority of Ren's childhood trauma. This is Renzo's wife and Ren's mother. Then my mother took 3 steps that looked slow and were not, and extracted Kenji's mother from inside a general store where she had been attempting to hide. Kenji's reaction time is not bad, I'll give him that. It's a hereditary problem. Where exactly are you going to hide a body like that? And you underestimated the Yamanaka. So 3 women went shopping, and I performed my function, which was to be a prop. Whenever my name came up, I produced either shyness or surprise, as appropriate. How are Ren's studies lately? Don't, that unlucky child. Every second word is, what a pain, it makes me so angry. Your May is so much better. Smart, cute, obedient. Oh, May's no good either. Her father was criticizing her only yesterday. This child has a hard time even beating one Kuroki Taiga. We do worry. Ren's mother. ... Kenji's mother. ... Uchiha Mikoto, currently in the underworld. ... Ren's clever, Kenji's kind. They're both good boys. I saw it coming years ago. Of the 3 of us, May's the most outstanding. Ayumi, you're going to have a very comfortable life. That's not true at all. You don't know. Girls are so much more trouble than boys. I stood there like a wooden doll for 6 hours and listened to my mother do this. We had lunch together. The trip did not end until the sun was going down. 3,000 ryo. Earned. Every single coin of it. Ami's money had been considerably easier. And as I was thinking exactly that thought, I looked up and there was Widebrow standing outside my house, clearly waiting for someone. My steps got slower without me telling them to. She's at my door. She's not here for Taiga. Nobody comes to the Yamanaka flower shop looking for Taiga. Has the first Hokage operation collapsed? That can't be. I was careful. Besides, tree walking training is genuinely cheap at that price. For a commoner ninja, that's a bargain. That girl came to see you, didn't she? Said my mother, cheerfully, from a full day of doing this. Go and have fun. I walked over. Ami's face was doing something I had never seen it do. There was strength in it, and fear, and hesitation, all at once. Can you walk with me? We went without speaking, away from the street, into the park, and when we reached a field of flowers, she stopped. She kept her back to me. May. What? She was quiet for several seconds. There are things I was going to say after graduation. I looked at the back of her head, and then away. Then say them after graduation. May is beautiful and cute and knows so much and is so good with shuriken. And now you're so good at ninjutsu that even Taiga can't beat you. She paused. Do you remember what we said here? What we said. The memories came up on their own, the way inherited memories do, without permission, in full color. I remember. She took out a red ribbon. I said you were a beautiful cosmos, and I was an ordinary flower, and you said I wasn't even a flower yet. You said bud was more accurate. She was not crying. I want that on record. Her voice was level. You said it would be a pity if my bud withered early, so you gave me your ribbon, and you said I'd bloom into something more beautiful than a cosmos. I nodded, because the girl in this body had said exactly that, and looking back on it with an adult's ear, it was, frankly, the most theatrical thing I have ever heard a child say. I remember Ami's face going red at the time. May, I have always believed that. I still believe it. I always wanted to be like you. I made you my goal, and that's how I got to where I'm standing right now. Because of you. Her voice was hardening as she went. She turned around and held out her arm with a ribbon in it. I know how ridiculous this sounds. I have to say it anyway. I will never lose to May again. If anything I do is going to mean anything, I have to surpass you. Here, take your ribbon back. I looked at that ribbon. That ribbon means a friendship. It also means about 9 other things, none of which either of us could have articulated. I sighed and I took it, because she was looking at me in a way that did not leave room for anything else. She turned to go. Wait for me. Don't move. I'll be right back. 5 minutes later, I came back and gestured for her to kneel. Ami went instantly and completely nuclear. What are you trying to do? Kneeling's fine. There should be some ceremony to it. Never mind. Squat. She had no idea what was happening. She squatted. I checked the height and put a straw hat on her head. You think giving the ribbon back is enough? Don't be ridiculous. What's between us doesn't break over a few words. Wide brow, this is my favorite straw hat. Remember what you said today, and give it back to me when you've reached the top and surpassed me. Then I put my index and middle fingers together and poked her in the forehead. And judging by your face earlier, you wanted a duel with me? You're nowhere near it. Maybe next time. And I walked out of that garden laughing, and left her sitting on her heels in a flower bed. She rubbed her forehead first, because I had put some effort into that poke, and because it felt strangely familiar, and she could not think why. Then she noticed there was a hat on her head. Then she noticed something was in the hat. It was a scroll with the character for water on it, and this time she recognized the handwriting, because it was mine. Water release, nature transformation. With annotations. With my own notes on every place I'd gotten stuck and how I'd gotten unstuck. For a commoner ninja, that scroll is not expensive. It is unobtainable. That's the entire structural problem of this village in one object. May, you. She sat there for a very long time, 10 full minutes, and then she broke. Who gives a girl a straw hat, and a tattered one? That wretched Inno pig. I'm so angry. She put it away very carefully, though, because she was going to prove herself and surpass me, and then, exactly as agreed, give it back. I walked home alone, scanning as I went, because a girl who isn't looking for opportunities is a girl who doesn't get any. And in the shade of a tree, I stopped. A young man was standing there. He bowed when he saw me. Young miss. Brother Daichi. He is Root. He is Kato Haruki's deputy, one of 2, and he is, by surname, mine. Miyamoto Daichi is 9 years older than me. According to my father, he has the strength of a jonin. He is the second most powerful person in Root, and unlike the other deputy, he is not subtle about it. The young lady's battle with Kuroki Taiga was very exciting. Lord Haruki is satisfied. This is your reward. He held out a scroll marked with the character for wind. And I did not play the newbie this time. I straightened up and used the formal register. Please convey my thanks to Lord Haruki. My father has always told me that only Lord Haruki can lead everyone to make Konoha great again. Kinjiro was a jonin at 12. In a world that runs on killing, a 12-year-old saying something like that is not remarkable. It's expected. There was a decade and a staggering gap in ability between us, and nothing to discuss beyond business. He nodded and vanished into the trees. I did not go and cause trouble. I turned the corner and went home. Because if a man hands you a scroll and you wander off without even looking at it, that isn't lack of ability, that's an attitude problem. And when you are weak, you show Haruki respect. The scroll was a learning text for wind nature transformation in what looked like Haruki's own hand and his own thinking. Let me say something unfashionable about that man. Yes, his famous attempt to seal a bridge was a disaster. That was mostly because he'd never used that particular one-shot technique before and had no idea how long the wind-up was, and because he was standing in front of 2 people with the most broken eyes in the world who stepped backwards. But the man's wind ninjutsu could cut through a Susanoo. He is Kage level. The Yamanaka have a warehouse of stolen scrolls, but you do not capture a Kage-level ninja and take notes on his homework. Even at the same nature, a Kage and a Jonin are looking at different things. That scroll was worth a great deal to me. I put it away and did not touch it, because I had no intention of developing wind yet. My affinities are water and earth. Chasing a third nature that early is how people waste a year. After dinner, my father looked serious, and my mother lost every trace of the day's good mood and cleared the dishes in silence. For about 4 seconds, I genuinely thought somebody in that room had a terminal illness. Then I understood. Now that he'd established he could talk to me, and that his daughter had not developed any of the specific problems he'd been braced for, our house was reorganizing itself into the traditional configuration. Stern father, gentle mother. He'd stopped reading How to Communicate with Your Daughter. Frankly, I preferred this. There's no dignity in a grown man measuring every sentence in case it upsets a child. Be normal at me. He coughed. What are your thoughts on your first high-intensity battle? You've rested 2 days. Have you reflected? What will you do differently next time? Now, and this is the part he did not say, he was extremely pleased. Because plenty of people's first real fight consists of standing still and shaking. It is normal for a first-timer to not attack, not defend, not dodge, and not run, and simply stand in one place, screaming a teammate's name. Most ninja cannot access half their capability the first time. Uchiha Itachi himself, apparently, was bewildered the first time he killed somebody, and that boy has a capacity nobody in this village likes to discuss. His estimate before the fight had been that I was stronger overall, and would lose anyway, because Taiga's entire family is dead, and mine is not. And that does something to a person's willingness to keep standing up. I won. He was not going to say any of that. His face was made of stone. Do you know how many mistakes you made? Some of them. I had run simulations, by the way. My imagined enemy hadn't been Taiga, but I'd run the sequence. Hidden miss to blind, water prison to hold, and then either the wild water wave or the switch to finish. Simple, brutal. I'd rehearsed it a dozen times in my head. In practice, there are too many variables, and by the middle of it, I had confused myself. I wasn't calm enough, I said. My strength is actually higher than his. I missed a lot of openings. I thought about it properly, head down. My fighting spirit isn't as good as his. I don't have the nerve to trade my life, so I keep hesitating. He nodded. Very good. I'm glad you can see your own shortcomings. For a student who hasn't graduated, reaching that level is more than acceptable. Then, immediately, however, you are the heir of the Yamanaka, and you have been raised on clan resources. We cannot hold you to an academy student's standard. I said nothing and listened. He took out 2 scrolls. You know our alliance. The 3 of us fathers have done our duty. The 15th generation Meishika Cho wasn't glorious, but it didn't disgrace anybody. The future is yours. He put them on the table. We treated your fight as homework. Ren and Kenji have written up their analyses. Would you like to see? You have physically produced them and set them down in front of me. Obviously, I would like to see. I want to see. I took Kenji's first, which was marked with the character for food. There was very little in it, because Kenji is lazy and writes at approximately 4 characters per line. The contents were competent, neither strong nor weak. He listed my errors, insufficient strength, poor stamina, and then turned the analysis on himself and concluded that he needed to train harder. Standard. No flaws, no features. I put it aside and picked up Ren's. Huh? That scroll unrolled to 10 meters. 10 meters of dense handwriting. The laziest human being in the world, who complains about the effort involved in having opinions, had produced a document you could have used as a rug. It opened with a technical breakdown of Taiga's wire trick and my substitution. Then it listed 12 major errors I had made, then 45 minor ones. Then a lot of that it declined to number. My face got darker as I unrolled. I was reading 10 lines at a glance, and the scroll kept going. Every single centimeter of it was about my failures, except for the final sentence, which read in full, I definitely can't beat Taiga. I'll taunt him with words and lure him into a trap. I turned the scroll over. That was it. That was his self-analysis. Tens of thousands of characters on me, 1 line on himself. Do you think Ren's analysis is too harsh? My father asked. I shook my head. Then I nodded. Anyone can talk. I'm going to arrange for Kuroki Taiga and Ren to fight, and then I'll write this document, and I reckon he won't come out as well as I did. I got that out with some dignity. It's not that I'm petty. I'm broad-minded, and I never hold grudges. I'm just still so angry. People aren't machines. Nobody accounts for every factor in a fight. Is there anyone who never makes a single mistake? There is. Huh? Who? The fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage died young, so I have no way of verifying that. My father held up 3 fingers. Your overall performance was acceptable. There were many errors. The 3 worst are these. First, your fundamentals are terrible. Did your kunai throw or your shuriken throw do any damage at all? You wasted your tools and your stamina. I went quiet. Because, hold on, neither of us landed a single thrown weapon. That's not just my problem, that's a shared problem. And that is exactly the point. And it took me a second to see it. Neither of us hit anything. We threw a great deal of steel at each other and the ground got most of it. It isn't that our technique is bad. After I arrived here, I put serious time into kunai. Taiga has been practicing since he was small. On a fixed post, at 30 meters, we both hit 10 out of 10 without looking. The post doesn't move. In a real fight, both people are moving at speed. A veteran locks on by feel, from experience. A beginner has to calculate wind, angle, and where the target is going to be, and by the time you've done that, they're somewhere else. In short, neither of us had ever done this before. I admitted it and said I'd keep practicing. Second, you were arrogant. You had already secured victory with the mind-body switch. Why were you doing riddles? Combat is not a game. His tone had teeth in it now. And what was I supposed to say? There was no version of, I was farming a cauldron, that I could put into words. I apologized. Third, he let a beat go by. You don't understand the Uchiha. If you had investigated properly, you would know that their bloodline is famous throughout the ninja world, and that many people have wanted to take it. If that clan had no protections, they would have been wiped out generations ago. He looked at me. The spiritual energy attached to those eyes is strange, and it frequently leaves things behind in their souls. Using the mind-body switch to occupy an Uchiha body is extraordinarily dangerous. That is your third error, and it is the fatal one. You conducted no prior investigation. You had no intelligence support. You launched an attack on an assumption. You remained unvigilant during the fight. You took heavy damage, and you nearly lost. He looked disappointed, genuinely disappointed, in a way that landed. I was, internally, indignant. I didn't want to fight in the first place. You made me fight. Do I need an intelligence dossier for Taiga? That guy knows one fireball. I muttered that to the inside of my own skull, and then I admitted, also privately, that he was right and I had been ambushed by a 1,000-year-old program because I got curious. This battle is a valuable lesson. Don't be reckless. You aren't a child anymore. After graduation, you'll be going out on missions, and if your mistakes get your teammates killed, you will regret it for the rest of your life. He stood up. May, think it over carefully. And he walked out of that room with a heavy expression. By the time he reached the front yard, his step had lightened. By the time he was outside the house, he was beaming. In front of a great many jonin, and in front of the Hokage himself, his daughter had beaten the Uchiha prodigy by force. Yes, the fight exposed problems. Victory is victory. In this profession, the result is usually the only part anybody records. Beautiful, happy. He, Miyamoto Akira, had coasted for half his life. His daughter appeared to be doing better. 10 minutes later, he was using work as a pretext to locate Nara Renzo and Tanaka Kenzo. My daughter beat the Uchiha genius. Isn't that something? When we first went into battle, we weren't as good as that. Come on, let's skip work today and go drink. Meanwhile, my mother comforted me for 2 minutes, then picked up her bag, changed her clothes, and made an appointment with the wives of the Nara and Akimichi to go to the hot springs, where it would be entirely natural for the subject of daughters and sons to come up. I sat in that room and did not know about any of it. My ridiculous behavior during that fight had gotten me seriously injured, and not one adult found it suspicious, because playing riddles at 12 is the most normal thing in the world. That's the part I want you to notice. All the strangeness in me since I arrived, the discipline, the calculation, the sudden competence, all of it was covered by that single afternoon of acting like a lunatic. Sigh, I said, to nobody. If I had the option, I would not be a ninja at all. I would not be risking my life for a wage. A loyal laborer of Konoha? Please. But this is a current you don't get to stand still in. Konoha is too dangerous. Without strength, I might die before the real problems even start. That bastard Ren, I said, picking up 10 meters of scroll. Don't let me catch you. And then I read it word by word, all of it, twice. Because this is a life and death business, and the man was right. For the students of the academy, that duel was gossip. Something to talk about for 3 days. For the leadership, it detonated. Haruki found the third Hokage first thing the next morning. Hiruzen, I think this water prison has no small amount of potential. The old man took off his hat, showed a face covered in age spots, and waited. Haruki's proposals are always ruthless, and this one was no exception. Your water release is better than mine. Don't tell me you didn't see it. Besides trapping enemies in small engagements, this technique has one other function: suicide. He let that sit. Once a ninja carrying critical intelligence is surrounded, he uses it on himself, and then he destroys the intelligence. To prevent an enemy from reading his brain, he destroys his brain and his body together. One kunai and one exploding tag solve every problem. He leaned on his cane. This is valuable, Hiruzen, and it is worth promoting on a large scale. We have lost far too many people through intelligence. Village secrets, techniques, all leaked that way. The water prison solves the problem completely. Then he said the part he came to say. It should be implemented by order. Every ninja who knows water release must learn it and master it, and when the final moment comes, they take their own lives. Under no circumstances do the village's secrets leave with them. The third Hokage said nothing for a while. Because Haruki was not wrong. This is a profession that mainly consists of killing, and it does not have much room for human sentiment. During the war in the Land of Rain, 3 villages fired large-scale techniques into a foreign country until it was full of holes, and nobody counted the civilians. To win, ninja will do anything, and death is not the end of it. A corpse carries information. No village on Earth would decline to open a dead enemy's head. That's how the shadow clones spread. That's how the second Hokage's water techniques spread. That's how the hidden mist and the water prison got out in the first place. Enemy bodies matter. Your own bodies matter more. My father's division routinely goes to enormous lengths over the corpse of one of ours, because it has to be retrieved. There's a story from the previous world about saving one man. Here you lose several people and come back with a body, and it feels like a catastrophic trade, and you make it anyway. The water prison solves all of it. Airtight. Nobody gets in, nobody gets out. Add an exploding tag and reminisce briefly. If one isn't enough, use 2. How do you read a mind with no head? You can't store intelligence in your muscles. Power Genzo's taijutsu doesn't use his brain, but only he can do that, and nobody wants to explain why. Haruki pushed and pushed. He was practically waving a banner, and after a long silence, the old man refused. No, I can't have the people of this village going to a battlefield with that in their heads. It doesn't align with the will of fire. Ninja are not tools. They are not cold figures on a registration card. They are human beings. I will not issue that order. There was no negotiating room in it at all. His actual reasoning was more practical than the speech. If a ninja is captured, we try to get them back. Why would I be sending genin off to kill themselves? Who would want this job? And it isn't wartime. Conflicts are small. Even a captured ninja can be recovered through diplomacy and favors. Naive, Haruki said, walking out. Hiruzen, your naivety will destroy this village one day. The old man rejected the suicide policy. He did not reject the technique. That is a C rank. Chunin level difficulty. It needs water-natured chakra and nothing else. And there are no major wars right now. Conflicts between the villages are small-scale, and in a small-scale conflict, the water prison is devastating. Unless one side has a real advantage in numbers or quality, you trap the enemy's strongest at the start, and then it's your best against their middle, and your middle against their worst, and you win. The third Hokage stood at his window and watched his oldest friend walk out of the building and disappear into the shadows. That old fellow has been very active lately. Is it age? Or has he reconnected with people outside this village? He thought about the second Hokage, who died in action and left behind a will naming him successor. The village he inherited had a war outside and open contempt inside. The clans did not believe that will. You say the second named you. Apart from you few juniors, who heard it? And nobody ever asked the real question out loud. Why would the Sarutobi hand the seat to the Senju? Without Haruki, and without Mei Shikacho, he would never have survived it. He does not hate the clans, he came out of one. And the leader of this village still has to suppress them, because if that seat ever slips, they take everything, and the commoners are the foundation of the whole structure. For years, he had wanted to teach the commoners more. Not just the clans blocking him, his own Sarutobi wouldn't allow it. So the academy teaches 3 techniques, and after graduation, you might get a nature transformation, and probably won't. I had thrown a full menu across a riverbank in one afternoon. Talent? Partly. Mostly, the clans own the distribution. And the water prison had handed him an opening. He is 69, and he knows haste ruins things, so he did not act on it. He would introduce it at Jonin level first, watch which way everybody jumped, and push it down a step at a time. 3 days after the fight, it was over for me. For Taiga, it had just started. His eyes hurt, not ached, burned, like something had been left inside them. At first, he thought it was the awakening, and he was excited about it. Then he realized something was very wrong. Here is what had happened, and it took 4 separate specialists to work it out. His Sharingan had already awakened. All the steps that require emotional destruction were complete. There was one thing left, and it is the simplest thing in the world. Gather chakra in the eyes. And that one step was where he jammed. Chakra is physical energy plus spiritual energy, and everybody has both. Hiro can't use ninjutsu, and Hiro still has chakra. So does Taiga. But every time he mixed his and pushed it into his eyes, it felt like a red-hot rod being stirred around inside his skull. As long as he kept chakra away from his eyes, he was fine. He is an Uchiha. Without the Sharingan, what is he? So he trained like a madman. Over and over, enduring the pain, forcing chakra up to try to complete the last and easiest step of the process. And the more he trained, the worse it got. Around the same time, all 3 of our fathers, for reasons none of them explained, independently concluded that since we were about to graduate and become ninja of this village, it was time to cultivate independence and self-reliance. They cut our allowances, all 3, in the same week. Ren is 1 day older than me, and both of us were 12. As ordinary students, that would have been survivable. As students who had just started clan techniques, refining chakra, and daily conditioning, our expenses had gone through the roof, and we were still bringing Kenji everywhere, and I had started bringing Yui. Money left that house like water out of a broken pipe. 2 months from graduation, both of us were broke, and we sat down to have a serious conversation about how to fix it. We are future clan heads. We are not current clan heads. Even if we were, you can't order your clansmen to go and do manual labor. Our options were limited, which brought us straight back to houses. Will Uncle Renzo agree? Ren thought about it. They said they were cutting our allowance. They didn't say we can't get money from other sources. And we can't take missions yet. This is one of the only places left. I think we try it. I agreed. Our reading was that the 3 fathers wanted us to learn that money is hard, not to starve. If we came back with a business proposal, they'd probably allow it. Ami found our poverty extremely irritating. You're poor? You're poor? I've spent every coin I have, and I'm eating 1 rice ball a day, she grumbled about it in my hearing. And I did not tolerate that either. You, I said, with a look of total disdain, Taiga this and Taiga that. Do you actually like Taiga, or do you just like his face? We were not speaking loudly. Nobody around us could make it out. Taiga, sitting a long way away, heard every word, because his 5 senses were currently amplified by an awakening that would not complete. He frowned. Disgusting. These women are idiots, and worse than that, he had been beaten by one. After school, he shoved his way through several girls who wanted to ask him riddles, and went to work on his eyes again. Ami tried to catch him using her new tree-walking skill and got a glimpse of his back at speed. He ran to the riverbank and used the cold water to try to clear his head. Think about his position. His parents are dead. Every elder in his family is dead. His only brother is far away and is the reason for all of it. There is not one human being on this planet he can ask about this. So he did the only thing available to him, which was hit it head on. He pushed chakra into his eyes again. The pain got worse. And when he finally stopped, he found that a portion of his chakra had lodged in his eyes and would not move. Ah! 3 seconds. That's how long he lasted before he covered his eyes with both hands and went down. Kaito was passing on the far bank. He hesitated for exactly 1 moment and then came down the slope at a run. Taiga, what's wrong? Stomachache? Did you drink expired milk? Kaito is 12 and his medical knowledge is what you would expect. He had no idea what he was looking at, and Taiga was getting worse, and Kaito stood there scratching at his own head in a full panic. Taiga, what's wrong with you? Tell me. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Right back. No, never mind. I'll carry you. He got him onto his back and went. He did not hear Ami shouting from a distance. He had already worked out where to go, the only adult he trusts. He went straight to the school and found Ryuichi still at his desk preparing lessons. Ryuichi examined him and found that the problem was chakra and had no idea beyond that. "Sensei, what do we do?" Ryuichi looked at a boy who could not open his eyes and thought, "I am a chunin. What can I possibly do here?" He has been on a battlefield, which is where you learn decisiveness. He seriously doubted the hospital could handle this. "Let's go and find Lord Hokage." Neither of them hesitated about that, and the reason says something about how this village works. Ryuichi has been through the old man's personal circle. He is a recognized inheritor of the Will of Fire, and Kaito receives a monthly allowance from the Hokage's own hand. Neither of them felt the slightest awkwardness about walking into the most powerful office in the country. They got there. The old man was working. "Grandpa, you have to save Taiga." He raised one hand. "Wait, Kaito, let me look." He used a small technique to seal the chakra around Taiga's eyes, and the boy nearly woke up from the pain of it, and then his face smoothed out, and his breathing slowed. The third Hokage frowned. His vision is not Ryuichi's vision. The situation was complicated. He saw the core of it in one look. "Please find Kenjiro for me. I need a professional opinion." "Yes, Lord Third." Kenjiro was off duty. He was at home reading a pornographic novel. He arrived promptly. "Kenjiro, come and look at this child. Something is wrong with his chakra." Kenjiro knew who the boy was, and knew exactly why he had been summoned. He ignored Kaito entirely, lifted his eye patch, and showed a Sharingan with 3 tomo. The tomo turned slowly. He looked for a while. "It's the chakra," he said. "More precisely, it's the eye power. The main cause is..." He hesitated. "I suspect the collision between the Yamanaka technique and Itachi's eye power produced a change. That change has created a difference of some kind, and it has already merged with Taiga's chakra. Uchiha spiritual energy is strong. If the Sharingan had awakened normally, Itachi's residual power would have converted into Taiga's power, and none of this would be happening. But he's stuck in a partial awakening, which means..." He scratched his head and then summarized in the simplest sentence he could build. "Itachi's eye power seems to be jammed. Between Taiga and his own Sharingan, a wall has suddenly appeared." The old man exhaled a smoke ring, very slowly. "The Yamanaka's spiritual energy is a match thrown into a fire," he said. "Their yin release is respectable, but nowhere near enough to affect an Uchiha's eyes by itself. The strength here is the power Itachi left behind. That power has a natural instinct to move toward what it recognizes, and Taiga's intense training to force the awakening has been feeding it." Kaito stared with his eyes wide open, listening to a conversation in a language he did not speak. He tried to interrupt 3 times. Ryuichi covered his mouth each time. "Kenjiro, can you resolve this eye power?" Because the old man had done the arithmetic. This was priceless material until an hour ago, and it is now an obstruction, and Mangekyo eye power depletes with use and does not replenish. And if Kenjiro could absorb it, everybody wins. Kenjiro shook his head immediately. "I'm sorry, Lord Third. I can't. They aren't my eyes." "Then this is difficult." He knows a fair amount about the Sharingan. Nobody alive knows a great deal about the Sharingan. He was, at that moment, out of ideas. What do we do? We can hardly call Itachi back. If Itachi saw his brother in this condition, he would come apart. They both went quiet. Kaito's eyes were slits. His head was full of question marks. "What eyes? What are you people talking about?" "Lord Third," Kenjiro said. "Why not ask Akira-senpai to take a look? He may have a solution." "Very well. Ryuichi, please go and invite Akira. And Bana, please also invite Daisuke." 15 minutes later, my father and the head of the Hyuga arrived, one after the other. And then the uninvited guests came in. Kato Haruki, Nakamura Kiko, Saito Koji, all 3 advisors. The old man saw Haruki and started waving immediately. "Get Kaito out. Get him out now. He must not see or hear what happens next." Ryuichi is so loyal to that boy that he would die for him without discussion. He dragged him bodily out of the room. My father had been briefed on the way. He examined Taiga and immediately did what any father does. "This has nothing to do with Mei. It's a problem with the child's bloodline." Ami Daisuke looked with the Byakugan and confirmed it. The chakra inside Taiga was his own, with no external control anywhere in it. But the chakra pooled in his eyes was violent, and its character was highly compatible with the Uchiha bloodline, and he also concluded it was Itachi's residue. It's a clean deduction. Itachi's eye power is enormously greater than Taiga's. Uncontrolled, it goes where it belongs, into an Uchiha's eyes. And then it sticks, because it isn't his. Nobody could find a hole in it. Daisuke's face carried something like sympathy for a fallen colleague. Haruki's face did something completely different. Haruki smiled. He smiles very rarely, and it improves nothing. Anyone who causes trouble for the Uchiha is a person he approves of. He Hiruzen, he said, hand this child to me. You know that only Root can save him. Are you saving him? Are you sure that's the word? The old man scoffed, pretended to be deaf, and ignored him. One plan denied. Haruki produced the next one instantly. The problem is that his Sharingan cannot activate. In fact, if the original eye is removed and replaced with one that has already activated, the eye power problem resolves itself. And he glanced sideways at Kenjiro. Kenjiro said nothing. Gouge out the eye of one of your most important subordinates and put it into a child? What a joke. The old man could not pretend to be deaf twice. This is the last time I warn you, he said, and there was nothing gentle left in his voice. Do not push my limits again. Haruki ignored the final warning, sneered, stepped back, and said nothing else. Nakamura Kiko examined the boy very carefully. She was a subordinate of the second Hokage when she was young. She was beautiful and she was capable, and by all accounts, she was the flower of this village. She is old now and hasn't fought in decades, and her abilities have decayed, and the eye she developed in 3 world wars has not. We don't have Hina's medical skill, the old woman said pleasantly, and I don't imagine Hina would come back specifically for a member of the Uchiha clan. This eye power is the source of the pain. On the current trend, the moment he refines chakra again, he will break the small seal you left, Hiruzen, and the final result will be that he dies of it. She let a small pause happen. Use the 5-element seal, close the chakra channels in his body, let him live out his life as an ordinary person. I'm doing this for your own good, said the shape of the sentence. Haruki gave the old woman a look that I would have paid money to see, and said nothing. It was not the worst outcome for him if the last Uchiha ended up crippled, provided the crippling landed on the Uchiha. The third Hokage coughed. You know Itachi is still out there. We made a promise to him. We keep our word. That is the most basic line. Then call him back, said Nakamura Kiko, with neither joy nor sorrow, and let him save his brother. I certainly can't cure it. I didn't call any of you here, the old man said quietly. You came on your own. The third advisor, who had not spoken, finally did. We don't truly understand the awakening process, and we don't know the specifics of Uchiha eye power. Kiko's suggestion has merit. My proposal is that we seal the restless eye power along with the chakra, and then see whether he can awaken on his own and absorb it afterwards. Kiko nodded. It had been her suggestion the entire time. Haruki, beside her, also agreed. 3 advisors in agreement. The question came back to one man, and the old man hesitated because he understood something the other 3 did not. Sealing is easy. It's what comes after. A seal is a form of solidification, and in many cases it cannot be undone. He is extremely good at sealing techniques. His estimate was that if he applied the 5-element seal now, eye power that would normally be absorbed by the body would undergo a second change. And after that, not Taiga, not even Itachi, would ever be able to absorb it. The mind-body switch was change 1. His seal would be change 2. The most likely end state was a growth that would ride that boy for the rest of his life. He exhaled a smoke ring, hard, and made up his mind. The third Hokage does not carry Haruki's hostility toward the Uchiha, or Kiko's. To call him friendly to them would be a lie. The clan head, Kuroki Kazuma, once named his youngest son after the third Hokage's own father. That is not a man saying, I want to be your father. That is a man extending a hand. That is a father hoping his son grows into a ninja as strong as the one whose name he borrowed. The old man watched Kazuma work to restrain his own clan, right up to the end, and on the eve of the night that ended them, he allowed it to happen. He valued the boy on that table, to some extent, but this village is very large and has plenty of people in it, and Taiga was not inside his circle. Which means he is not one of ours, which means certain methods become available. Very well, seal that portion of the eye power, and then 4 old men, whether deliberately or not, each with his own reasons, moved on the boy from 4 directions at once with sealing techniques. Their combined age is close to 300 years. 2 of them are masters of the art. If those 4 seals had landed together, Taiga would have been perfectly safe forever. The eye power would never have moved again. He would also never have opened those eyes in his lifetime. My father did not move. Ami Daisuke did not move. Neither of them was troubled. Kenjiro hesitated for about half a second, and then a friendship that ended before Taiga was born won the argument. He came off the wall, grabbed the boy's arm, pulled him behind his own body, and stood between him and 4 of the most dangerous people in the country. Lord Third, Lord Advisors, isn't a seal that strong unnecessary? Haruki gave him a look that asked whether he was, in fact, instructing his elders, and Kenjiro was not lazy anymore. His visible eye was level. He would not have done that for Taiga. He would not have done it for the Hokage or the council. But he is a jonin of this village and the direct student of the fourth, and when he raises an objection, the leadership owes him an answer. He is, in the old man's private ranking, an important name. So the third Hokage saw an opening to retreat and took it, and put the blame on the other three while he did. What are you all thinking? It is one portion of eye power. We do not need this many people. Nobody move. I'll handle it myself. Kenjiro did not stop him this time. The old man gathered chakra at his fingertips and added, in order, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Then he pressed his hand to the boy's stomach. 5-element seal. Kenjiro took him to the hospital. The village paid, and the old man asked one more thing, in the tone of someone asking a favor. If you have time over the next few days, teach him. See whether he can go around the seal and unlock the Sharingan on his own. Yes, Lord Hokage. Ami is not Hina's student. Not yet. Not for a long time. At this point in her life, she was a girl with no standing whatsoever, and she waited outside that building for a long time, until she saw Ryuichi drag Kaito out. A day later, the news that the school heartthrob was in hospital had gone through his fan club and then through the entire school. What? Taiga's in hospital? He was fine yesterday. I heard it from Ren, and I was mildly surprised, and that is all I felt. Because by then, all three of us had jobs. I was working in the family flower shop, Ren was minding deer on the family ranch, and Kenji was in the family's shop rubbing hawthorn paste into military rations, which is, without question, the single most Akimichi job available in this village. 3 future clan heads working for a living before graduation. We were busy. Ren had invented an errand in order to come and tell me about Taiga, which is the Nara version of being desperate for a break. My father, incidentally, had decided this had nothing to do with me. Reckless training ruined the boy. That was his position, and he never revised it. He did not tell me about the room with the 4 old men in it, so I had no idea that Taiga's condition was, in the most direct possible sense, my fault. What I recognized was a business opportunity. Look at how enthusiastic and warm-hearted these students are. Is it really unreasonable for me to make a small profit off that kindness? Because thanks to a century of tireless work by my clan, Konoha is a village where you buy flowers for everything. Flowers when a child is born. Flowers when a child starts school. Flowers for teachers on holidays. Flowers at graduation. Flowers when visiting the sick. Flowers when somebody dies. We are the only flower shop in the village, and we present ourselves as barely scraping by. I did not greet Ren. I did not greet Kenji. I went straight outside and changed the signboard. Buy 99 carnations, receive a lucky rabbit's foot free. Wish the patient a swift recovery, good fortune, and a long and blessed life. Sales rose 50% within the day, almost entirely Taiga's fan club. And when I got a girl who wanted to come in and not spend money, I would gently apply the pressure. Do you even love Taiga? If you love him, send flowers. He's sick. He's all alone in there. Dating him without sending flowers is being a bad person. Then a full presentation on the language of flowers, and then 999 roses? 99? 9 will do. Buy 99 carnations, get a rabbit's foot free. Buy the rabbit's foot alone, get 2 flowers with it. I was pulling commission off every transaction in that shop, and my mother was delighted with me. And while I sold flowers to a boys' fan club, I was watching the cauldron. Bumper harvest. Here's how the mechanism scales, as best I understand it. The size of the pot is a function of how big the incident is and how important the people caught in it are. If I could pin something enormous on the Sage of 6 Paths himself, my entire panel would fill in an afternoon. I would not dare. The riddle contest involved a few hundred academy students and villagers, and it filled the pot about halfway, and that was reasonable. What happened next was not reasonable. The energy in that pot climbed steeply for days. By the end of it, I had enough for 2 full beads, and I stood in the back room of my own shop, completely lost. Taiga bears some responsibility for hurting me, fine, but that's a small pot. Who is eating the rest of it? Somebody important? Is somebody like Arav even still alive? Does this world know Arav exists? Almost certainly not. I could not solve it, so I stopped trying, and I certainly wasn't going to let 2 beads sit there. At that point, my numbers were ninjutsu 7, body 3, genjutsu 3, wisdom 6, strength 2, speed 5, spirit 6, seals 5. 37 total. On the skills side, yin release 2, water release 1, B rank mind-body disturbance, C rank mind-body switch, water prison at C, wild water wave at C, hidden mist at D. And here is my read on which numbers matter. Ninjutsu, spirit, and speed decide everything. Every Kage, every one of the Sannin, the Akatsuki, Kenjiro. All of them run a 10 in ninjutsu, and the only known exception is a man who was still diligently making hand seals in an era when nobody else needed to. Speed has always been my best number, which is funny because I never earned it. The girl who lived in this body never trained properly a day in her life. Her head was full of a boy with a nice face and a best friend she'd stopped speaking to. And after I arrived, my speed training was, being generous, average, and I still fought Kuroki Taiga to a standstill at close range, and that boy has been drilling since he could walk. Which means the 5 isn't mine. The 5 came with the body. No bloodline, no eyes, just fast. Think about the warring states for a second. The Nara were cunning, the Akimichi looked harmless, and the Yamanaka survived to the present day, and I have a strong suspicion it was because we could run. They don't call us wild boar for nothing. With proper training, I estimated I could get that to 6 or 7 on my own. I'd eventually need 10, but timing matters. Speed is worthless against certain things. You cannot outrun an infinite genjutsu. You cannot run to the moon. But when a certain man with a certain set of eyes floats up over this village, you don't listen to his speech. You run. I put my odds of escaping at 60 or 70%, which for that scenario is excellent. So speed can wait. My body's in puberty. Strength, physique, and speed are all creeping up every day for free. And spending a rare bead on something the calendar will give me is a waste. 6 in spirit is adequate. Kenjiro runs 6. Takeshi is probably 7. In that whole fight, my chakra was never the problem. I lost the middle of it because I got stabbed by a 1,000-year-old program, not because I ran dry. Water release at 1 goes up with practice. So I looked at the 2 beads, and at yin release sitting at level 2, and at ninjutsu sitting at 7, and I did the math on what a bead is actually worth. Yin release 2 to 3, 2 beads. Ninjutsu 7 to 8, 2 beads. And here is what tipped it. Yin release feeds the family ladder. The third stage, the God one, needs an amount of spiritual energy I described earlier as 10 times what I have. And I had, by then, seen something that changed my estimate of how far away that really is. I had seen Arav. Not the man, a residue, a fragment. And it had hit my mind like a train hits a bicycle. And I sat there with 2 beads and did the honest arithmetic and concluded, if I max yin release to 5, I will still not have enough, not close. A human being cannot rewrite a god. That is not a training problem. That is a category problem. Was I supposed to tell my father, Dad, I've decided to stop being human? The only known shortcut is the one both my clan and the Uchiha wrote down. Find the person, love them properly, kill them yourself. I am not doing that. I would like that on the record twice. So I put both beads into ninjutsu, 7 to 8, and the world reorganized itself again. My understanding, my intuition, my raw output, all of it stepped up. When my wild water wave had beaten Taiga's fireball, that was partly the elemental wheel, and partly the fact that my ninjutsu number was higher than his. Now it was higher by a lot. If he threw that fireball at me again, it would go out like a candle in a bath. 8 is genuinely high in this world. There's a young man working in the village hospital who's somewhere around 8, and I'll come back to him. And the moment the bead landed, I had new ideas about techniques I already knew, and I realized I could now comfortably learn Jonin-level material, and one specific technique moved to the top of my list, the shadow clone. 4 clones. 1 does taijutsu, 1 does the family technique and yin release, 1 does water, 1 does nothing but hand seals for 8 hours. Every weakness I have closed in a season. I decided to go and ask. That evening, Ren and Kenji came back to the flower shop, and they brought Yui and Haruto and Itsuki with them, and the group decided to buy flowers and visit Taiga. Everyone was going. As a classmate, my not going would have looked strange, so I agreed to go to the hospital. They still paid for the flowers. Even close siblings keep clean accounts. I took money off every single one of them. You, pay up. I put my hand out to Itsuki. And Itsuki Aburame, sunglasses, hood, standing in the corner of my own shop, said, with visible surprise, "That doesn't make sense. You only noticed me when it was time to ask for money. What kind of ability is that?" I was honestly puzzled myself. "I know. Isn't that strange? I don't know how it happened. I just spotted you. Stop stalling and pay." Fine. It wasn't wartime, so the hospital was quiet. I walked in like a person with nothing on her conscience, and then I saw Ami crying in the ward and had to look twice. Taiga was on the bed, and his eyes were wrong. Not closed, not damaged. There was simply no light in them. I got a genuine jolt, because my first thought was, has he gone straight to the end state? Has he gone blind? And then, immediately after that, if Taiga goes blind, who does Kaito push against? Does Kaito ever reach the heights he's supposed to reach without him? And if neither of them gets there, that's the reason I'd been reluctant to fight him at all. Not fondness, load-bearing. You don't take a hammer to a support beam because you dislike its color. I looked closer. Not blind, hazy, like cataracts, vision intact. "How did you end up like this?" He turned his head toward me and said, "None of your business." I have never studied medical ninjutsu, and I had no experience with any of it, and I did not want to be involved. Please let it be none of my business. Even if you tell me it's connected to me, I'll find that inconvenient. You look pretty energetic. Okay, get some rest. Hey, I stopped. Use that secret technique on me again, the one from that day. Now? I did not want to be slashed at by a purple giant twice in 1 month. I decline. That technique isn't appropriate for a school match. Besides, you need to recover, not fight me. Are you scared? Ha, think whatever you want. If you believe it, it's true. I don't care. He looked at me like everybody in the room owed him 500 Rio, so I stopped wasting words and went out into the corridor to talk business with Ren. "So, did you talk to Uncle Renzo about the houses?" Ren leaned on the wall. "I said we'd handle it ourselves. The clan won't release too many. Renting out a lot of them causes problems." We negotiated in a hospital corridor for about 4 minutes. I was extremely interested in collecting rent. Ren was interested in not doing anything, so he handed over every property Renzo had allocated to him for me to manage, and we split the income 60-40 in my favor. "Don't set the rent too high," he said. Sure. The economics matter here, so bear with me. Ninja are, in this world, high earners. Most ninja live frugally, and the poorest ones live worse than that. Konoha sits in the land of fire, where the weather cooperates and the soil is good, so incomes are marginally better here than elsewhere, and that is the entire extent of the advantage. A group of ordinary people in straw sandals and cloth clothes renting a house does not generate much money. I stood in that corridor and had a very clear-eyed moment about exactly how poor I actually was. I was in that ward 5 minutes total. Ren and Kenji left right behind me, and the reason explains a great deal about what those two do later. When Taiga announced he would fight all 3 of us at once, Ren was, quietly, furious. High intelligence does not mean no temper. If you don't want to fight, fine, that's your business. If you look down on me, we're going to have a conversation about it. And Kenji is mild and kind and does not argue with anybody and has an exceptional temper, and he is Ren's best friend. If you upset Ren, do not expect a friendly face from Kenji. Haruto and the others filed out afterwards. Nobody knows when Itsuki left. Ami and Yui went last. Ami had wanted to peel him an apple. She looked at his face, which had the specific stillness of a dead man's, and did not dare. She has been busy lately, tree walking, water-nature transformation, trying to catch up with me. It has taken most of what she has, and her body is exhausted enough that romance has fallen off the schedule entirely. Then the ward went quiet. "Hey kid," said a voice at the window. "How's the recovery going?" "Who are you?" "You were unconscious, so you wouldn't recognize me. I'm here to help. I owed the Uchiha clan a considerable favor once." And that was the entire introduction, because Kenjiro does not do introductions. Taiga did not care who he was or what he'd done. He cared about exactly one thing. "What's wrong with my eyes?" Kenjiro scratched his head. There were a lot of things he could not say, and the largest of them had a name, and the name was Itachi. So he considered his options and did the only sensible thing. He shifted the blame. "This is complicated to explain, but judging from your face, you won't accept it unless I explain it clearly. So, let me start at the beginning. That young lady from the Yamanaka took over your body using her clan technique, and then..." And he told the whole story with the middle removed. No Itachi, no eye power. Nothing about a man in a room with 4 seals. Don't ask. The answer is that your body is a bit special. Taiga had been puzzled about why my technique failed. He couldn't work it out. And now, combining that with what Kenjiro had just told him, he arrived at an answer. You mean outsiders can't possess an Uchiha body, and they take the backlash for trying? Is that what I meant? Thought Kenjiro, and could not summon the energy to correct him. Think whatever you like. Being possessed once is enough. I doubt anybody else wants a turn. Kenjiro did not want to explain much to a 12-year-old. His assignment was partly official and partly personal, a debt to a friend who died before either of them was old enough to drink. But Taiga is not that friend. Kaito has an extremely generic face. Half the adults in this world look at that boy's back and see a dead relative, a brother, a father, a son. It is nearly a bloodline ability. Taiga does not have it, so Kenjiro skipped the pleasantries and gestured for him to come. They went to a cave in the hills. Lord Hokage ordered me to help you awaken the Sharingan. I don't know much about how your clan does it, so all I can offer is assistance. If you don't object, shall we begin? Taiga did not trust him. He wanted power, and he wanted those eyes, and a girl he had considered beneath his notice had made his life miserable, and he did not have many other options on the table. I understand. Let's begin. Kenjiro started making seals. I'll explain the process. Your eyes and part of your chakra are sealed. I need you to go around that area, communicate with your eyes, and open them directly. To do that, I need genjutsu to stimulate your spiritual energy. My genjutsu is only average, so you'll have to cooperate. Relax completely. Let it affect you. Taiga considered it for a few seconds. Some people are compatible. He had a degree of trust in this man that he could not have justified. It was not high trust. At that moment, it was enough. Kenjiro trained Taiga to open his eyes. I collected rent. The rent deserves its own section because it is the first thing in this story I did with my old life. 15 empty properties, Yamanaka and Nara combined. And what does the Yamanaka clan do for a living? Intelligence. We do not care much about the private lives of ordinary people. But if I want to know who needs housing and who has money, that is a Tuesday. That, incidentally, is the real reason Ren handed everything to me and became a hands-off partner. His father is head of the Jonin Corps and advisor to the Hokage. That man does not concern himself with small things, and his son does not have my access. I built a list based on individual need and household income. I planned it for 2 days, and on the morning of the 3rd day, I took my clients to view the properties. Look to my left, everyone. These 3 are all available. Look at this location, right beside the commercial district. You know the Yamanaka flower shop, the most famous in the village? Northwest of this block. Walk north 120 meters, and that is the Ninja Academy. I let that land. You parents want your children to have an excellent education in a safe environment, don't you? Let me tell you something. Every teacher at the academy lives in this neighborhood, and the least qualified of them is a chunin. I gave them a beat. Think about that. Your children, taught and protected by chunin. Is there a safer place in the entire land of fire? I talked about that neighborhood for 2 solid hours. Commerce, convenience, schooling. I built the concept of the school district from nothing, in a village where houses were previously a thing you inherited or a thing you didn't. And whenever anyone asked about the rent, I steered around it and implied, with regret, that it was on the expensive side and they should prepare themselves. 5 of the 15 were gone before lunch, and I should be honest about what I was thinking, because the temptation was substantial. Selling would have been far more profitable. Short of money? I can arrange a loan. I can arrange a loan against a loan. And I was not remotely worried about defaults, because how many ordinary people are going to fight a ninja? I may not be able to beat certain people. I can beat several of you. I did not do it. Not out of decency. Konoha Crush is coming, and I knew it. In less than half a year, several districts of this village were going to be flattened by giant snakes. And after that, a man from a certain organization would visit and not do very much. And 3 years later, a different man would visit and do a great deal. Selling houses in a disaster zone to civilians is not a business. That's a crime with paperwork. I have a line. Renting is fine. Selling is not. Oh my God, how do I explain this to you? These are for rent, not for sale. They wanted to buy. All afternoon they wanted to buy. The more I refused, the more they wanted to buy, and my refusal became, in their minds, proof of value. And by the time I said goodbye to that viewing group, all 15 units were let. 1/3 of the rent went to the clan. 40% of what remained went to Ren. It was not a large amount of money. It was stable, and it would keep arriving every month until Orochimaru came to visit. and it was the first income in my life in this world that did not require me to fool anybody. Meanwhile, my water release was about to hit level 2, and I wanted the shadow clone. The shadow clone technique? My father said after dinner. Are you certain you want to learn something that advanced? I could have waited. I could have waited until Kaito learned it, and he will, spectacularly, and then complained that all my classmates could do it and I couldn't. That's the easy route. It's also slow, and my family has the scroll in the house. I'm sure, because of the fight with Taiga, I think it would be more effective to have a clone maintain the water prison while the main body stays hidden. That did not entirely convince him. This is the problem. The mind-body disturbance is also B rank, and it's B rank in a way that doesn't matter because it's a deeper application of something I already had. Once you have the feel of it and enough spiritual energy, it arrives on its own. The shadow clone has nothing to do with my family's art. It splits your chakra. It carries real risk. He thought about it. Then he got up, went to his study, and came back with a different scroll. Here, this describes a B-rank water technique, the exploding water colliding wave. It's Jonin-level material. If you can master this, I'll believe you can learn the shadow clone. Ah, the cheap old man is thoughtful. The exploding water colliding wave is the technique that produces enormous volumes of water in an environment that has none. And if you took it up one grade to A rank, it becomes the version that a certain man from the mist uses to make an entire lake appear out of nothing. I wanted it independently of the deal. My whole style has one gaping hole in it, and the hole is that I need standing water. Dad, don't worry, I'll prove it. People from this village love saying things like that. Prove yourself, earn recognition, when in Rome. I can now produce passionate ninja sentences without effort, and I am not proud of how easy it was. He left. I cleaned up. I went out to the yard alone. I read that scroll all the way through. Then I closed my eyes and thought for a long time. Then I picked it up and read it again and went over every key point in my head, and only then did I put my hands together. Something happened here that will sound strange. That bead had done something to me that had nothing to do with power. I had a new relationship with chakra. I loved the process of it, gathering it, moving it, watching it change nature and then change shape. Every time I learned something related to ninjutsu, I got a hit of genuine joy out of it. The specific joy of a thing clicking. There's an old line about hearing the way in the morning and dying content in the evening. I had, at some point, stopped studying ninjutsu to survive and started studying it because I liked it. Physical energy and spiritual energy harmonized. Water nature layered on. Then the shape change, exactly as written. The chakra gathered in my throat, my hands moved. I held it for over 10 seconds. Water release. Exploding water colliding wave. Pfft, about 10 liters. A puddle. I made a puddle in my own backyard. It took a full day to get it to something a jonin would recognize, and my water release hit level 2 on the way. And then I ran into the consequence of my own choices, which is that I'd put everything into ninjutsu and nothing into spirit, and 6 in spirit is not enough chakra to run a jonin level B rank properly. The technique worked. The output was disappointing. Chakra depleted, so I stopped after dinner, told my mother I was going for a walk, and went out. Because we need ninjutsu, and we cannot neglect the trouble. I got lucky that night. I'd barely reached the Hokage Rock when Kaito appeared out of some corner with a paint pot. So I waited in the shadows for him to finish, put on his face, went up, and added a few strokes. On the way home, I turned into Taiga and put a rock through the window of a Land of Fire official's house. Then I turned into Ami and beat up 2 drunks who were harassing civilians in an alley. The yield wasn't enormous. It wasn't small either. At that accumulation rate, I'd have another bead within days. Then I turned into Ryuichi and walked a lap of the academy looking for the usual troublemakers, and found none, and was on my way out through a small alley in front of the school when I overheard some girls talking. My hearing had improved along with everything else. I wasn't listening on purpose. Their words simply arrived. Taiga looks so cool when he's solving riddles. Yes, I've been thinking about it for 2 days. Why is he so clever? His riddles were so interesting. 5 or 6 of them, absolutely luminous with it. I was almost out of the alley when one sentence stopped me dead. Should we pool our money and publish a book about Taiga? So more people can recognize how excellent he is? But we don't have much money. Actually, I don't have any money. Publish a book about Taiga, a riddle collection, a photo book. Something went off in my head like a bell. Because I have 4 months of collected information about Kuroki Taiga, some of it true. Add the riddles, sell the whole thing, and pin it on Ami. Excellent idea. Also, money. The next day I sat through morning classes, and at lunch I walked across the village to a bookshop on the east side called Shueisha. This is where a certain white-haired author publishes his series. Remember that. It becomes load-bearing. I transformed into Ami outside, arranged my face into nervousness, and went in cautiously. "Hello, welcome. What can I do for you?" Ami hesitated for a long time, like somebody working up to a great decision, and then produced a stack of manuscript. I'm the vice president of the Association for the Protection, Care, and Companionship of Kuroki Taiga. We want to publish a book about Taiga-kun, a book that can become a worldwide sensation. The clerk looked at the cover 3 times before he understood what he was holding. Then he understood, and his posture changed, and he got out a pen and paper. "Thank you for your high regard for Shueisha. And your name is?" I hesitated, because I did not, in the end, want to ruin that girl's entire life. So I gave a name that was both real and not. Suzuki Ami. The manuscript was, I admit, a mixed product. There were the riddles from that day. There were assorted anecdotes from memory. There were riddles with no answers at all, thrown in purely to pad the word count, including one that goes into an alley on 6 legs and comes out on 2, which I put in and have never explained to anybody. Riddles alone are not a book. So I filled it out with everything else I had. Taiga likes girls with long hair. Taiga likes girls who wear sleeves. Taiga likes girls with a certain surname. Height, weight, birthday, blood type. Every scrap I'd ever collected, whether or not it was true, went in. An immense quantity of dense data, plus 7 or 8 photographs. Not enough for a real book, more than enough for a booklet. And if the opportunity arose later, adding personal photographs and issuing a deluxe collector's edition would not be out of the question. Suzuki Ami said, very seriously, "Our association wants to publish a book about Taiga-kun so that more people can learn about Taiga-kun." And then she bowed at 90 degrees. "Please." The clerk had lived in this village a long time. He knew the words Uchiha and Kuroki Taiga. He read a few pages, correctly identified that this was above his authority, and went to get the boss. The boss came out, talked to Suzuki Ami for a while, and worked out very quickly that this was to his benefit. The manuscript was full of valuable material. Even if he didn't make a fortune, he was not going to lose money. The owner of Shueisha is an old man of this village who knows the 3rd Hokage personally. He is not a ninja. He has lived here long enough to have connections in every direction, and if a certain envious clan had still been alive, he would not have gone anywhere near this. They're all dead. What, exactly, is he afraid of? We can publish this. The price will need discussing. An hour later, I walked out of that bookshop with 50,000 ryo in royalties. I sold the manuscript outright. What they did with it afterwards, how they published it, where they distributed it, whether they sold copies to the Land of Rain or to Uchiha Itachi personally, was entirely their business. I wanted a fast profit and, incidentally, to frame Ami. The typesetting and printing and international distribution would take months. The cauldron filled very slowly off it, a trickle, not a payout. I did not mind at all. Some things accumulate. In a cave outside the village, Kenjiro tried everything he had and could not get Taiga around that seal. The reason is arithmetic. The Uchiha do not have large chakra reserves to begin with, and a portion of his was now sealed, and Taiga's chakra control is average. Performing a delicate, precise series of operations to route around a seal, with very little chakra and mediocre control, is a difficult ask. And if you run chakra out completely, you die. Kenjiro was not going to let a 12-year-old train recklessly. So Taiga could manage a handful of attempts before he had to stop and rest, and the process was agonizingly slow. And over those days, Kenjiro developed something he had not expected to develop, which was a degree of appreciation for that boy. Strong, intelligent, hard-working, genuinely kind underneath, somewhat stubborn and inflexible, and otherwise good. He had come into this thinking mostly about a debt to a dead friend, willing to open the eyes and not troubled if they stayed shut. He'd have done his best and called it enough. Watching Taiga keep getting up softened something in him that had been closed for a long time. After Taiga knocked himself unconscious yet again, Kenjiro came out of the cave, and there was a tall man outside it, white hair, red coat, wooden sandals, with the character for oil on his headband, looking down at the village. "Lady Ryota," Kenjiro said, "thank you for coming in person." Aoyama Ryota did not want to be involved. He has no connection to the Uchiha, and the life or death of an orphan is not his business. Kenjiro is his student's student, and he had asked personally, and for the sake of that old connection, the man had come. He examined the eyes and the seal. He is over 50. In a world as precarious as this one that makes him old, and he has dabbled in everything. A great many things can be understood at a glance. The old man's seal isn't very strong, he said, and his read was exact. He probably doesn't want this child to give up being a ninja. Do you want me to break it? No, Lord Aoyama Ryota. Kenjiro shook his head. I tried using genjutsu to stimulate his spiritual energy and route around the seal. The effect wasn't significant. Taiga has too little controllable chakra. I'd like you to partially unlock it, release some of his chakra, and let him try again. Aoyama Ryota scratched his head, hard. This is not dangerous. This is troublesome, extremely troublesome. You cannot open it fully. If you do, that peculiar eye power is very likely to destroy the boy's eyes outright and possibly kill him. So you loosen it by a tenth, and you let him try, and you see how much chakra comes free and whether he can awaken. If he can, wonderful. If not, loosen it to 2/10 and try again. If that fails, 3. And if too much comes out, you seal a portion back. The third Hokage could have done all of it. Kenjiro was not going to ask the Hokage of a nation to spend days on an experiment for one boy. The old man has a country to run, and Kuroki Taiga is not worth it, and Kenjiro did not have the standing to make that request, which left the man with nothing better to do who wanders the world at his own pace. Aoyama Ryota sighed with his entire body. Fine, fine. What can you do when you're Fuji Yusei's student? Wake him up. I'll loosen the 5-element seal. He paused. Oh, and if the kid asks, don't tell him who I am. I'm worried he'll want an autograph. Kenjiro laughed twice and let that one go. With Aoyama Ryota on the job, the progress accelerated immediately. The sealed portion of chakra flowed back into his network, and the sudden abundance of it made that boy genuinely excited for the first time in weeks. Every cell in his body started releasing energy under the mental pressure, preparing for the Sharingan. The Yamanaka house was quiet that night. I did some yin release conditioning and went to bed. And somewhere between asleep and awake, I felt something strange move in my head, a kind of excitement that wasn't mine. And then my consciousness went hazy, and then I was standing somewhere else. An ancient palace, thick with fog, incense burners, floors I couldn't focus on, and a tall man in a high-collared robe with 6 black comma shapes at the collar, standing at a window, looking out at something a long way away. I could not think. To be exact, my capacity to have my own thoughts was not present. Something pulled, and I took several steps forward and stopped 3 meters behind him. And then a voice came out of me. It was not my voice. It was not even close. Lord Arav, forgive my rudeness. I can only meet you by using the mind-body switch. The man did not turn around. Yamanaka, he said, and he snorted. What has my good brother Deva been doing lately? And my voice, the voice that was using me, answered respectfully. Lord Deva is contacting the 3 elders within Ninshu. He is preparing to abandon the spread of ninjutsu. The man was quiet for a moment. Prepared to make what? His voice went flat with contempt. Make me vanish from everyone's sight? Make me acknowledge him as the successor? Don't mince words. Say it plainly. I know my own brother. He has always been this hypocritical. Yes, my lord, you're right. Anything else? I felt myself think, which was horrible because it was not me thinking. Oh yes. Lord Deva says he has gained the support of Mount Myoboku. Many of the Ninshu elders changed sides because of it. And the tall man turned around. His eyes were full of blood. You're one of those many elders, aren't you, Yamanaka, my two-faced friend? Before I could explain, before whoever was speaking could explain, he spoke, and his voice had gone somewhere much worse. Let me tell you a secret. You know about the battle between my father, my uncle, and my grandmother, the one that shattered continents. Do you know who instigated it? He came closer. I'll tell you. It was that stinking toad from Mount Myoboku. He was not finished. And another thing. My father originally intended me to inherit Ninshu. Do you know who changed his mind? He didn't wait. That toad. Again. It was inside both of the Otsutsuki family's civil wars. And it disguised itself perfectly, sitting on its mountain above the concerns of the world. And what is it really? The Otsutsuki once ruled this planet. A sacred site? Ridiculous. When grandmother was alive, that scum cowered in a corner. And now, the descendants of the Otsutsuki need the support of a stinking toad. It is a disgrace. Just wait, he said. After I have defeated Deva and inherited Ninshu, I will raze Mount Myoboku to the ground. I will tear out its vicious black heart. Yamanaka then, and my mind went completely blank, and I did not hear one word after that. May? Ino, get up! Why are you sleeping in? Get up, Mom made your favorite miso soup. My mother was confused. This child has been so diligent lately. What's wrong with her today? It took her a considerable amount of effort to wake me. I got out from under that blanket using willpower alone. Everything was heavy. Everything hurt in a way that had no location. I vaguely remembered having a dream. I could not recall a single detail of it. You look so pale, my father said, concerned. Did something go wrong with the exploding water colliding wave? Stay home and rest today. I did feel awful. For a moment, I genuinely thought I'd caught a cold. But I could stop training. I could not stop causing trouble. So I eats breakfast and insisted on going to class, because maybe Kaito would reappear, and Kaito's relationship with Ryuichi was improving every week, and every improvement was one fewer opportunity, and that could not be allowed. 2 days of exhaustion. It wasn't until the third that I felt normal. And here is the part I want you to hold on to, because everything in this story eventually comes back to it. I lost that entire dream, every word of it. The palace, the fog, the man at the window, all of it gone by breakfast, the way sand goes out of a fist. What I kept was one thing, a name. Not familiar, definitely not unfamiliar either. Arav. Is that thing still affecting me? There is no cellular contact between us whatsoever. Is it transmitting through spiritual energy alone, across a village? I tried to reach for the rest of it, and the harder I gripped, the faster it went. Within a day, even the sensation of having dreamed was gone. All that was left was a name in my head that I had no business knowing. I rested 2 more days, went back to training, and finally got the exploding water colliding wave up to standard. I reported it immediately, and my father and I went out to the hills behind the village. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Chakra in the throat, water nature applied, seals fast, shape change, a short charge, and then out. We had chosen a low valley, and the ground there is uneven because generations of ninja have practiced in it. The water spread. It filled the pits first, and then the level kept climbing, and when it stopped, it covered roughly the area of a basketball court. My father looked down. He was in it up to his ankles. He fought in the Third Shinobi World War. He has seen many water techniques from the mist, and he stood in my flood and did the comparison honestly. My casting was clumsy, and the volume of chakra behind it was already comparable to those men. You cannot measure chakra directly. Nobody can tell you whether Kenjiro or Takeshi has more. You estimate. His estimate, excluding a certain very special category of person, was that his 12-year-old daughter's reserves were already high for a normal adult ninja, and were going to keep growing for years. You will have more than enough for the shadow clone. He handed me the scroll, and before he let go of it, he said one thing 3 times. The shadow clone is a physical clone made from chakra split off the original. Remember this. Do not maintain them for long periods. Do not make many at once. Remember my words. Before your chakra has improved enormously, the number must not exceed 3. Understood. No more than 3. The shadow clone is B rank, and it was, for me, considerably harder than the exploding water colliding wave. There's an old story about a technique where a man with vast internal energy reaches perfection in a single night, and a man with average reserves needs 2 years for the first level and 5 for the second, and dies before he finishes the third. My reserves were average, and I got stuck on step 1, which is the division of chakra. If you have a staggering amount, you can split it however you like. Uneven, fast, slow, it doesn't matter. You do it a few times and it smooths out. I did not have an enormous amount. I had to divide the original's chakra and the clone's chakra strictly, exactly as the scroll specified, and find that boundary with precision. 1 division cost me half an hour of rest, which makes the practice loop almost useless. And here's the annoying part. The shadow clone does not care about your control. It does not care about nature or shape transformation. It cares about how much chakra you have, and a little about ninjutsu. So I was struggling, and my natural chakra growth was slowing down. And I looked at a freshly filled cauldron and hesitated. Buy now and enjoy it now. Buy later and enjoy the discount. I decided to be conservative. Wait until spirit rises to 7 on its own, then spend. Because 6 to 7 is the difference between Kenjiro and Takeshi, which is real but not dramatic. 7 to 8 is the difference between Takeshi and Hina, which is a different order of thing entirely. My read is that every attribute takes an enormous jump from 7 to 8, and another from 8 to 9, and another from 9 to 10. 1 through 7 is compulsory education. 8, 9, and 10 are the undergraduate degree, the master's, and the doctorate. So I held the bead and put my head down and worked the 6 key points of the shadow clone until my hands ached. School, work, training, causing trouble. I have never been busier in either of my lives, and, honestly, I was enjoying myself. With about a month left before graduation, our 3 fathers looked at the pace I was setting, decided their own children could not be allowed to fall behind, and hired a tutor. Who they hired says everything about how this village measures people. His name is Hayashi Takashi, and his rank is Genin. He is roughly 70 years old. He is a Genin because he has repeatedly declined to be a Jonin. Otherwise, he would have been one 50 years ago. He served under the 2nd Hokage. He fought beside the 3rd Hokage, and beside Kato Haruki, and beside Kenji's grandfather. The 3rd Hokage still drops in occasionally to reminisce with him. The 4th Hokage held him in open esteem while he was alive. He is excellent at water techniques, taijutsu, and genjutsu, and he has more wilderness experience than any 3 people I have ever met. It took the combined weight of 3 clan heads and an old debt to get him to agree to teach us for 1 week. An ordinary person could not have gotten him to cross the street. So the 3 of us took the morning off school and went to the village gate to wait for the legendary Genin of Konoha to take us on a field exercise. We waited half an hour. He did not appear. The 2 chunin on gate duty stood inside the gate and watched us from a distance without coming over. I thought about that for a second. I did not know whether one of those 2 had any connection to Haruki. I had a suspicion, and a good relationship costs nothing. And setting Haruki aside entirely, those 2 men have guarded that gate through every disaster this village has ever had, and they survive all of it, and they still have all their limbs at the end of the story. One of them, at some point, uses a certain enormous eyeball as a hammer. That is a genuine achievement, and it deserves respect. I went over and bowed properly. Good morning, teachers. I'm Mei Yamanaka. Please take care of me. The age gap made senior feel wrong. Teacher seemed safer. They knew exactly who I was, and they did not dare be careless with it, and they introduced themselves with extreme politeness. I wouldn't call myself a teacher. Hello, Miss Yamanaka. My name is Koga Renji. Miss Yamanaka, you're far too kind. We're nobody at all. Abe Jin. My sales skills are not decorative. They both admire Takeshi Sarutobi enormously, and I did not know Takeshi at that point, so I came in from a different direction. I started with 2 men from the intelligence division who work under my father and who are the same age as these 2. Once you have people in common, the rest is downhill. Within 20 minutes, they were Renji-kun and Jin-kun. I estimated that within a month I could get to Old Steel. They were bored out of their minds standing at a gate, and a girl had come over to chat, so naturally they did not refuse. Takashi was still not there. Ren had gone from bored to distressed. He just finished a brutal week of clan training and did not want another one. So the moment he saw 2 adults being friendly, he inserted himself into the conversation at speed. Renji produced snacks he keeps for night shifts and gave them to Kenji. All 5 of us were friends inside half an hour. It is worth noting what we were wearing because it was the first time. Fieldwork is not school. All 3 of us had our own combat gear on. I had a purple sleeveless jacket, bandaging, and a shuriken holster on my right leg, a pouch on my lower back with exploding tags, smoke bombs, ration pills, and kunai, and standard open-toed sandals. Apart from one detail I had declined to copy, it was almost exactly the outfit the girl who lived in this body was going to wear. Ren had a short-sleeved shirt with the Nara crest and a full kit. Kenji, unusually, had leggings and a hip pouch and everything else a professional carries. Renji and Jin both told us, seriously, to treasure this opportunity and not to be disrespectful just because the man was a genin. The sun climbed, 9 in the morning. The legendary genin of Konoha still had not appeared. He hasn't forgotten, has he? Said Ren, in visible pain. Kenji had already relocated to shade and opened a bag, and I was starting to wonder too. I'd talked so much with Old Steel that I'd drained an entire canteen. I looked at the sun. I looked at the empty road. Perception. Because obviously he was hiding somewhere, watching how we handled the weight. Obviously. I searched. There was nothing. Not a ghost. Ren tilted his head at me. I searched again. It seems he didn't come. It's also possible this senior's concealment methods are sophisticated. Kenji was eating in the shade. Ren and I, both convinced we were being observed, put our packs down under a tree and started checking our equipment like two people who definitely were not being graded. The pack is essentially a rucksack, tent inside, blank scrolls, and even a ninja like me, who is not exactly known for strength, carries two of the big folding shuriken, the ones that open out like fans. Those are not carry weapons, those are luggage. Take away the headbands and our kit was exactly what a working genin carries. What did you bring? Let me look. Ren craned over to inspect my pack, comparing it against his own to see what he'd missed. And here is what was happening. No matter how formidable that man becomes later, at that moment he was a rookie, and so was I. Every item in my pack was put there by my mother. Why is the fire starter in the left pocket? Why is the folding shuriken in the outer compartment? Why 2 kunai in the hip pouch and 4 in the pack? We'd been taught all of it in class. It was the first time either of us had held it in the field, so two 12-year-olds sat under a tree on their first proper outing, chattering, going through their bags item by item, and then confiscating Kenji's bag and examining that from every angle, cross-referencing classroom theory against reality, and feeling that we had both learned a huge amount. We haven't forgotten anything, have we? I kept checking. I've packed 3 days of food. Ren scratched his head. It's about 3 days for me too, but... We both looked at Kenji. 3 days of food is enough. Carrying more increases your load and reduces your mobility. You must become good at finding what you need in the wild. The voice came from directly behind us. I turned so fast I nearly dislocated something. I had no idea when he had entered my field of vision. He was old, spots across his whole face, hair and eyebrows white, torn shorts, a brown sleeveless vest, and on his back, a vast iron pot. "Grandpa Takashi," said Kenji, brightening. His grandfather and this man shared a trench, and of the three of us, he was closest. "Hello, Grandpa Takashi." "Hello, Grandpa Takashi." He is 70, we are 12. Grandpa is accurate. He waved a hand and smiled at us like a kind old man. "Good, good. You're all good children." Then, after a pause, "I was on a patrol assignment. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Kenji and Ren both said it was nothing. I said nothing at all, and inside my head, I said a great deal. Konoha, you absolute disgrace. This man is 70 years old, and you have him walking patrols on the front line. Can you not find him a desk? I understand he wants to die on a battlefield. That is his position, but you did not have to say yes. And what does a young ninja think, seeing that white-haired man on a night patrol? Does he think this village looks after its own? Or does he look at that and quietly conclude there is no future here? The old man's back was slightly bent. "Your fathers have asked me to teach you a few things this week. If you're ready, let's go." We went immediately. A week is a week, and the 3 clans had paid for it. Kenji, who knew exactly how rare this was, became unusually serious. Ren abandoned his entire personality. The 3 of us registered at the gate with Renji, names, departure time, signatures, and walked out one at a time. 10 meters past the gate, I turned around. I could still see it, the gate, the main road, the Hokage Rock in the distance. In 4 months, I had never once left this village. I hadn't felt anything about that while I was inside it. 10 meters outside, something moved in my stomach that I could not name and did not like. My eyes went, without permission, to a puddle at the side of the road. Because there is a specific pair of brothers who wait in a puddle and who have been killed by an unbroken chain of people in my position across an infinite number of stories, and I am not too proud to check. They were not there. Takashi noticed the way I was standing and asked, kindly, "First time out of the village?" I nodded. Ren and Kenji, beside me, became insufferable instantly. "We came out ages ago," said Ren to the sky. "What is that? What is that exactly? What are you doing?" We left the main road for a side path almost immediately, because the point was survival, and we moved in the ninja style, arms back, center of gravity low, chakra concentrated in the balls of the feet. And as the village dropped behind us, the old man asked a question in the tone people use when the question is a test. "What formation do you use when operating in unfamiliar or enemy-held territory?" Kenji's eyes went wide. "There's a formation?" Ren and I looked at each other. We both had it. I tipped my chin at him. "Go on." "Column," Ren said. Takashi nodded. "Continue." "Mei has sensory ability, so Mei takes point and handles reconnaissance. Kenji follows immediately behind, so he can support her instantly. If we hit an enemy, he charges in so Mei can withdraw to a safe distance and use ninjutsu. Grandpa Takashi is in the middle, supporting both of them. I take the rear." The old man was non-committal. and the four of us fell into exactly that order and moved through the woods. And taking point felt like exactly one thing. There is a line about a country so short of generals that it sends out an old man as the vanguard. That was me. I was the old man. I had been a censor for 4 months. My entire technique was a party trick I did at desks, and this village had put me at the front of a formation because there was nobody else. For Takashi, this was a walk with children and posed no challenge whatsoever. The 3 families had swept that area twice already. There was, functionally, no danger in it. By evening, the only threat we had encountered was a wild boar, and I did not retreat. I surprised myself. I went 10 meters sideways in one jump, flicked my wrist, and there was a kunai in my hand. I read the line it was charging on, gripped the blade in reverse, and as we passed each other, I opened up the side of its head. Then, before it could turn, I put the kunai into its left eye and twisted clockwise. It screamed. And I discovered a genuinely practical problem, which is that a kunai is short and a boar's skull is long. And unless I was willing to put my whole arm inside an angry animal, I was not going to reach anything that mattered. I stepped aside and waved backward. Kenji, your turn. Watch this. Human bullet tank. He mixed chakra with his own fat, converted it, expanded until he was a sphere, and came in, rotating at a speed that made the air unhappy. That boar had been having a bad day, and then a ball of meat weighing as much as a cart fell on it, and everything inside it stopped being connected to everything else, and it made 2 short sounds and did not move again. We had roast boar for dinner. Takashi took the pot off his back, lit a fire, boiled water, and processed that animal with a speed and economy that I found beautiful to watch. Not fast, efficient. Every motion did one job, and he talked the entire time. Camp on the leeward side of a hill. Remember that even though we are ninja, our bodies are fragile. Caught unprepared, an animal can kill you. When you pick a site, look at the ground. Look for the tracks of large animals. Ask whether you have camped on the path they use to reach water. Watch my hands, and always clean an animal thoroughly in the field, all of it, every time, because an enemy ninja will track you by smell. The 10th generation Mei Shikacho had sent us out here to learn exactly this, and all 3 of us knew it. Textbook theory and reality are not the same substance. These details look trivial. Miss one, and you will make an enormous mess of something. And I listened to every word because I am not the protagonist. That is the single most useful thing I understand about my own situation. There is a boy in this village who does not need to know any of this. He can be reckless because if he is ever in danger, there is a fox inside him, and his father's chakra, and his mother's chakra, and an ancient chakra older than both, and a man who has been dead for 1,000 years, all of whom will step in. I have a cauldron that fills when somebody else gets blamed. I would find it profoundly humiliating to die in my sleep because I camped on a game trail. The boar was acceptable. Crisp skin, firm lean meat, almost beef. Very strong, gamey smell. Takashi's seasoning collection was limited, and I did not love it. Then I saw Ren eating with a frown on his face and forced down a few more pieces out of solidarity. Of 10 portions of that animal, the old man ate 1. Ren and I ate 1 between us. The remaining 8 went into Kenji. That boy genuinely does not discriminate between meat and vegetables. We spent 2 more days on it. How to build a trap. How to lure someone into a trap. How to shake pursuers while retreating. How to erase your tracks. All 3 of us paid attention. Even Kenji did not slack once. And yes, in the very late stages of a certain war, there is a scenario where one side has a giant armored avatar and the other side has a giant wooden statue, and the whole thing becomes 2 enormous machines hitting each other. Fine. In the early part, this knowledge keeps you alive, and the early part is where I currently live. Takashi did not stop at survival. He gave each of us individual instruction. The shadow clone and its bigger sibling were both developed by the second Hokage. Takashi served under the second Hokage. Takashi is extremely good at the shadow clone, and his method was not the method a certain blonde boy will eventually use, which consists of pulling chakra and simply doing it. His method was formal. How to subdivide the chakra. How to give a clone partial consciousness. How to get a clone to participate in a fight rather than stand there being a decoy. Under that instruction, I finally understood the several things I had been getting wrong, and I estimated that once I was home, I could finish the technique cleanly. "I hear you're good at water release," he said. Let me show you another one. Watch carefully. He formed seals, 12 of them. The water in a nearby stream stood up. Water release, water dragon bullet. A dragon of water went into the sky with white spray coming off it, meandered once, and then came down through a stand of trees and removed them. I stood there with my mouth open. Because in the story I remember, the water dragon bullet is a technique nobody respects. It appears, it gets countered, everyone moves on. Watching it in person, at close range, I can report the following. It is Jonin-level material, and its power is obscene. If I'd had that against Taiga, it would have been one exchange. He tanked a C-rank wild water wave. Try tanking that. Did you see it clearly? And then, before I could answer, I'll do it again. Another dragon went up. Another section of woodland stopped existing. What was the difference between those two? I was, briefly, insulted. Does he think I'm a child? Am I actually that naive? Then I looked at the man's face and decided to let him have his moment. The order and the number of seals were different, I said, doing my best excited voice. The first one was 12 seals. The second one was 42, 43? 44, said Takashi. The water dragon bullet takes 44 seals. Even a highly skilled water ninja needs about 10 seconds. That is 5 seals per second. He let that number sit there. Very few people in the world today can form seals that fast. Anyone who can complete the water dragon bullet in 10 seconds is an elite jonin of their village. When you meet an enemy like that, you have exactly one option, and it is to run. Then he paused, because he wanted to be remembered, and I do not begrudge him that at all. The second Hokage's understanding of ninjutsu was without equal. He simplified this technique. He needed 3 seals for the entire thing. I am far inferior. I need 12. 3. He took 44 seals down to 3. For the record, the second Hokage was one of the great inventors in the history of this world, and nobody talks about it because he had the misfortune of also being unpleasant. My fingers are dexterous. 5 seals a second, 44 seals in 10, while blending chakra in a specific ratio and applying both a nature change and a shape change. That is not a technique, that is a musical instrument. Simplify it, please. Little girl, would you like to learn? I had to keep being cute about it. Grandpa Takashi, I want to learn. Then let's start with the 44 seal version. Me. I practiced by that river for an entire day, and I was not satisfied with myself. My ninjutsu was fine. My spirit was fine. What let me down was seals, sitting at 5, and seals is exactly the attribute this technique is made of. Takashi says that a ninja who can do 5 seals a second is rare these days, and that is both true and not. He has never watched Uchiha Itachi do it. When Itachi fought Kenjiro, he was producing 6 seals a second and doing them one-handed. I have thought about this a great deal, and I have arrived at the only available conclusion, which is that 20 years of complete indifference to women produces hand speed of a caliber the rest of us cannot approach. That is a 10 in seals. I am not going to get there. My best friend, incidentally, also has extraordinary hand speed. Ami runs an 8 in seals, and heaven alone knows how, because I have never once seen that girl practice it, and I decline to speculate about what she does at home. My 5 is not in the conversation. My best time on the 44 seal water dragon bullet was 19 seconds. 19 against 10 sounds like a gap of 9 seconds. In a fight, it is a gap of an entire lifetime. Takashi also taught me the simplified version. And even with the second Hokage's notes and this old man's personal experience, the furthest I could compress it was 39. Any further and the failure rate went vertical. For your age, that level is already very good, he said. If I'd had this understanding when I was young, I wouldn't have so many regrets. If a genius like the second Hokage had seen you, he would certainly have taken you as a student. Which was extremely embarrassing to receive, because I was not satisfied at all, and because it is a strange feeling to be praised by somebody who fought beside a man on a mountain. The 8 in ninjutsu did carry me. My comprehension was strong enough that I had the principle of the water dragon bullet down quickly, and after that it was only repetition. And water is, for this exact reason, the best nature in the world to train. It has real limitations on a battlefield. It also costs almost nothing to practice. Find water. Use the water. Your chakra expenditure is minimal because the environment is doing the heavy lifting. Fire, lightning, and wind cannot do this. You cannot practice lightning in a thunderstorm. That is not training. That is a funeral. Those three come out of your own chakra every single time, which slows everything down. They are also stronger. Every nature has a price, and anybody who tells you otherwise is selling something. I was not the only one getting individual attention. Ren's family art is the shadow imitation, and the series of techniques that grow out of it. Like the Yamanaka, the Nara run on yin release. His highest natural affinity is fire, and his nature transformation training wasn't finished, so fire was off the table for the moment. Takashi thought about it and taught him a genjutsu instead. Konoha Yuri, Flowing Willow. It's a hybrid of swordsmanship and genjutsu. No seals. You swing a blade or a kunai, layer your yin release chakra onto the motion, and either remove yourself from the enemy's sight or bind them outright. Ren's ninjutsu talent is slightly above average and no more. Making him chase fire would have been a waste of a year, and if it weren't for the pressure I was applying, he wouldn't have bothered with the family technique either. His genjutsu talent is about the same as his ninjutsu talent, but that particular technique demands you account for terrain, sightlines, lighting, and angle, which is not a talent problem. That is a chess problem. It fit him perfectly, and Kenji gained an enormous amount that week because Kenji learned to cook, how to find ingredients in the field, how to season with almost nothing, how to make soup in the wilderness. While I stood in a river throwing dragons at a hillside, and Ren waved a kunai vaguely at a willow tree, that boy's culinary skills improved beyond recognition. Something did not happen that week. Takashi did not become our master. None of us would have allowed it, and neither would our parents. The master-student bond in this world is treated with enormous seriousness. It is a real and load-bearing relationship, and it is not spent casually. You do not spend it on an old man with one foot in the ground. Goodbye, Grandpa Takashi. Thank you for your guidance. We said it at the village gate a week later, and the 70-year-old man went straight onto patrol duty, and the three of us went home. I put my pack down and got in the shower. A week in the field. Intensive training. No washing. There is not a woman alive who survives that with dignity intact. I could smell Ren and Kenji from 2 meters, and I had no illusions about myself. Afterwards, I washed every piece of gear I owned, changed into normal clothes, and went out to walk the streets and find a hot pot. And as I passed Shueisha, I noticed something on the shelf. A booklet, Taiga's Youthful Story. It was out. It was out, and it was face out on the shelf, and there was a small stack of it. And then, standing in that shop, I saw a tall man with a headband bearing the character for oil, a red coat, and wooden sandals. That lecherous expression. Is that Aoyama Ryota? Why is he in the village? Did he come to check on Kaito? I had already stepped through the door, and turning around at that point would have looked exactly as suspicious as it was. Fortunately, I had not transformed that day. Transformation fools ordinary people. The chakra flow across the face does not fool a man of that caliber for a fraction of a second. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched one of the legendary Sannin pick up Taiga's Youthful Story and start leafing through it. Now, getting to know Aoyama Ryota at that point in my life would achieve nothing. It would also cost nothing. And knowing somebody is better than not knowing them, because the operating principle of this village and of the entire ninja world remains what it has always been. You pick capable people from those you know, and you pick people to know from those who are capable. So I put on the face of a fan, walked up to the counter, and asked with enormous hope, "Boss, do you have the newest Taiga's Youthful Story?" The clerk was thrilled. It wasn't flying off the shelf, but it was moving, and the buyers included, but were not limited to, noble women, wealthy women, young women, teenage girls, one blonde boy with an unusual passenger, and the pervert standing 8 feet away. In his professional judgment, I qualified as a teenage girl. He had seen many. Yes, it's selling very well at the moment, and stock is low, 1,500 Rio a copy. I hesitated visibly, and then produced embarrassment. I'm still a student. I love the books Shueisha publishes, but I don't have much money. Could you give me 2 copies? If you gave me 3,000 Rio, I'd promote them for you and leave good reviews. The clerk. Question mark? It took him several full seconds to arrive at it. Good heavens, we're going to have to pay her? His first instinct was refusal. Then he looked at how pitiful I was and could not quite manage it, and stood there frozen. I looked up at him with enormous, tragic eyes. He was not the target. And sure enough, the man 8 feet away burst out laughing. What a cute little girl. How about this? As the Toad Sage of Mount Nyoboku, I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I'll pay for you. How's that? I gave him a wary look and took 3 careful steps backwards. Uncle, ask. Aoyama Ryota stroked his chin, considered, and then held up the booklet with Taiga's face on the cover, pointed directly at me. I've watched women of every age buy this thing for days. Give me some advice. Do you think a 50-year-old woman prefers this kind of expressionless face, or a powerful and domineering man like myself? Without hesitation, obviously she likes the handsome one. He opened his mouth to say that he was also handsome. I did not permit it. Look at Taiga-kun. Red lips, white teeth. And you, uncle? Your face paint is quite red, and your hair is quite white. Are those the same thing? And look at Taiga-kun's eyes, bright as stars. And yours, uncle? Yours have a certain quality to them. Tisk tisk. I kept going because there was no reason to stop. Taiga-kun has a large house. Do you have a house, uncle? What does a 50-year-old woman actually need? Security. And you have nothing. Aoyama Ryota stood in that bookshop and, by his own later account, wanted to put his head through a wall. The face paint is his signature. The white hair is natural. The eyes. Is he supposed to compete with the Uchiha on eyes? The housing question, incidentally, was the only one he could have answered. He has the money. He does not want to live in this village. Compared with the rest of it, though, he felt he had been comprehensively beaten. I ignored him, decided not to push my luck any further, and bought one copy at full price. Then I waved at a dejected legendary Sannin, picked up my book, and walked out. I read it as I walked. The literacy rate in this world is dismal. People who can read and can also afford books live in a small number of prosperous districts in the large countries, and Shueisha was preparing to push this internationally. They did, in the end, play it safe. The title is Taiga's Youthful Story, given name only, no surname anywhere, which leaves room. You say your name is Taiga, so obviously this is about you. What a joke. There are a great many people called Taiga. The third Hokage's own father was called Taiga, and that man has been dead for decades and has not filed a complaint. You say this is a photograph of you? There are plenty of people who look alike. Shueisha also has certain skilled individuals on the roster, one of whom was standing in that shop when I bought it. They do not want trouble. They are also not afraid of it. I flipped through and was pleased with two editorial decisions. They had removed the line about materials provided by the Association for the Protection, Care, and Companionship of Kuroki Taiga, and they had put, in large type on the cover, written by the great author Haruno Sakura. Anybody who is not blind can work out who Suzuki Ami is from a handful of physical descriptions in the text, which is not, immediately, a large problem. There are only a few girls in this village that far gone, but it will spread, and over time, it will accumulate. It took Aoyama Ryota about 10 minutes to recover, and then his heart started fluttering again because he had just extracted an extremely important piece of market data from a 12-year-old. The women all like Taiga's face, which is a resource, which he can use, and which is, he reasoned, reasonable compensation for the days he had spent unsealing a boy's eyes. Let's get right to it. Half an hour later. Ha 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 ha. I, Kuroki Taiga, am the #1 genius of Konoha. Let me tell you a story. A transformed Aoyama Ryota, holding court between two women in a tavern, occasionally dropping a joke that made both of them shriek. At the same time, 2 streets away. Ha ha ha! I, the great toad sage of Mount Myoboku, am a famous author. Ladies, let me tell you a joke. A transformed me, holding court between 2 well-dressed women in a different tavern, running up a bar tab under a legendary Sannin's name, and telling anecdotes about a mountain I have never visited. I did not enjoy this. This is a business. I made sure to be loud. I made sure to be memorable. I made sure that a very large number of people saw a white-haired man with a headband reading oil buying rounds he had absolutely no intention of paying for, and I made certain the proprietor got a very good look at his face before I left. Then I finished my drink and watched the cauldron fill. That is a resource point. Not a payout, a resource. Something that will keep producing as long as the source is in the village. It only works while he is here. Once Aoyama Ryota leaves Konoha, the whole thing becomes far too easy to trace back. The alcohol content was low. I said goodbye to 2 very confused ladies, walked out, and dropped the transformation the moment I hit the street. I went to school after that because the graduation exams were under 3 weeks out, and I intended to hold first place in the year, and holding first place required actual work. And when I got there, I found that Taiga had not been in for days. No, please, no. Has he cracked already? Has he defected ahead of schedule? Where would he even go? Ren and Kenji hadn't arrived, so I asked Yui. I heard, she said softly. I heard Taiga-kun was badly hurt. The village sent a jonin to treat him. Then she sniffed at my collar like a puppy. May, have you been drinking? No, no, don't say things like that. I'll take you next time. Having successfully steered away from that, I started thinking about Taiga. Badly hurt. How badly? Because during that fight, I had sensed something that appeared to be Arav's chakra, and that thing had absorbed and assimilated a chunk of my own. And then at the hospital, I had checked and found nothing at all, and concluded it was finished. Apparently, it was not finished. Ow! What the hell? Is Konoha poisonous? I was fine in the field, and I get back, and I'm dizzy. That was the following morning. I fought my way out from under that blanket again with pure willpower. I'd had another dream. I could not remember one detail of it, but this time I noticed something in the aftermath, and it was not on the panel, and I felt it anyway. My yin release had moved, substantially. I had been at level 2, Chunin Standard, and I was now not far off level 3, which is Special Jonin. Does this body simply have that much natural talent for yin release? Because if it improves at that rate, I might be able to attempt the 3rd stage during the Konoha Crush. There will be a certain entity present at that event, and if my yin release is high enough by then, I might be able to make friends with a death god. I did not, at that moment, connect 2 dreams and 1 missing name. I should have. I finished the shadow clone that week. I made 2 because my chakra was still limited. 1 practiced hand seals. The other worked on earth-nature transformation, because earth has a lot of uses, and one of them is that if you cannot win, you can go into the ground, which is a legitimate strategy that nobody respects. And the original went to school and continued causing trouble. I got there one morning and found Taiga back in class. If I had to describe him in one word, it would be calm. He sat quietly. He looked straight ahead. He ignored the girls who tried to talk to him and the girls who tried to make him solve riddles. He had gone back to being the school heartthrob, seamlessly, as if none of it had happened. Hey, what's up with him? Ren did not lift his head off the desk. You're the censor. If you don't know, how would I? Do you think his Sharingan's gained something? Then go and ask Yui to have a look for you. I ignored that, because those eyes see through clothing, and unless there is a genuine emergency, that clan does not casually use them inside the village, and Ren knows that perfectly well and made the suggestion anyway. We're all classmates, not enemies, he muttered. You're being petty. I did not answer, because I was not going to tell anybody that I have a specific medical condition, which is that I get a headache whenever I see an Uchiha. Kuroki Taiga, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara. Thinking about that list gives me a physical symptom. Every one of them is enormously troublesome, and every one of their abilities is, in the most literal sense, a bug in the world. It is no wonder the second Hokage was hostile to them. My working assumption was that Taiga had opened those eyes. His genjutsu is nowhere near his brother's. It doesn't have to be. That eye gives him observation and hypnosis and copying, and any one of those is a step change. If he copies a few taijutsu forms and I cannot keep the distance open, I lose. What a pain, I said, using Ren's line. He pretended not to hear and went back to sleep. Taiga's return did not cause much of a stir because everybody had graduation on their minds. And here is the funniest consequence of everything I had done that season. Clan children do not normally care about school grades. School grades are for commoners. The clans have private instruction, and school is a formality. But I was working so visibly hard that all of them had to study and train at full output in case they fell behind. And their relentless effort, in turn, put immense pressure on me. Water ninjutsu, hand seals, earth-nature transformation, shuriken, the family technique, and school subjects. And Miyamoto Akira, now a stern father, had made his position very clear. He expected first place in the entire year, not hoped, expected. So my clones and I went at full speed, and in the last few days I suspended earth training entirely and did nothing but read. Because the practical exams were not the problem. I can throw a shuriken, so can every other clan kid. The 3 body techniques are the 3 body techniques. The theory paper is where it gets decided. Itsuki did well, Ren did well, Yui did well, mine had to be better. And a correction, because in the version of this story people tell each other, the graduation exam is easy and everyone passes. That is not true. A very large number of students fail and do not graduate. My numbers by then were 8 in ninjutsu, 3 in body, 3 in genjutsu, 6 in wisdom, 2 in strength, 5 in speed, 6 in spirit, 5 in seals. A great many students in that room were running 1s and 2s across the board. They were playful and they were not talented, And asking them to hit a target 10 times out of 10 was asking them to climb into the sky. Same with the 3 body techniques. Kaito, incidentally, is excellent at transformation and excellent at substitution and cannot do the clone technique, and calling that boy a failure is unfair. He is the bottom of the elite group. He is not among the bad students, and his transformation is genuinely superb. He has put a staggering number of hours into that specific technique for reasons I decline to examine. For me, the theory paper, the fitness test, the kunai test, and the ninjutsu test were all straightforward. Full marks, all of them. Then I stood with Ren and the others and watched Kaito take his. This year, the practical was the clone technique. 2 clones, that was the requirement. 2. And the boy who will one day flood a battlefield with an entire army of himself could not, at that moment, control the enormous thing inside him, and what came out onto the floor was, and I am being kind, a shape. Unacceptable, Ryuichi shouted. Everything else went smoothly. Everyone else graduated. The 3rd Hokage came in person to encourage the graduating class and remind them of the will of fire, and to set expectations for the students who hadn't made it and tell them to keep working. And as top of the year, I gave the speech on behalf of the graduates. Today, I am proud of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Tomorrow, the Konoha Ninja Academy will be proud of me. The 3rd Hokage nodded repeatedly. Kaito went and sat off to one side and drew circles on the floor while the rest of us lined up for our headbands. And I have to report that the genin of this village are the least disciplined body of people I have ever seen. Every possible garment, every possible way of wearing a headband. It looked less like a graduating class and less like a militia and more like a lost and found. The sand at least wear theirs on their heads. Konoha does whatever it wants. I frequently feel I am too orderly and out of place among these people. So, to avoid being ostracized by my own group, I used my headband as a back support and hung it around my waist and left it there. Then a photograph, then the registration entry, and then it was done. I picked up my card and looked at it. Ninja number 012604. Rank, Genin, 12,604th. That is how many people have graduated from that academy since it opened, and I was one of them, and I slid the card into my hip pouch. In theory, you use that card twice more in your life. Once when the Chunin exams promote you, once when your clan recommends you and the leadership approves you as Jonin. In practice, most ninja never get either. In practice, that card is mainly needed one final time at the registration desk for the funeral. Ren and Kenji and I were on our way out when we ran into the white-haired Kuroda Masao-sensei at the corner of the school building. Ren and Kenji kept walking with their faces blank as though the corridor were empty. I hesitated. Because yes, I had graduated. I had graduated 5 minutes ago. Turning around and pretending not to know a teacher within 5 minutes felt like a stretch. I knew exactly what that man was. I greeted him anyway. Hello, Professor Masao. He was, on the surface, no different from usual. Perfect teacherly bearing. Ah, Yamanaka, I hear you took first in the entire year. Impressive. I'd say last year's Hyuga Hiroki wasn't as good as you. Why is this man telling me that? Is he about to, I want to be honest. It would be a lie to say the scroll of seals never crossed my mind. I also knew, with complete clarity, that there was no version of events in which I got near that scroll with the 3rd Hassan watching it. So my tone dropped several degrees. It's thanks to the teaching. I'm nothing next to Hiroki-senpai. Goodbye, sir. I nodded and turned to go. Masao looked gentle and thought something else entirely, which was roughly, what is so great about these people? I am a Chunin. I am speaking to you. These clan children are unbelievably arrogant. And then, without any change of expression at all, he said, It's rare for me to be in such a good mood. How about this? Akari-sensei and I will treat everyone to dinner tonight. Let's all get together and go out. He had not finished the sentence. Kenji had already walked 20 meters ahead and was practically out of the gate, and Kenji came back. Describe is the wrong word for how he came back. He did not turn around and walk. He arrived. A treat! Professor Masao! What are we eating? Are we having barbecue? Damn it, thought Masao. You pretended not to know me 30 seconds ago, and now you're like this? His face went stiff. He laughed dryly. He nodded. Kenji was overjoyed. He shouted it down the corridor at full volume. Mizuki-sensei is treating. Shikamaru, Ino, we're going for barbecue tonight. Kenji needs explaining before I tell you what happened at that restaurant, or it looks like an accident. That boy is not interested in fighting. He has never been interested in fighting. His favorite thing is eating. He normally has no opinions. He watches Ren and me argue and does whatever we conclude. But when Kenji speaks, both of us give him the floor. Ren had been planning to go home and lie down for several days. He looked at his empty wallet, nodded slightly, and agreed. I felt exactly the same way, and for exactly the same reason, which is that I still owed several people a trip to Amaguriyama for sweet bean jelly, and I could not afford it. I do not have to spend money to eat at home. I also cannot only ever eat at home. Social obligation exists, and buying meals is not optional. Unfortunately, every single person in my social circle has a massive appetite. Most of my allowance and most of Ren's had gone directly into Kenji for months, and even stretched to the last coin it had not been enough. So I had been planning to starve myself for a few days and then go and eat on somebody else's account, and now Masao had volunteered. Why be polite? Hinata, come and keep me company tonight. Why are you blushing? We're going for dinner. What are you thinking about? Dinner? Together? Okay, that's great. And you over there, Itsuki, come along. Effortless. The 6 of us were assembled inside 2 minutes. Ami, are you coming? I called it across the yard without much thought. Huh? She pointed at herself, surprised, because from the outside my little group looks closed. And this moment deserves the truth. Since her friendship with me ended, that girl has not made a single friend at that school. Not one. In years. She wanted to come. I saw her hesitate, so I added the ramp. We're all ninja now. We might end up on missions together. It's rare for Kuroda Masao-sensei to treat anyone. Come on. Masao was struggling to hold his smile in place. Ami's eyes darted sideways to Kuroki Taiga, who had his hands in his pockets and a cold expression and was clearly about to leave alone. Then she looked back at me, silently asking whether she could invite him. I did not care at all. I was not the one who lost that fight, and I was not the one paying, so what exactly was I afraid of? Taiga, come over. He looked at me with no expression whatsoever. I don't have time. Taiga-kun, we're all classmates. But Taiga already knew about Taiga's youthful story. He was, at that point in his life, filled with a comprehensive disgust for the women of this village. Women are so annoying. They will only slow down his revenge. He snorted and walked away. Ren wanted to invite Kaito. Kaito had failed the clone technique that day and was in a state where he could not even face ramen, let alone barbecue. Taiga didn't come. Kaito didn't come, and after a moment's hesitation, Ami declined too. Never mind, I said. Let's just go and eat. I did not take the failed expansion of my small group seriously at all. Masao saw me off with a smile and then went back toward the examination hall, citing official business, where he happened to run into a dejected blonde boy. That evening, exactly as arranged, Masao brought his fiancée. Her name is Akari. She teaches at the same school. They had gotten engaged not long before, and this was framed, out loud, as a celebration of that. Kenji arrived first, then Yui, then Itsuki, then Haruto, then Ren, and finally me. Everyone noticed what I was wearing, so I may as well tell you. Purple sleeveless jacket, purple trousers, mesh knee and elbow guards, headband at the waist. Apart from a certain quantity of exposed midriff I had chosen to decline, it was essentially the outfit the girl in this body wears as a tune-in. Because of the medication and the jump in my yin release, my spiritual energy had been dragging my physical energy up behind it for weeks, and my chakra was climbing at a slow, steady rate. 6 in spirit, and I estimated that with puberty on my side, it would reach 7 on its own before long. The clothes were fitted. I looked, and I say this factually, noticeably older than I had 2 months earlier. Ren took one look at me and frowned. He could not understand it. It's barbecue. Why are you dressed for a war? I had the answer loaded. We are ninja of this village now. Ninja have to be ready for combat at any moment. Look at the Chunin and Jonin instructors. Are they ever not ready? Which is true, and he could not find a hole in it. And he arrived at the only conclusion available to him, which was that May had become insufferably competitive and was now doing it about dinner. Are you even human? Said his face. Akari-sensei is genuinely gentle. She taught all of us for 2 years, and everyone was comfortable with her. We exchanged pleasantries. Then we started eating. Now, chakra is generated by the roughly 130 trillion cells in a human body. Absorbing energy directly from the outside world is sage mode, And precisely one person in this world can currently do that, and he had recently lost an argument to me in a bookshop. Everybody else runs on their own body. And the way a body replenishes energy is that it eats. I was not, at that point, a competitive eater. My appetite had still gone up enormously since I arrived. Thank you, Kuroda Masao-sensei, Akari-sensei. I'll start. And I started. Kenji was furious. He was not furious about anything I said. He was furious about an implication. I may not beat you on exams, said the look on his face, but do you think you can out-eat me? He gave Masao the most perfunctory thanks in the history of gratitude, picked up his chopsticks, and engaged. Then Ren, because Mei Shikacho stand together. If two of his companions are eating and he is not, unity suffers. Haruto and Itsuki did not stand on ceremony either, which left Yui, who went through the motions politely and asked Masao and Akari about the engagement. 5 people and 1 dog eating in earnest. Boss, 2 more plates. Boss, hurry, I'm still a bit hungry. Hinata, you should eat too. Kuroda Masao-sensei is treating us to celebrate his engagement. Cheer up, eat. And what I did there was deliberate, so let me lay it out. I turned to a girl who is descended from a family with a unreasonable relationship with food, who had been eating at a strictly regulated table her entire life, who was at that moment being polite in front of 2 teachers, and I told her, in public, that it would be rude not to eat. Ami Yui is called, by a certain person a very long way from here, the Byakugan princess. She is talented in several respects. She is spectacular at exactly one. She joined the ranks of the eaters, and the rate at which grilled meat left that table accelerated in a way that changed the character of the evening. The owner of Yakiniku Q watched the plates coming back and got extremely excited, and I heard him in the back room with a knife in his hand. Q grilled meat has never let a customer go hungry. Never. Everyone, perk up, faster. Today's customers are demanding, give me a bigger plate. And as the stack of empty plates beside him climbed past his shoulder, Masao's smile stopped working. Damn it, do you people never eat at home? Because he did intend to betray this village. He intended to do it that night. He had a plan and a timetable. He had not intended to do it because of debts. That would be too humiliating to explain. Several times during that meal, he checked his wallet under the table and did arithmetic. And I had already worked out exactly what he was doing, because I did not spend 10 years of a previous life watching detective shows for nothing. Masao was building an alibi. I did not expose him. I put my head down and kept eating. He checked his wallet. Then he started checking the time. He had things to do. He had a schedule. Who could have predicted that these people would eat like this? He was anxious, and his eyes kept moving around the table, and his entire plan had collapsed into a single hope. That one of us would say we were full so he could pay and leave. He waited. Even Ren, who has the smallest appetite at that table, was eating like a man with a grudge. Haruto's dog had visibly gained 2 sizes and was still going. That meal ran 2 hours. Whether the host enjoyed it, I could not tell you. The guests had a wonderful time. Every one of us looked completely satisfied. Even Yui, still maintaining her posture, was quietly touching her own stomach, which is the closest that girl comes to declaring victory. Masao paid with an expression I would describe as bereavement. These children can eat that much, especially the small one? Why can the small one eat that much? That meal wiped out his savings and put him substantially into debt. He wanted to leave immediately so he could get on with his evening. The owner would not let him leave. He swore. He made guarantees. He invoked his rank. And eventually, the owner extended credit on the grounds that the man was a chunin and an instructor at the academy and could presumably be found later. Masao stood outside that restaurant and made a decision. He was going to betray the village. He was going to do it tonight. I want that on the record too. That man's timeline was decided by a bill. Everyone dispersed. Masao did not want any part of what was coming to touch his fiancée. He had never asked Akari for money, and he certainly was not going to involve her now. He invented a reason and sent her home first. Then he got his bearings and followed Yui at a distance. His reasoning is sound, so follow it with me. I was never his target. Mei Shikacho is too strong. This village frequently lets rogue ninja walk and does not bother hunting them. The 3 families might be different. If he genuinely offended that alliance, they have enough weight to dispatch a hunting team without going through the village at all. The name Yamanaka carries a great deal in the half-legal world. The Inuzuka all own dogs, and their tracking is not something you outrun. If he moved on them, those people would be on him within a night. The Aburame? Ku. He had also worked out that his first stage objective had been delayed so long that it was probably already exposed, and that going there now was walking into a trap. So he activated the backup plan. And the backup plan was the one that looks weak and is the single most valuable thing in that graduating class. He watched Yui and me say goodnight. He watched her go through the night market. He watched her turn into a slightly dark alley. And then he went after her. Hinata, wait for me! He arrived out of breath, which was a nice touch. Kuroda Masao-sensei? She said, puzzled, because we had all separated minutes earlier. Listen to me, it's Kaito. Kaito is a good kid. Failing one clone exam is nothing to him, but I'm worried he might do something extreme. You're his friend. Come with me and help me talk him out of it. It was a decent lie. It was aimed exactly right. Yui looked flustered, nodded almost automatically, and followed Masao onto another road. They went to Kaito's apartment first, and of course, nobody was home. Then she mentioned that Kaito often goes to a grove behind the hills, so they hurried there. Kaito trains there alone. That night it was empty, not a soul. Masao had already anticipated all of this at the restaurant, and he still cursed under his breath when it happened. Those people had eaten so much. And then he'd had to argue with a restaurant owner about credit, which cost him more time. He was, in total, an hour behind schedule. Outrageous. He forced himself calm. He would certainly be exposed after tonight. But he'd had barbecue with a group of gluttons in a public restaurant with witnesses, and that is a solid alibi. And it meant he was not the primary suspect. And it meant he still had time to run the backup. For example, he thought, glancing sideways at the timid girl walking behind him, this is the legitimate daughter of the Hyuga main house. Her eyes are among the top bloodlines in the entire world. If I deliver a pair of those to that person, there will certainly be a reward. Perhaps that person would even prefer them to the scroll of seals. He congratulated himself on his foresight and thought himself clever. Then he punched a tree trunk, hard, and once he had her attention, he said, urgently, "Damn it! That idiot Kaito. If he can't learn the clone technique tonight, he won't even get a chance to retake the exam tomorrow." And exactly as predicted, Yui looked lost. What should we do? What should we do? Kaito-kun, Kuroda Maso-sensei, you have to help Kaito. He frowned thoughtfully. Actually, Kaito's weakness is his chakra control. If we fix that, passing would be extremely easy. Then, Kuroda Maso-sensei, how can we help Kaito-kun improve his control? He hesitated in a way that had been rehearsed. I know a secret formula. It might be worth trying, but it requires several expensive medicinal herbs, and I don't have enough money on me right now. And he did not finish the sentence, because Yui's voice went up 2 full octaves. What? You dare ask me for money? You son of a… Maso? A single flicker of doubt crossed his face, and Yui immediately reverted, lowered her head, and looked deeply embarrassed. Kuroda Maso-sensei, what I meant was, luckily, fourth uncle gave me some pocket money today. Let's use it to buy the medicine for Kaito-kun. The Hyuga are one of the wealthiest clans in this village and have many jonin in them. Masao did not know exactly which uncle that was and did not care in the slightest. She has money. That is the entire relevant fact. Clearly the girl doesn't want to pay, he thought, but she'll pay for Kaito. Hyuga, this is all for Kaito. You understand, don't you? Yui nodded slowly. Yes, I understand. He gave her a scroll. 7 herbs. 4 were available on the open market. The remaining 3, he said, he already had at home. So they split up. She would go and buy the 4. He would go home for the other 3 and look for Kaito. Then they would meet in a valley outside the village, and when she asked why they couldn't simply prepare the medicine in the village, he explained that this formula requires specialized equipment and instruments that a recent graduate would not understand at all, and that she should listen to him. Yui mumbled something, did not dare argue, and obediently went to buy the herbs. Masao did not go straight home. He observed his own house for a while first, and then looked toward the Hokage building, and saw that it was lit from top to bottom. The theft of the scroll of seals had been discovered. Heh, he said to nobody. Take your time searching, idiots. Kaito-kun, buy me a little more time. He went in and took out the rare herbs he had been quietly collecting for 2 years. Using the backup this early was a last resort. But when a group of gluttons destroys your schedule, who exactly are you supposed to blame? He took several deep breaths. He knew perfectly well that his body was not fully prepared for this. He believed he could get through it on willpower. Then he thought about what that person had told him and felt a sharp wave of regret. He had been reckless. He should have been more careful. He looked, one final time, at a photograph of himself and his fiancée. He did have feelings for Akari, but if this village ever found out about a certain comrade he had murdered, he was a dead man, and at this stage, the feelings had to go. He closed the door behind him decisively, took a shortcut, and found Yui waiting foolishly for him in a valley outside the village. This child is dim, he thought. Konoha can only produce people like this. How could it not decline? Siding with that lord was the right choice. Kuroda Masao-sensei? Where's Kaito-kun? She looked behind him blankly, and the cautiousness of her expression was satisfying to him. He had a choice at that point between acting immediately and continuing the deception. He chose to keep lying. Hyuga, we must prepare the medicine quickly. Somebody in the village is plotting against Kaito. I overheard people talking about the nine-tailed fox as I came past. Do you know about the nine-tailed fox? Yui shook her head blankly. What a waste of talent, thought Masao. I wish I had that talent. And he lowered his opinion of the Hyuga heir by 2 more points. Inside the cave, he stopped bothering to conceal anything. He pressed a mechanism in the side wall. A hidden door opened onto a stone chamber that was, notably, clean. He counted from the left, removed the 8th brick in the middle row, and pulled an internal ring. Gears engaged somewhere below the floor. The ground parted, and a vessel rose out of it, made from a metal I did not recognize. Yui covered her mouth. Masao sneered and began placing the herbs into the compartments in a specific order. And when the moment actually arrived, he hesitated again. Was he really giving up everything? Was his body ready? Should he wait a couple more days? And while he was standing there weighing it, Yui walked up to the vessel, examined it from several angles, and then, as if she had discovered something delightful, pointed at a large red button on the side of it and asked, with complete innocence, "What's this button for?" She did not wait for an answer. She pressed it with one pale, delicate finger. Holy, Masao got out, in genuine fury, because he was not ready, and Yui was already gone. She turned and sprinted into the dark, and her speed was genuinely impressive. He swore at her back and had no time for her at all, because the machine had started, and no matter how unwilling he was, he could not stop it now. Aconite reacted with a red alkali. The mixture merged with knotweed inside the vessel. Then several brightly colored snake grass roots went in. The result was dark red and smelled strongly of something between metal and fish. Yui covered her nose. Masao watched the color extremely carefully and added 3 more rare herbs in sequence, and when the dark red went pale and the smell dropped by half, he exhaled. It was ready. Kuroda Masao-sensei, shall we go and find Kaito-kun? It's so dark in here, I'm a little scared. He could barely keep the ferocity off his face. Don't worry, we'll go and find Kaito right away. He smiled. Let me test the effects first, though. As a teacher, I have a responsibility to my precious students. He took a beaker from a hidden compartment and filled it from the outlet. The die was cast. His desire for power had eaten every piece of fear and hesitation he had left. He hesitated for no more than 3 seconds, and he checked, first, that the girl behind him showed no sign of resisting. Then he tilted his head back and drank all of it. It worked immediately. Something like magma went down his throat and into his stomach and spread. His heart went first. An enormous volume of energy arrived somewhere that was not built to take it, and he went down onto one knee. His constitution was not strong enough. The reinforcement was extremely dangerous. I can do it! I am the strongest! He said it out loud, through the pain, trying to hypnotize himself into surviving. And then he thought about what that person had told him, and was filled with regret, because he had been reckless, and he should have been more careful. It felt like a hand closing around his heart. He opened his mouth wide and breathed in fast, over and over, like a fish on a dock. His body visibly hunched, his muscles went slack, his skin lost its elasticity, his hair went dry. He aged 20 years in front of us. And Masao, shaking, reached one hand toward his student. He wanted her to save him. He did not know how she was supposed to do that. It was reflex. The suffocation lasted less than 5 seconds. Then something surged in his chest, and the drug pushed up into his brain and out into his limbs. What happened? Is the reconstruction finished already? This is different from what that person described. Perhaps my aptitude is exceptional. He tore his sleeve off, and there was a jet-black mark on the inside of his right forearm. Fed by the potion, that mark appeared to acquire a life of its own, and began pulling energy in from the natural world around it. It absorbed for about 30 seconds, then separated a portion off and poured it back into him to cover the deficit the reconstruction had cost. Masao let out a long breath. He was fully alive again. His shriveled body inflated like something being pumped. The power inside him passed his own prime and kept climbing without any apparent ceiling. His arms went enormously thick. Black stripes like a tiger's came up on his arms and shoulders and back. He gained a full 20 centimeters of height, and his musculature came up until he looked like a small giant. He closed his fist and hit his own chest, and it made a dull sound like a drum. What wonderful power! Now even a jonin is no match for me. He laughed for a while, and as he laughed, he finally noticed something. Yui, standing not far away, was too quiet. Stunned by my transformation, he thought. He looked over, and she was standing there, perfectly composed, looking at him from a very slight angle above. What are you looking at? Kuroda Masao-sensei, she said calmly. You're always saying Kaito's clone technique is bad, that his control is bad, but aren't you the same? You became an instructor at the academy because the leadership looked after you. Your strength is far below Ryuichi-sensei's. He stared. I'd guess you haven't practiced your transformation much either. This won't do. You haven't even laid a proper foundation. You're going to suffer once you leave this village. Masao looked at her. The potion had rearranged his brain, and the mark on his arm was pulling in a vast quantity of natural energy, and his perception had gone up accordingly. And so, at that exact moment, he finally noticed the chakra flowing steadily across the surface of that girl's body. What technique requires you to coat your entire body in chakra? There are several in this world. The most basic one, the one he knows, the one everybody knows, is the transformation. Smoke came off her, and I was standing there instead. It's you! You've been playing me for a fool since the restaurant. It's not playing around, I said. If you didn't have these thoughts, we would still be teacher and student. What a pity. I pointed at his forearm. Kuroda Masao-sensei, what's that thing on your arm? What is this change? His face came apart with rage. You little brat. How dare you play tricks on me? I'll tear you apart. He set his feet and lunged. And the moment chakra gathered in them, his legs went soft. The strength was still there. His body had stopped taking instructions. I walked over and tapped him with one finger. Are you stupid? I said. You sent me to buy the medicine. I let that land. A great many of those herbs weren't mature enough. That's why your reconstruction went so smoothly. Do you understand? And don't you know what the Yamanaka are best at? We grow flowers. A very large number of those flowers are poisonous. He stared at me. It's been through your heart, and it's in every part of you. You are going to get weaker and weaker. Surrender now, and the village might give you a way out. Damn it! He roared and staggered 2 steps forward. Natural energy was still pouring into him through that mark, as abundant and as domineering as ever. His nerves and his bones and his muscles were no longer entirely his, and by his own account, he was seeing double. I won't lose. I absolutely will not lose. He fixed on me as though beating one hateful woman would turn the entire situation around. She can still move? That's impressive. I had brought a lot of equipment that night. I went in and put a kunai at his throat. With his mobility that badly degraded, all he could do was cross his arms and shield. The kunai went into his wrist and stopped after 2 centimeters with a resistance I did not expect. It did not feel like flesh. It felt like a tire. I put my left hand on top of my right and drove down with both arms. Nothing. His defense was significantly better than I had estimated, and my strength was, as established, 2. What a nuisance. I kicked his elbow, used the rebound to get airborne, and flicked 2 shuriken at his eyes. He ducked and then spread his arms, and the nails on all 10 fingers extended into something you would have to call swords, and he came forward using the reach. I went left and right, and his attack and his defense were both good, and only the poison was keeping his speed down. I found a gap, got behind him, and put a kunai up under his shoulder blade and twisted it hard through the muscle of his neck and back. He screamed. And then he came back at me like a wounded animal, both hands hooked, throwing everything. I did not use a single signature technique. I circled him, I cut here, I stabbed there. Kuroda Masao-sensei, your ability has weaknesses. Your arms are your strongest defensive surface. Your front is stronger than your back. Your chest and abdomen are stronger than your legs, correct? He did not get a chance to answer. Choji, your turn. Hit his leg. There was an extremely awkward pause of about 4 seconds. And then, from somewhere in the dark, a hesitant voice. Huh? Oh, coming. Watch this, human bullet tank. Kenji converted, retracted his head and limbs, went up to speed, and came in from 30 meters like something fired out of a cannon. Masao is, whatever else, a chunin. He saw the sphere coming, set his teeth, and punched it. Boom. He knocked Kenji away. And a full second after the impact, his own left leg made a short, crisp sound and stopped being a leg. He lost his balance and caught the wall to stay upright. And I stood there and revised my understanding of what I was looking at. Thick skin, substantial regeneration, and a straight multiplier on every physical attribute. And this is the incomplete version. This is a prototype. There are proper versions of this in the world, on people who matter, and they will be considerably worse. If a mark that borrows natural energy from a certain man's cells does this, what does actual Sage Mode do? That punch, by the way, was powerful. If it had landed on Ren or me, we would have been on the ground. Kenji's defense is absurd, a thick layer of insulation plus a chakra conversion, and between them they deflected most of it. What got through did not do much. Kenji propped himself up on both hands with his eyes going in circles, not badly hurt, dizzy. That boy had used the human bullet tank seriously exactly twice in his life, not counting a wooden post at home, once on a boar and once just now. He looked at Masao carefully, and he was, visibly, racked with guilt, worried that he might have hurt a teacher who had just bought him dinner, and simultaneously worried that he might have missed and would therefore be in trouble with me. Masao was in poor condition. One leg was gone, and he was not standing on anything. And the mark was already closing all of it, in front of us, faster than it had opened. Choji! Again! Hurry up. When we're done, we'll go for barbecue. Really? He was upright instantly. He shifted his weight, jogged back out to distance in a manner I can only describe as comical, and came in again. Choji, one more, one last time, and we go to Yakiniku Q for the deluxe set. Hurry up or I'll shout the word. Ah, don't shout it. I'm not fat at all. I'm just a little plump. And he came in a third time, through the dizziness, at full speed. Masao went off his feet and hit the cave wall like something thrown. The rock behind him went into a spider web. Most of what was structural in him stopped being structural, and even with the mark feeding him, his presence collapsed. I dragged Kenji off to the side. He lay flat on the floor in a starfish and said weakly, I can't. I really don't have anything left. He's yours. I snapped my fingers at the dark. Tch, what a pain. Ren came off the wall, and a shadow that behaved like a living thing went out from under his feet, narrowed to a line, merged with Masao's shadow, and connected. Ren gripped the seal. Masao had no idea what had happened to him. He found his body no longer his. Then, ignoring what that cost him, he stood up and reproduced Ren's posture exactly. He was dumbfounded. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? Shadow imitation, said Ren smugly. Success. The shadow imitation has to be maintained, and maintaining it drains you continuously. Within 15 seconds, there was sweat on his forehead. Hurry up and do it, INO. What are you daydreaming about? I can't hold this much longer. You really don't have much chakra, do you? I thought you'd last a bit longer. I raised my hands. Watch this. Ninja art. Mind-body switch. There is an honest answer to why we were still in that cave. I could have exposed Masao's entire plan hours earlier. I sat through a 2-hour dinner and an errand and a hike specifically so that I would get this exact opportunity. Because I wanted to see the mark from the inside. I wanted to know what that man had built, and I wanted to feel, personally, what happens to a human body when natural energy goes into it. I have never been more careful with a technique in my life. My consciousness went in like an arrow and took the body, and there it was. After 3 collisions with Kenji, that body was in a terrible state, and I could still feel natural energy pouring in continuously through the mark. It was powerful. It was also, and I mean this, pitiful, violent, ruthless, ferocious. The potion had turned Masao into a vessel. The natural energy, once it had been through his chakra, was far more docile than what I had felt in that backyard weeks earlier. It was still not something a human being should be holding. Because underneath it, his body was frantically stripping energy out of 130 trillion cells, and using that energy to harmonize an equal quantity of natural energy on the other side. It is not a question of potential, it is a question of lifespan. Even if we had not stopped him that night, That man had 1 or 2 months left before his heart simply stopped. The cells were nearly out. There was nothing anybody could have done for him from the moment he swallowed it. I raised his right arm and looked at the mark on it, tattooed into the skin. Deeply inferior to the proper versions. At best, a trial edition. It can be activated exactly once and it cannot be switched off. The mark had turned Masao into a single-use item. Sad. Kuroda Masao-sensei, I said inside that skull. You can't hear me anymore, can you? What answered me was a sound like an animal. Because on the outside, he still looked like a person, and inside, most of what had been Masao had already been eroded away during the harmonization. There is a reason I cared. I have been thinking about Sage Mode since the day I understood what this world does to people. In fights at a certain level, the level where everything ends, ordinary ninjutsu does not scratch anybody. Sage techniques do. Taijutsu does. I am not built like a certain green-clad man, and I know it. I am never going to punch my way up that ladder. I might be able to do it with sage arts. I don't have those eyes, so I could not see inside that body directly. But I was inside it, so I could feel the natural energy moving through his network. And I could not afford to be injured while I was in there, because damage is shared. So I looked, extremely carefully, and I found something. The mark on that man functioned in a way that reminded me of an old idea from books in my previous life, opening 2 specific meridians, connecting a bridge between heaven and earth, returning a body to the state it was born in. The specific mythology is nonsense, I know that. The mechanism underneath it is not. Natural energy can be taken up by an intelligent creature and turned into something usable. It requires a very particular method. I had almost no ceiling knowledge and no sage knowledge. I memorized every piece of data I could hold, knocked out what was left of Masao inside his own head, and came home. 5 minutes later, my father, Nara Renzo, and Tanaka Kenzo walked into that cave. Masao was already tied, all 10 fingers bound together in sequence, like a string of flowers. Because in an era where almost nobody has grown out of hand seals, 99.9% of ninja need their fingers to use ninjutsu, and Masao was emphatically not the exception. With his fingers bound, he could not even substitute out. And after discovering how well natural energy resists toxins, I had also given him 2 kilograms of anesthetic. If that man had stood up, it would have been a miracle. The 3 adults, incidentally, had been summoned by us well in advance. Everything that happened that night was watched by the 3rd Hokage. Masao believed he was succeeding. Every move he made was observed by ANBU, which is a terrible environment for causing trouble. Looking at the mark quietly was fine. Letting Masao run so that he could take the blame for something later was not on my list of options, because it was far too dangerous. And if we cannot cause trouble, then we take out insurance. If 3 genin cannot beat him, we call our parents. The results were acceptable. My father was pleased, and he opened by praising somebody else's son. You used the shadow imitation very well. Renzo returned it immediately. Mei spotted this man's problem from a handful of clues. She'll be an excellent kunoichi. Perhaps this village will have a second Lady Hina. Then he turned. And Kenji is capable and brave. Your human bullet tank was the decisive factor. Kenzo chuckled and hauled his son upright and praised both of us. 3 fathers in a cave with a half-dead traitor on the floor, complimenting each other's children. On the way back to the village, we ran into Ryuichi and Kaito and Dakari-sensei, whose face I am not going to describe. Huh? You've already beaten Kuroda Masao-sensei? Kaito stared at a man covered in tiger stripes for a long time before he could work out who it was. He had finally learned the multiple shadow clone that night. He had not gotten a single chance to use it, and he was genuinely aggrieved about that. He pressed for details on how the 3 of us had done it. Ren developed a sudden memory condition and answered roughly 1 question in 10. And I told him a long, rambling story in which Kenji brought Masao down with a sliding tackle and left that boy more confused than when we started. Akari looked at her fiancé's gray face and shallow breathing and understood, without being told, most of what had happened. She did not plead for him. Betraying the village is not something you plead about. Renzo said a few words to her in an official register. Masao is suspected of treason. We suspect connections to rogue ninja outside the village. Akari, you should prepare yourself. She is a chunin and an ordinary young woman, and she nodded mechanically. I understand. Once we were inside the walls, Renzo turned to us. Akari, come with us. You children go home. Remember, do not tell anybody what happened tonight. The three of us nodded together, and what happened afterwards was none of our business. Kaito, who had met Renzo exactly twice and did not know who that man was, stood there with his hands on his head, tilting sideways, clearly wanting to continue participating. At the critical moment, Ryuichi used the word ramen and removed him. They took Masao and Akari to the Hokage building, where all three advisors and the Hokage were waiting. Akari was questioned by Nakamura Kiko, sternly, and once they had established she was not directly involved, Ann Bu took her away. She would have to account for everyone Masao had met and everything he had touched. She would certainly be punished. She was never going back to that academy. Sentry duty on a border was her best available outcome. Then the four old people looked at the mark on that arm. His defection was expected. The mark was not. They exchanged glances and nodded together because every one of them had seen something like it before, on a young woman's neck, and this one was extremely crude by comparison. And my father stepped forward and produced the residue from the preparation and the scroll listing the ingredients. Lord Third, May recovered this list, and also the remnants of what Masao brewed. Now Matcha, why did he do that, in that room, in that manner? If nobody speaks for you, an incident like this gets smoothed over by not mentioning it. Some genin was there? Who cares what a genin did? But my father raised it out loud, and Renzo and Kenzo were standing right there watching, and at that point the third Hokage could no longer be conveniently unaware. He smiled. I understand. The children did well. The village will reward them once the matter has been investigated. My father was satisfied. Renzo and Kenzo smiled like loving fathers. And that was the night. Kaito learned the shadow clone and the multiple shadow clone. I got my first proper look at a curse mark, and a great many things happened, and plenty of other things did not. Because in the version of that night that I remembered, there is a scene where a fragile teacher takes a blow for a boy who could have survived it. That did not happen. And there is a scene where that boy makes 617 clones and beats a traitor half to death with all of them at once. That did not happen either. I want you to notice that. I had been in this world 4 months, and the shape of it had already started to move. Class assignments were a few days out, so I split into 2 clones, and spent the last of my holiday on Earth-Nature transformation. 2 days of continuous work, and I had it. The character for Earth on my panel went solid, and a small level 1 appeared beside it. Water 2, Earth 1. And then something new happened, which is that a small arrow extended out from the side of each of them, and the 2 arrows met, and where they met, there was a patch of white mist. There was a character in that mist. I could not read it. It was not clear enough to guess at. Water plus earth. That is wood release. That is the bloodline that built this village, and the reason the first Hokage was called the God of Shinobi. I tried to spend a bead on it immediately. The panel refused. Not insufficient. The message was, conditions not met, which is a different sentence, and I sat there for a long time trying to work out what I was missing. Basic attributes? Water level? Earth level? Yang release, which I do not have at all? Or something with a name I did not want to say out loud. My clones stayed home and drilled water and earth. I went out and walked the village, looking for a place to cause trouble and thinking about a locked door. And in a small alley I ran into Kaito, and 3 8-year-olds who had recently attached themselves to him. I looked at the girl for a few seconds, because a distant memory had just surfaced, and the memory said that this specific child, at some point in the future, possibly, might use wood release. The problem with elemental bloodlines is that they are almost impossible to develop deliberately. The accepted theory is that the first people to produce ice or magnet took 2 basic natures to their absolute limit and then fused them into something new. Everybody after that inherited it through blood without ever understanding it, and that is how a bloodline clan forms. There are exceptions. The second Tsuchikage's dust release was taught, master to student, to a man with no blood relation, and that student became the third Tsuchikage. Nobody is going to teach me anything. Wood release specifically belongs to a dead man, and after he died, this village went looking for it the direct way. They implanted his cells into infants and tried to fuse the genes in early childhood. Of 60 infants, 1 survived and produced the ability, and even that one only produced a mediocre version, nothing like the original. A certain advisor, separately, transplanted a lot of those cells into himself and got nothing usable, and every attempt went out of control immediately. A complete failure. That route is closed to me. I am almost 13. I cannot go back to being an infant, and even if I could, 1 in 60 is not a strategy, which leaves meeting the conditions and forcing the door with a bead. And the problem was that I did not know what was missing, and the girl standing 8 meters away was the single best observation subject in the world. She is, I assume, descended from Senju who were scattered through the village generations ago. That is a reasonable explanation. It also raises an awkward question, which is why the direct descendant of the first Hokage does not have wood release, while a collateral branch produces it. Is that girl more talented than Hina? Does she have more chakra than Hina? Absolutely not. That is not possible. Something else is going on, and nobody has written it down. Secret medicine, a secret technique, some method of chakra fusion, some family method of awakening a bloodline. Those were the only options I could generate, and I had no way to test any of them. So I stood in the shadows and watched Kaito brag to 3 children. Renzo had told us to say nothing about Masao. All 3 of us had said nothing to anybody. Kaito had not taken it seriously in the slightest and was, at that moment, describing the entire conspiracy in vivid detail. How the man tricked him into stealing the scroll of seals. How he and Ryuichi-sensei wisely uncovered the plot. We did not appear anywhere in that story. 8-year-olds are at the exact age where a story about students hitting teachers lights them up from the inside. And then the conversation reached the part about how, specifically, he had defeated Masao, and Kaito's topic drifted. I stood in the shade and listened to a 12-year-old explain to an 8-year-old at length the technical requirements of a certain transformation, the proportions, the silhouette, the specific effect it should produce on the viewer. Taro was ruined by that boy. There is no other explanation for a line he says out loud years later about what exactly his ninja way is. Taro and the boy with the glasses were both thrilled. The girl was not. Big brother, I'm a girl. Do you not even count me as a girl? Saying these things in public, have you considered how I feel at all? People here mature early. She had, up to that point, harbored a certain amount of interest in Taro, who did, after all, write an essay about his grandfather, the village chief. Not anymore. Idiots, bastards, a bunch of perverts! She slapped all 3 of them across the face, individually, and stormed off, leaving 3 extremely confused boys behind her. She walked home with her head down, getting more upset with every step, and because her head was down, she walked directly into an older girl. Half an hour later, I was putting medicine on her hands in my family's flower shop. She had scraped her palms when she fell. I took both of them and examined them very carefully from every angle. Recovery, normal. Ordinary human. Nothing remotely like a man who could be stabbed 17 or 18 times, lie on the ground for 2 minutes, and get up as though nothing had happened. If I can get old Steele, who is 16 years older than me, then an 8-year-old is not a challenge. I talked about the academy. I gave her some shopping and haggling advice. I used chakra to control the water in a bowl and did 2 small magic tricks with it. In her words, I went from Yamanaka-senpai to Mei-ne-chan inside 20 minutes. There, don't get it wet on the way home and it'll heal fast. Thank you, big sister. I poured her tea and we talked and laughed, and she is good company. You're first in the graduating year? That's amazing. Nobody in that school knows who came second in any year. Everybody knows who came first because the teachers use it as a stick. Sister, who's stronger, you or Hiroki-senpai? Ha, I said with immense humility. I've never fought him, so it's hard to say. I'd estimate I'm no match. He's a year older and he's a Hyuga prodigy. I'm just good at studying, she pouted. I think my big sister is amazing. You have such presence, and you're gentle. You're a role model for kunoichi. I sat in a shop full of flowers with a small child who thought I was gentle. I did not correct her. By the way, what's your goal, big sister? And I looked into the middle distance and said the sentence I had been building for 4 months. I should become an excellent kunoichi, like Lady Hina. Boasting about your goals is standard here. There is a boy in this village who announces he will be Hokage roughly twice a day. You find a goal, and you make sure the people around you know it, whether or not it is reasonable. That is how this village works. If I want to go higher, I need a credible persona established early. My parents, my teachers, my friends, all of them knowing what I want. Hina was one of very few options, because all 3 of the legendary Sannin are, whatever else they are, excellent teachers. One of them will eventually do a great deal for Taiga, and everybody will see it. Another looks like a fraudulent instructor because he skips the flashy material, and what he actually does is repair a boy's foundations from the ground up, which is the only reason the later breakthroughs happen at all. And Hina will one day pour herself into teaching a girl everybody had written off, while running an entire village, and turn her into something formidable. Taijutsu, sage arts, a certain spirit technique, medical ninjutsu. Every single thing I am missing is on that woman's shelf. The girl who lived in this body did eventually become Hina's student, in the version I remember, and failed to make anything of it. That opportunity was there, and nothing came of it. So I was going to tell every person I met, starting now, that Hina is my model, so that when I turn up on that woman's doorstep, it does not look like a plan. Yes, yes, said Kana, nodding like a bird. I want to take Mei Nichan as my goal, and become an excellent kunoichi like Lady Hina too. I was, I admit, slightly disappointed that she did not say anything about being related to Hina, which is normal. The connection would be distant. The child would not know, and her parents probably would not know either. The third Hokage lets that girl play with his own grandson, which means he considers her family an ordinary ninja household with no connection to the Senju whatsoever. If the truth were known, a certain advisor would have collected her years ago. That secret has held. I tested her chakra affinity with paper, water, then earth, exactly the same as mine. I looked at that piece of paper for a moment and increased my investment on the spot, and I gave her a copy of my own notes. Water-nature transformation, the hidden mist, the water prison. The clan techniques I cannot pass on. Family rules. Those aren't mine. My own learning notes are mine. I had given one copy to Ami in a garden. I gave the second to an 8-year-old in a flower shop. My reasoning was not flattering. She is a potential key to a door I cannot open. I also want to be honest that I liked her. Those two things sat in me at the same time, and neither of them canceled the other. And that is roughly the shape of what I have become. Goodbye, big sister. Come and visit me sometime. That-D, study hard. The holiday ended. The graduating genin had a class assignment briefing at 9, and I got to school at 8:30. You sent a clone today? Said Ren, without energy. How could I? I'm here in person. It's the class assignment. Sending a clone would be disrespectful to the Jonin taking charge of us. I already knew who it was going to be. My father had told me. The second son of the third Hokage would be leading the 16th generation Mei Shikacho. Publicly and privately, I had to be there in person. That is basic manners. Half an hour to go. I sat in my seat and waited. Sasuke-kun! Ami pushed the door open and went straight for him. As always, Kaito stepped in and tried to get her attention with a display of increasingly disgusted nonsense. Taiga still has many admirers in that room, and several of them were competing. And Kaito, who had reached his limit on that particular subject, climbed onto Taiga's desk and crouched there, staring down at him with murder in his face. Taiga stared back, and Ami, seeing somebody challenge her prince, punched Kaito and shouted at him to get away from Taiga. And her fist connected, and the boy in front of her came apart. There was a sound. There was plenty of red across the desk, and across her face, and down the front of her dress. And where Kaito's left arm had been, there was nothing at all. She stood there. How could this happen? Did she really have that much strength? Her voice shook. She knew she had done something enormous, and she had no idea how to undo it, so she just repeated the same sentence. Kaito-kun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. And Kaito looked up at her. His hair went from yellow to red in front of her, and his eyes, which are normally, frankly, a bit lewd, filled up with something enormous and old. He said it to her, one word at a time. Get out. Let me explain. Let me explain. Get out. Ami's eyes filled up, and she did the thing she always does, which is turn to look for me. Mei. Mei will know what to... Where is Mei? And she looked around the room properly for the first time, and something in it was wrong. There were far too many things in it that were wrong. And then, because she is one of the sharpest students in that year, she reached the correct conclusion. Genjutsu. And there is exactly one person in this class who has had an opportunity to learn Genjutsu, and who would then use it on her for entertainment. Ino Pig! I'll never forgive you! Ah! She closed her eyes, disrupted her own chakra by force, and shouted, This isn't real! It's an illusion! It has to be an illusion! Release! Release it! The world went out like a tide. She opened her eyes to a classroom full of people staring at her. She spotted me instantly, wearing an expression I was not able to control. Ino Pig, I'm going to kill you, huh? What are you all looking at? And she turned around. Because when she broke out of that illusion, she had knocked over a desk, and there had been a boy crouching on that desk. The desk went. The boy lost his balance and pitched forward, and landed, very neatly, face first, on Kuroki Taiga. The room went completely silent. Kaito and Taiga were both, for approximately 2 full seconds, blank. Then they came apart from each other like two people who had swallowed something alive, and both went the color of paper, and both started gagging. Ami, who had personally orchestrated all of it, was shaking so hard you could see it from across the room. Her face was empty. Her eyes had gone out. Every process in her had stopped. The rest of the room had also stopped. Yui went gray. She had not expected this. It turns out Kaito-kun likes Taiga. She knew in that moment that she had no chance. Haruto stared. Itsuki frowned in serious thought. Kenji turned his head away immediately because the scene was too much for a young mind. He is, after all, still a child. Even Ren, who is unshakable, looked like he had seen a ghost. Nobody in that classroom had expected to receive material of this caliber on the morning of team assignments. Taiga's fan club were, as a group, heartbroken. Several of them had a hand pressed to the chest, as if a stone had landed there. My expression was also somewhat vacant. I was, however, the only person in that room doing arithmetic. Enormous find. Because the size of the pot is determined by the scale of the incident and the importance of everybody caught in it. The larger the event and the higher the standing of the people involved, the more I collect. I had previously transformed into Kaito to paint a cliff. I had transformed into Taiga to break a window. Those are small incidents. If the savior of the world breaks your window, do you genuinely have a problem with that? This time, Ami had been hit with a newly learned D-rank genjutsu, the hell viewing technique. The scapegoat is not important. The two people at the center of the incident and the consequences that follow from it are important. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was the beginning of the bond between Kaito and Taiga. And if you take a step further back, if you consider Deva and Arav, it gets considerably more complicated. I had a full pot in reserve. I had another half pot from the Taiga book, and from a certain man's bar tab and assorted other work. Before that morning, I had 1.5. After that morning, I had 5. I had specifically studied genjutsu for this. I had anticipated a return. I had not anticipated that. Apparently, both of them take this extremely seriously. I set 2 aside for spirit to be spent in a few days. I put the remaining 3 straight into ninjutsu, 8 to 9. 3 beads went into me at once and became a single enormous thing, and my understanding took another step up, and I stood in a classroom full of screaming people and felt the world get quieter and more legible. 9. 1 step from the number every Kage in the world runs, my numbers at that moment. Ninjutsu 9, Body 3, Genjutsu 4, Wisdom 6, Strength 2, Speed 5, Spirit 6, Seals 6, 41 total. Genjutsu and Seals had each gone up a point from pure practice. Skills: Yin Release 3, Water 2, Earth 1. Techniques: the B-rank Mind-Body Disturbance, the B-rank Shadow Clone, the B-rank Water Dragon Bullet, the B-rank Exploding Water Colliding Wave, the C-rank Mind-Body Switch, the C-rank Water Prison, the C-rank Wild Water Wave, the D-rank Hidden Mist, the D-rank Earth Release Beheading, and the D-rank Hell Viewing Technique. Setting aside the fact that I do not have a summoning contract, my numbers were, at that point, already higher than a certain princess of the sand. Ah, Naruto, I'm going to kill you! Ami came back online, went feral, pulled a kunai, and chased that boy around the classroom. Unforgivable. Taiga's first kiss was supposed to be hers. Why did Kaito steal it? Kaito, who had no idea what had happened to him, dodged left and right, and was eventually caught and beaten until his face changed shape. The whole thing ended in farce. At exactly 9 o'clock, Ryuichi walked in with the class roster, registered that the atmosphere in the room was strange, and declined to ask. Team 7. Hoshino Kaito, Kuroki Taiga, Suzuki Ami. Jonin Instructor, Hatake Kenjiro. Team 8. Ami Yui, Yamamoto Haruto, Mori Itsuki. Jonin Instructor, Yuhi Yumi. Team 10. Yamanaka Mei, Sato Ren, Tanaka Kenji. Jonin Instructor, Sarutobi Takeshi. Exactly as it was always going to be. We did not stay in that classroom long. Our instructor collected us almost immediately. Takeshi is 27. In my previous life, he would have been a young man who stays up all night playing games and still has to pay the group fee every year. The man standing in front of us looked weathered. Calm eyes, full beard, and if you told somebody he was 40, they would believe you. 1 meter 90, short black hair, easygoing and approachable, and a good first impression. He is the third Hokage's second son. His elder brother and sister-in-law died in action and left behind an 8-year-old. He has almost no path to becoming Hokage himself, and within the Sarutobi clan, he is the heir. He does not do the Bell test. He does do a basic assessment. He took us to a training ground and told the three of us to fight each other so that he could see what he had. The format is simple, 3-way free-for-all. I just need a general idea of your level. If you don't need preparation, begin. We began without ceremony, and none of us used a clan technique or a single ninjutsu, fists and feet. My close combat is consistently poor. Ren's is not much better, and Kenji's fighting spirit was, to use a technical term, absent. So it became me attacking, Ren defending, and Kenji standing inside the circle, throwing punches with enormous commitment at approximately nothing. He appeared to be giving it everything. He was hitting air. Every time. On purpose. I brought my right hand up like a blade at Ren's neck. He caught my wrist and pulled me in. I brought a knee up into his stomach, and he blocked it with both hands. Before either of us could change, stop. We both followed Takeshi's line of sight and found Kenji shadowboxing. I understood the problem instantly. Kenji, spar with us properly. Takeshi-sensei needs to know what we can do, or he can't train us. Ren nodded. Kenji hesitated. It took me several rounds of pushing before he said it quietly. I'm strong. I'm afraid of hurting you. Ren and I both scratched our heads, and then both of us thought about it and realized he was correct. Kenji is strong, and that boy has never once wanted to fight anyone. The principle that 1 unit of force defeats 10 of technique is true in a great many situations, and in close combat it is nearly a law. The stronger person wins. My strength is 2, and I had no plan to train it. Ren is above me and below Taiga, so 3 or 4. Kenji can drag a several hundred-kilo boar with one arm. He is above 5. He may be 6. Neither of us could withstand that. Takeshi pointed to the side. You two, over there. Then he looked at Kenji. A man 1 meter 90 facing a boy 1 meter 50, and the two of them looked like different species. Kenji, does your kindness come from concern for your comrades? Kenji nodded. Then your kindness is misplaced. Takeshi set his guard. Come on, attack me. If you can land 1 punch, you're doing well. If you can't hit me within an hour, then Kenji, not just you, all 3 of you go back to the academy. I don't need subordinates like that. I said nothing. Ren appeared to have thought of something and swallowed it. Kenji's face went white. He looked at his 2 silent teammates and then at Takeshi and could not understand why a man who had seemed kind was doing this to him. Hurry, attack me. For their sake, turn your kindness into strength. He kept glancing at us. He wanted his 2 clever friends to tell him what to do. Because he had gone after Masao, he had gone at that man 3 times at speed and taken a punch that would have broken either of us. He'd done that because Masao betrayed the village and was going to hurt Yui and Kaito and me. He had no grudge against Takeshi. He genuinely could not make himself do it. Takeshi moved slowly, throwing punches from the left and the right, and Kenji covered his head and did not attack. Sigh, said Ren. It seems that's the only way. I looked at him strangely, and the next second he shouted at full volume, Hit him hard, you fat pig! Kenji's eyes opened. He turned around with substantial hostility. What did you just say? And I deployed my level 5 blame shifting. You misheard, I said. It was Takeshi-sensei. The boy turned around, and his eyes lit up. Is it really you, Asuma-sensei? Unforgivable! And he threw a punch at a jonin, and at the last possible moment, he stopped it, and then he started crying. I'm sorry, sensei, I really can't do it. If it's about going back to the academy, let me go back alone. Mei and Ren are the best ninja here. I'm the one dragging them down. He stood in the middle of a training ground and cried his heart out, and I heard myself shout at him before I had decided to. Idiot! Mei Shikacho are in this together. If it's going back to the academy, I'm going back with you. Ren put his hands in his pockets and smiled. I was finding this whole ninja thing troublesome anyway. Going back to school sounds great. Thanks, Kenji. And out beyond the training ground, 3 fathers and 1 Hokage watched all of it. The third Hokage nodded to himself, comrades standing together through everything. That is the central article of the Will of Fire, and in his view, it is the most valuable thing in this world. The 3 clan heads were also extremely satisfied. That the next generation could hold that friendship mattered more than anything else on the table. An unbreakable alliance between 3 families is worth more than 100 captured traitors. Then the old man looked in another direction, where Team 7 was in complete chaos, and where Kenjiro was in the middle of introducing a certain problem child to a certain technique that I decline to describe. By comparison, he thought, Team 10's progress is somewhat ahead. Sending Kenji back to the academy was never going to happen. It was a lever, and everybody knew it. And once Takeshi learned that all 3 of our families had cut our allowances and that we had jobs, that bearded, aging young man waved a hand and said, "Come on, I'm buying. Let's have barbecue." Kenji went straight up in the air, shouting "Takeshi-sensei" in a tone I had not previously heard from him. Ren and I were also happy. Somebody is paying. What are we waiting for? On the way to Yakiniku Q, we ran into Team 8. Takeshi and Yumi are together and do not particularly hide it, and when they heard the word barbecue, Team 8 simply joined. So it was me, Ren, Kenji, Yui, Haruto, and Itsuki. The same restaurant, the same people, the same circle that had assembled itself by accident months earlier, and now with 2 jonin attached to it. The adults did not shy away from their relationship. None of the 6 of us saw anything to comment on. Everyone got along. It was, genuinely, a good evening. Then Takeshi slapped his own forehead and handed me a scroll marked with the character for water. Ah, by the way, May, the old man asked me to give you this. I moved to put it away and look at it at home. He waved a hand. Open it. If you're not happy with it, I'll go back and swap it. When the Hokage's own son says that, you open the scroll. It was a B-rank ninjutsu, water release, water formation wall, and judging by the handwriting, written out personally by the 3rd Hokage. And when I looked at it closely, I found something that made me sit up. Like the water dragon bullet, this was a version that had been modified by the 2nd Hokage. 2 seals. 2. Strong defense and a casting time you could sneeze through. It covers, precisely, the largest hole in my entire kit. That reward was substantially better than I had expected, and a great deal of that was my father and Mei Shikacho standing behind it, and I was satisfied. Thank you, Takeshi-sensei, and please thank the 3rd Hokage for me. Mei's so polite. Ha! You'll see in time there's no need to be formal with me. Then he looked at the other 2. You'll both be rewarded as well. All things considered, you're each getting 1 C-rank mission recorded, and you can collect the payment at the end of the month. And with that, Masao was finished business. Who was behind him, and what the village intended to do about it, was not our concern. We are ninja now. However nicely you dress up this profession, it is fundamentally a tool for killing people. You do not ask questions you have not been given. I want to tell you where I ended up that evening, because it is the only honest way to close this. 4 months earlier, I woke up in the wrong body, in the wrong world. 12 years old, with a flower shop where my apartment should have been, and a mortgage I would never see the end of. What I had was a cauldron in my head that fills when somebody else takes the blame. That is a coward's power. I want to be completely clear about that. It is not a warrior's ability. It rewards exactly one skill, which is making sure the consequences land on a person who is not me. My very first act in this world was to climb a cliff wearing a boy's face so that a boy who has nothing would be chased through the streets for it, and he waved at the crowd while he ran because he thought they finally liked him. That was me at the start. At the end of that season, I was sitting in a barbecue restaurant that I still could not afford, with a team, with 2 boys who had, that afternoon, both volunteered to go back to the academy rather than let the 3rd one go alone. With a girl who quietly pushed her wallet into my hand under a table months ago and has never once mentioned it since. With a scroll in my pocket in the 3rd Hokage's own handwriting. I had a 9 in ninjutsu, which is a number that Kage run. I had a technique that lets me stand inside another person's skull. I had a village-wide arms race running in the background because my father cannot stop bragging about a daughter who is not his daughter. And I had one problem I could not put down, because somewhere in a hospital across this village, there is a boy with an eye that will not open, sealed shut by 4 old men in a room I was never told about, and every single part of that is my fault. And behind that eye, twice now, something has spoken to me. I have lost both conversations completely. Everything, the room, the fog, the voice, whatever it wanted from me, gone by breakfast, the way sand goes out of a fist. Both times I woke up holding exactly one thing. A name. Not a name I have ever heard in this life, Not a name anybody alive in this village could tell me. It knows what my clan is called. It has known for 1,000 years. And the next time it comes for me, I do not intend to wake up empty-handed.